to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of that ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's shoulder. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
welcome to the weekly recap where we talk everything that has to do with VCT Pacific. I'm Achilleos, back alongside Quack as well as Tasteless, and we'll be going through everything that has happened in this very eventful week of VCT. Now, you might notice that we do in fact have an empty chair next to me, and no, it's not because I'm socially distancing away from those guys, because we do have a special guest that's going to be joining us in a moment, but before we get into that, let's just go ahead and dive straight into the standings, because we have had some pretty big tectonic shifts as far as the teams and their positions.
It's been a crazy week. We see DRX is absolutely on top of the stack here at 6-0. Gen.G looking very good, but very excited to see the Paper Rex. We were talking about how this feels like it's a top 3 team, but they weren't quite there yet. Well, after our results here today, they pop back up to the top.
Yeah, I think so, but also the tectonic shift, the earthquake in our weekly standings that Kilios was talking about has to be, that match between Gen.G as well as Global Esports.
Yeah.
We have the bottom few teams slowly starting to climb their way up, and it's a lovely sight, I think.
No, it certainly is. I mean, Global continue to show their potential, just hasn't quite been there fully in their results, but being able to take down Gen.G was certainly a big showing in that regard. 13-8 on both of those maps. It was a really great result from those guys, and we're hoping to see more of that as we go through the final few weeks, because, I mean, we're well past the halfway point. Week 7 is going to be coming up next, but we also have our special guest, but who is it going to be?
Who could it be?
We're going to find out. Who could it be now? And we have a couple little hints, I suppose, for you guys to figure out.
Bankai, right?
No.
No?
But we'll give the hints, and we'll see if the chat can go ahead and figure out who our special guest is here today. Now, your first hint is that they joined their team in August 2021.
Oh, that's easy. I have no idea. I have no clue. It doesn't help me at all.
I'd like a lifeline. Can I call, I don't know, Paper Rex's CEO?
You want to phone a friend here?
Yeah.
This is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
No.
We're not trying to get sued.
Get the heartbeat music out.
All right. Well, maybe that one's a little bit too tough. So we'll say, okay, they're a very flexible player that plays a numerous amount
That could be
of
any one of
agents.
Except for Mindfreak. Mindfreak plays controller, but everyone else kind of swaps around.
Yeah, if this is a game of Guess Who, it didn't get that much easier. I don't know.
on.
All right.
I can't
We
tell
need more
you.
hints, Seth.
Maybe one more hint will get you guys over the finish line here. His teammates call him Sultan.
All right, okay.
It doesn't help me at all. I don't
I
know.
was going to say Quack should get it. I appreciate you guys selling this as if you don't know who it is, but for the chat, you might have figured it out already. But if not, let's go ahead and welcome Devi, our special guest.
That's right. You guys had no idea we already knew who was going to be on here. We're casters and actors.
No, okay.
A flawless, Oscar-worthy performance. Well, Devi, thank you so much for joining us here on the Weekly Recap. A pleasure to have you, especially since you're fresh off of your match, obviously only taking place for us here about 20 or so minutes ago. For the viewers who are watching on Friday, hello from the past. But a very close series versus Talon, and I want to know, what are your initial thoughts after that? When you've had a little bit of time to cool down after that series, do you think that you guys let it get closer than it should have been, or do you think that Talon played really well?
I think first of all, I think they played a very good games against us. But for me, obviously, I was just thinking about the first match because I was having like a good performance, right? So I wasn't thinking about like, oh, I need to like guide these people, like trying to throw flashes. It's just like about me, oh, I need to, wake up and then like show up in the second matches. So yeah.
Well, you certainly did, and I mean, we'll get to the MVPs later, but you were able to net that one here for that series, so it was a strong performance in the end.
How does it compare from your hometown?
I mean, probably the weather, right? I mean, coming from Malaysia, the weather is very hot and humid, right? And then here it's always been cold, but sometimes could be very hot, but not as our countries. But yeah, I mean, we've been having quite a lot of fun, trying new food and stuff. Yeah.
What kind of foods have you tried out here as far as Korean
have a favorite?
dishes go?
I know you're like a connoisseur yourself. You've like reviewed Peranakan Laksa before.
Yeah, obviously I miss my hometown food, but like so far I'm addicted to probably tteokbokki.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And probably another one like the chicken galbi, like the duck galbi.
Galbi, chicken meat.
Yeah.
Always solid.
I mean, for me at least, I think, I'm with you with the weather thing for sure for myself, but I'm just gonna dive straight into like game stuff because I'm very curious, like how the team's culture or how the team's kind of attitude is now. Like in the past, I've seen you guys are having so much fun. You're playing Nintendo Switch and like the warm-up room and stuff, but now Ben's no longer in, and then you're kind of, I mean, what we're hearing is that you're the shot caller. How's that feel like with everyone else?
At the moment, since Ben is no longer in the roster at the moment, but all of us is trying to give the calls. I mean, some people say that I'm the caller for the team, but it's not really the case because everyone is trying to give a shot, and especially the duelists, I would say. Something Forsaken and Jing is giving pretty much a lot of shot calls, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a more shared environment. You know, everyone's
like,
being
everyone's
vocal.
like, because I think in this game, you can't have like one person to call everything because you kind of like have to deal a lot of utilities and stuff, you know. So yeah, everyone is pretty much like share the ideas and then we just execute together. If it look silly or whatever, but yeah, we just roll it, you know.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I'm curious, you know, was it, whose suggestion was it, or whose idea was it to go ahead and push something over onto Breach, which we saw on the last map? And did he have any reservations about playing it? Did he say like, oh, no, like I can't do it? Or was he just very open to it?
He was very open. He's the type of player kind of like Forsaken, like love to try new agent and stuff. But I would say it's more like Alex trying to push into that position for now because we don't really have a lot of times to kind of put him into a lot of matches for now. So we just like trying to fill, basically he's trying to fill Ben's role at the moment. And yeah, so far I would say it's not too bad, but I think giving him enough time, then probably he will show up even more.
So you think we can look forward to seeing something playing even more flexible
Something
characters?
new.
Maybe some other initiators, perhaps, maybe Silva or something?
Yeah, he could be ending up playing like maybe KO, Sky, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Or maybe Smoker, I don't know.
I mean, if he does this, he's going to put you out of a job
Yeah.
next. And it's just going to be, you know, you and Benkai watching the team while into CGRS maybe goes and play Gecko.
Yeah, probably. I mean, like, we're just trying stuff now. And surprisingly, it's working well for us. But also, we don't really have much time for now. But yeah, I mean, we're going to try our best to fit something to the team at the moment.
Okay. I'll do one last question because I am very curious about this. Obviously, aside from yourself, who do you think the other two teams are that can make it to Tokyo? Your DRX probably is
yeah, I
shoo-in,
mean,
but-
I have to say DRX right there. Like,
But that other one,
unbeatable.
who's that other team?
I don't want to say us, but I don't want to jinx us, but maybe Paper Rex.
Well, I mean, so if it's you and DRX, who's team
Yeah,
three?
let's get a third one in here.
The one.
It's going to be a surprise. Is it Gen.G? Is it Global? Zeta?
I would say I would go for probably Zeta.
Okay.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, I think they've been putting a lot of.
You're playing them
efforts.
next week?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good, I would say. So yeah, maybe they're a good contender to secure the slot, and also obviously they want to be there, right, in their
Sure.
hometown. Yeah, I think the spirit's gonna help them.
All right, well,
Yeah.
time will tell if that is going to be the case. Well, for now, let's go ahead and move on. And, well, I say move on. Let's look back at this week and our MVPs that have been able to scoop up some nice accolades for themselves because we have had some absolute banger series throughout the week. But we saw off the rip, and I believe this is the first win that he's gotten in this regard, is T1's Ban, who we got to see play Jet twice in that series, and he was able to walk away with the MVP at the end of it all.
I mean, swapping off the controller role for a bit. We didn't see Intro at all this week, but he had a lot of insane performances. Actually, on Split, I think, with some flanks on towards DFM. They did drop a map, but Ban still came up with crazy performances. And then moving on to that, Depp, of course, I was just talking about Zeta. This guy has been basically the guy to bring Zeta victories because he's always finding crazy performances, always pushing out as a duelist. Very similar to how Paper Rex plays, I think, actually.
Yeah, I was super hype about Rossi. Obviously, we didn't get to see this guy right away in the first couple weeks, so we had more questions than we had answers. But when he came out, he was so explosive, and he's talked a lot about the fact that sometimes he overheats, he overextends, he attacks in, and it kind of backfires. Not this weekend. This weekend, he was a killer, and I'm super excited to see what he's going to be doing in weeks to come.
Yeah, it was a huge performance from him. I mean, were you shocked to see the result in that series, you know, them taking out Gen.G 2-0?
I wasn't expecting that, but I would say G is the one team that I'm very impressed so far. Like, they started very slow in the tournaments, but now they're looking very good. So yeah, I'm very impressed by them.
All right. Well, that impression will come into play in a little bit because we do have a tier list that we'll go through. But moving on to our next one, obviously, our second series from yesterday was Buzz being able to walk away with the MVP after a very close series, or at least close to beginning to the series versus RRQ. DRX very much gathered themselves and were able to crush out on that final map. But Buzz was a huge factor in them getting the win.
I love the picture of you here, Devi. You look like you just found out that you were the MVP. You're like, me?
It's like mid-shower, washing his hair.
I don't know why they choose this photo, but
I love it. It's
this
hilarious.
is me when we just finished the first map,
Well, not only do we have this excellent photo of you, but we also have some clips from you earlier today because you were able to get this MVP win, and for good reason. I mean, I don't know what do you just feel right at home playing on Split? Because every time we see you playing this Viper on this map in particular, you are just crushing it.
I would say because Split used to be and still is my favorite map.
Okay.
Because last time I used to play Duelist for Paper Rex, and I used to, so yeah, so I really like this map, even after the changes, but technically they don't really change much, so technically it's kind of still the same, and Split has always been my favorite, so I guess that's kind of like contribute why I play well on this map, I would say.
What has it been like to be on stage here, especially in week 1 and 2? Were you nervous at all, or did you feel totally relaxed?
I would say relaxed for me. Like for now, I think I would just. This one, I knew
I
that
love
they.
that we put this one in.
I know we're gonna have that seat in there.
I knew that they're gonna leave me alone and not kill me for the economy. So I was like, okay, I'm just play with the camera, Yeah. But for me, since week 1, I'm not really nervous or anything. I was just trying to focus on my performance because I think this tournament is really a big tournament for me personally. So like I kind of have to prove to my teammates and to the fans or like to the opponents that I have to show up this tournament. So yeah, I was just basically focusing on just myself.
First year of International League, and I think like you guys really like gave up a great performance so far. Obviously, some were a little bit tougher than others. I think Purple, but at the same time, like it's Split, it's Fracture. You always show like you have a lot of game sense, and you always know where your opponents are.
Yeah, I think for some people they kind of have their favorite map or like kind of like comfortable maps, I would say. So maybe I'm very comfortable with Split and Fracture. And maybe Pearl not so much. Not really. So yeah, I mean, you get what I mean. Like sometimes, like some players, I think they have their comfort zone, in terms of some of the maps. So yeah, I feel that way towards Split specifically. Yeah.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing, obviously, your future series and everything. It was a big kind of, hurdle matchup taking down Talon here to really solidify yourselves in the upper echelon now, currently in that top 3 position. So hopefully we'll get to see you guys stick around there near the top and have some excellent performances in the playoffs. And now it is time to jump into the ever controversial segment, which is the power rankings. These have remained untouched since week 4, and it is now time to yet again shuffle things around. So we'll start with you, Tasteless, right off the rip. Any teams that you think need to be moved up or down?
I think I have a team that needs to be moved up. Look, we've got down at the bottom at D, we have Detonation. Now, they did lose again, and sadly, they are at the bottom of our standings, but I think they put up a really good fight. And I think we got to move them up to like a C minus.
So you think we should go maybe like D plus C minus?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just a little bit up there.
Yep.
Okay.
They are improving. It's sad. Look, they are at the bottom, but I think their games have looked better overall, and I think they've improved. So yeah.
I think this is fair. I think we can keep them in here. When they get that win, they jump that hurdle, that could be the time that they shoot up. And, hey, if they beat DRX in the next series, then maybe they'll go up even higher. So we'll have to see what happens. But for now, we'll leave DFM in that spot. Quack, how about you?
Oh boy. All right, I think we'll start with something easy. Let's move Talon to just C tier. They did take a map off Paper Rex today.
This is true. That's upward growth, so a solid C.
Please don't hate me yet, Devi.
A solid C locked in there for Talon. Devi, how about you? Anything that you would like to change? I'll say you're not allowed to touch your own team. Any other teams do you think that they were,
I think personally, DFM should be higher. I think they've been playing very well, like from at least for the past 2 weeks, I would say. I think they improved a lot. And also Talon.
So maybe like
Maybe C,
like
inside C probably. Maybe
little
a little bit.
right around here. You think this you know, little
Maybe-
step ladder we got going on here?
Yeah.
And maybe for Talon, I would increase maybe slightly closer to B, I would say.
I feel like we got to add a grade at the top
All
of
right,
this.
we did a half move for DFM and a half move. That equates to one full move for Divide there.
Wow.
So we're gonna do this,
Yeah, I
I
think-
suppose.
I think they are playing very well, like Talon, especially against us. I mean, that's what I feel personally. I think they're a very good team at the moment.
All right, this is tough for me.
You gotta be the first one. You're the host.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm gonna do something that for me is certainly controversial. I'm gonna knock Gen.G down a peg.
Yeah.
I think that they're still near the top, but given what we saw from Global in an A position, I'm very happy with. I think Gen.G kind of needs to move down to
No, I
in
support
between
this.
here.
I'm on your side.
Does anyone disagree?
Move them down a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like
They lost to Global.
if it was closer, maybe it wouldn't be as catastrophic. But 13-8 that's a pretty one-sided result when you're the expected favorites in a series, and to not be able to rally back, I think that they have to go down here.
Yeah, I agree
We'll go
with
back
you.
around the tasteless.
If I may be the yin to your yang, I would like to have Global Esports go up to S.
Oh.
I think we got to bump them up.
G fighting?
Yeah,
G
I think they're looking good, especially this week. You guys disagree?
Nah, man.
I mean,
I agree.
okay. If anything, I think I'd bring
He wasn't
them
going to do
within,
it, and then Divine's like, I agree. He's like, all right.
within anything, I think I might bring them to within parity of Gen.G. I mean, granted, they did beat them, but the
Yeah.
record
Yeah.
isn't there to reinforce it. So I feel like putting them above Gen.G, even though they have that head-to-head, still feels a little bit rough to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
All
fair
right,
enough.
you've convinced me.
All right. So we'll go half C's for Global as well.
This is a democracy.
All right, and they'll be sat right on top of Secret, like that.
Cool.
Quack.
Ooh.
All right.
Anything else, or do you like the set right now?
I do have a little question. I mean, is it considered a move if I just fix and leave a team in their current position? Is that cool? Because I don't want to move T1.
You want to solidify T1?
Yeah, I think
You
so.
want to say that so basically you're proposing that we keep T1 here.
Maybe, because they dropped a map to DFM. I think nobody really expected that. And their performance has been good, but also not too like crazy or anything, you know? So I feel like a C+ or just B- is kind of justified.
Any disagreeers?
I'm not going to fight it.
All right. Tasteless not going. What do you think? What's your read
Bang
here
gavel.
for T1?
I'm just riding with Pet on this one.
All right. All right. Okay.
We're all playing it safe.
Yeah,
Gang a bit.
Out of the teams that haven't been moved, do you think that there's anything else that needs to shift here? This time,
I
I'll
would
let you
probably-
go with Paper Rex if you want to.
nah, I think Pebret doesn't deserve the A spot yet. I think we kind of like towards the B or C at the moment. But I would like to move RRQ. I think they kind of deserve the spotlight, right, for beating GRX for one map.
Taking the map? Okay, but where? Do you think that they go to like a B+?
Maybe like a B+.
A B+?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to move them to this side then to fit them into this because
Yeah,
otherwise it's a little
yeah,
bit...
I think that will look.
I agree with that one.
Yeah.
They had a really good showing. It was maybe the most unexpected
Yeah, of
results
course,
we've
like-
had so far.
I
You
mean,
gotta give them some
yeah.
credit, right?
I mean, no offense, but I think no one expected that, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
certainly not.
Wow.
I mean, we saw pretty much everybody predicting, other than Quack,
Yeah.
you know, I keep bringing this
Yeah.
up, for DRX to be able to get that win. We expected it to be a clean 2-0, so it certainly was surprising. I'm going to get hate for this one. I know I am. This will be, I think, the last move.
gonna
Because
do
I
it.
think everybody else is pretty much, right where they should be. But I think we have to knock Secret down a peg.
I have to agree, actually. That
know?
was what I was thinking.
They suffered the loss here. I think they have to go to a firm B.
I think that's fair.
And
think
I have no right for this. I lost to them.
Yeah,
This
they
is true.
had a blowout performance, but it does seem like these other results are
And
starting
that's
to
what,
catch
but
up
that's
to
when
them,
we were
right?
riding the hype train, but it's kind of died down a little bit. And I think until they pick it back up, which hopefully they do, they're right now, at that 6th place spot. They're on the verge of being in the playoffs, but until we see them level up a little bit more, I think they're going to have to just rest there at the B position. But all right, I think if we're happy with that, we'll lock it in. This is the power ranking. It's done. It's sealed. And
Sure, you don't want me to move Paper Rex down a peg?
we'll leave them where they're at.
All right.
At least for giving us a hype series. But I mean, even Devi himself saying they think that they're in the B position. But, with the tier list out of the way, there's nothing left to do other than to look forward to next week's matches. Week 7 now on the horizon. And things continue to get heated up as, again, we saw in the standings earlier, there's so many teams that are just tight-knit around the center of the standings. Global, RRQ, both of them looking to break in and move up into that top 6 and get into a firm position so they can participate in the playoffs. But I mean, we'll just go down the line. Tasteless, any matchups here that catch your eye?
Let's see here. I think RRQ versus Global Esports is going to be interesting. They both really played well. So it's like, I mean, I think Global Esports should win that, but the way RRQ's performed, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just clicked and they're going to be nothing but wins. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, that's one of those matches that you don't quite know what to expect, similar to Paper Rex versus Talon today, but they have been growing, and it's fun to see where that growth leads to. But I don't know about you guys. My eyes are zeroed in on one match, and I feel like Lish, Davai, you have to agree with me on this one. Paper Rex versus Zeta. This is the one where you kind of have to think about how this will shake up the standings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we lost to them in Masters before, so yeah. I think personally I would looking forward also to fight them again. Yeah.
Okay, what about you though? Since we've already covered your matchup against Zeta, was there anything else up there that you find to be exciting and one that you want to watch?
I would choose same as Nick. I would go for RRQ versus Global. I think Global is very good at the moment, and also same goes for RRQ. And I think SQRC gonna show something interesting also against RRQ. G fighting.
See, for me, it's going to be that Secret versus T1 series. These two teams right here, because I think that's going to be ever important in deciding the fates of those squads when it comes down to the playoffs.
That's true as well.
I think the winner that walks away with that victory is going to be having a much easier time of actually being able to compete in the playoffs. So I'm going to have my eyes trained on that one. But it seems like the whole week is set up to provide a ton of entertainment. Even DFM versus DRX, if DFM can continue to look better and better. Soldam, the kind of OG Korean Jet going up against the very new,
Foxy 9?
Spicy?
New rookie Korean Jet and Foxy 9. That's going to be a really good display of mechanical ability on the Jet. But that about does it for us here at the weekly recap. Davai, again, thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Tasteless for being alongside me. But that's going to do it from us. And we'll see you guys back here again for more VCT Pacific in week 7.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. And nandito na tayo sa Week 7 ng VALORANT Pacific League 2023 Filipino broadcast. And it looks like we're well past that halfway point, and it looks like things are getting very, very serious for our favorite teams dito sa VCT Pacific. And yeah, it's been pretty exciting. So ako nga pala si Rubik's ko, ang inyong panel host for today. And together with me is Riku and Juicy Brucey. And to answer your question, I am doing good. So how are you guys? Kumusta naman kayo?
Excited! Siyempre, sobrang excited ako dito kasi first time ko po dito.
Excited tayo. Naramdaman mo yung excitement ni Rico eh.
First time ko po dito sa Pacific League broadcast sa Tagalog. So, yay!
Woo! Rico! R4 winner.
True.
Sa dulo ng winner.
May R pa rin. Yun yung mahalaga.
Speaking of
Well,
dulo, second to the last week. Let's go.
That's true.
So
We still
true.
Exactly. We'll be having our super week next week. Pero ngayon, this is our last regular week of league play. Pero going into that, bago lang lahat, we are going to be jumping into our standings as of week 7 ng VCT Pacific. So we are well past that halfway point. And nakita natin ang ilang malaking paggalaw pagkatapos ng mga laban natin last week. You could say that the small ripples of each match led to a really big wave in the movement of our standings because, each team is improving talaga. And, even though some chances, some teams have lost their chances to the playoffs, this is also an opportunity for them to knock down some of those other teams. We have DFM against DRX coming up. So it's a battle of the top and bottom team.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly. Yun nga rin yung iniisip ko. Parang there is a lot of, kumbaga, ikaw mismo nag-mention nito, Rebby, na we're past that halfway point. Kumbaga, some of these teams could play spoilers sa standings and sa chances ng qualifications ng ibang teams that are still vying for, again, qualifying for the playoffs because, again, you do not want to be at the bottom 4 of the standings as you have seen earlier.
Yep, exactly. Now, just to add lang sa standings natin currently, within this week, isa sa mga teams na sobrang excited ako maglaban is RRQ versus Global Esports kasi, just to break the tiebreaker between the two of them, 2-4 from both. So parang, RRQ to get may Bisaya, brother, let's go! Kailangan talaga nilang manalo for this one and that's gonna be tomorrow. Bukas yun, diba?
Exactly. And I mean, like you said, yung 5th to 6th spot, yun yung talagang ang daming iffy situations here because we have solidified the top spots in the top 4. We have DRX, Gen.G, definitely sitting comfy at the top. Pero again, we have Team Secret, RRQ, Global Esports still fighting for that spot in the 6th. And again, we still have 3 matches for all of these teams. We could even see a miracle run, for Talon Esports, which is still one of our matches of today. They're not locked out completely.
Yeah, I feel like this is the time na wala talagang point of error. You cannot afford to have a mistake or even lose these series, syempre, to again increase your chances in getting towards the playoffs.
Exactly. And I think, going here into our week 6 MVPs, we had a lot of interesting upsets last week. So we have Ban, obviously, from T1, who really stepped up on that jet. We have Dep, again, with Laz, totally dominating Team Secret. It still hurts. And then we have SK Rossi totally going online talaga. Like, he was so explosive. They dealt with a lot of his overheating problems. And then we had Buzz as well, who was such a key factor in DRX's win. And of course, we have Divide here, kind of being that new solidified piece in PRX in place of Benkai.
Yeah, I think sobrang daming plot twists na nangyari last week. Kumbaga, I think the first thing that we see dito, the first 2 things actually here are the Zeta win against Team Secret. Napaka-close ng competition na yun. It went towards Game 3. A lot of hearts have been broken. Especially Filipino hearts have been broken.
Ouch.
Pero pinakita ng Zeta na kayang-kaya nila to stand toe-to-toe, syempre as a region coming from Japan din. And as for Team Secret, I wouldn't necessarily call this like a wake-up call. Pero syempre, we looked at the standings earlier. They're not necessarily at a comfortable spot.
Tamang slide lang talaga, exit interview talaga agad.
Yeah.
Pero speaking of like very close calls, last week din RRQ versus DRX na parang inakala natin na it's gaming chair time para kay RRQ pero game 3 nagalit si DRX. Pero going into game number 1, sobrang ganda ng standstill nila. Ito sa neck and neck battle pero yun nga nagalit naman yung DRX pero it's good to know na parang the cracks of DRX na diniscuss nga namin last week ay nagpapakita na, so parang sa kung sino man yung kakalaban sa kanila which is this week ay baka magamit nila yung mga cracks na yun to open up more.
Exactly.
Wow!
Pero again, we have seen, from Gen.G and DRX, yun yung dalawang teams natin na seemed kind of undefeatable for the first few weeks of VCT. And we did see, even the likes of DFM have been able to take maps from these teams. And definitely moving forward to this week, we have a lot of exciting some games are the deciders for our standings, and some games are also going to be, the last nick in the shoulder for the gods, because again, we have DRX at the top against DFM. But, going into our matches for this week, may matches na medyo excited kayo, because I think we talked about that RRQ versus Global Esports, yung fight for 6th place parang. How about you, Rico? May match ka ba na you're excited for?
I I think for today, I think I'm very excited for the Zeta versus PRX matchup. Just because Zeta, again, is riding, well, with the wave. Kanilang victory over Team Secret. So I'm sure they're definitely going to use that against PRX, especially these teams that we saw kanina sa standings. Maraming tied, 4-2. I believe there are 4 teams tied currently at the moment. So it's really a huge week. We're not even looking at Super Week just yet. This week alone, and there's a lot on the line for this.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well, sinabi ko na kanina, it's RRQ versus Global Esports, but on top of that one, aside from the teams, isa sa mga pinaluluok forward ko dito sa, with the late, remaining weeks para dito sa Pacific League is Chamber. I know he's fallen out of the meta, pero sana naman malaro din siya kahit isang beses man lang, Now, Icebox is gone, so parang mas mawala na yung chances na nandun siya, pero it's kinda sad.
I mean, I feel like posible naman yun. Kung
Papasok si Ye?
Kung titingnan natin, 'di ba, yung locally speaking sa VCT PH, meron naman mga teams na gumagamit ng chamber sa Lotus. Lotus is a map where there's a lot of flexibility. You can experiment either double initiators, double controllers, or even triple sentinels. So, it's one of those things where kaninong team mong i-expect yung mga ganun na type of compositions. And syempre yung mga teams na have a lot to lose dahil they have to do everything to catch a lot of these teams off guard.
Alam mo yun na parang, sige, ito na, last-ditch effort. Sige na, labas na natin lahat ng mga alas natin. Maybe that could be like, maybe Chambers like, although, bakit I mean, maybe he's still like one of those guys na parang pwede pa nilang i-pull out of the bag in their sleeves. Tapos pa, since 2 weeks na lang natitira, diba?
Exactly. Pero, I mean, to go off of that idea, speaking of EMEA, we did see them play Bind, I think last night. I'm not sure if it was Leviathan or Carmine who played it, so it was really interesting to see them finally bring Bind into play. So I don't think the Chamber pick, it's not a dream that we can't dream of, because again, our 2 matches today are going to be Talon Esports and PRX, and this is not the first time that we've seen these 2 teams, bring out something new. I think that Tease didn't advise the interview niya kanina sa weekly recap is that they might even tease the triple duelist with something, because we have seen him on that initiator a lot lately. So may something sila. They are going to bring in that 3 duelist.
I got that. Something. Late nag-register sa ako. Yes, something.
So, and aside from that one, hopefully in the remaining weeks, di na natin makita yung, the past 2 weeks ata, it's always split and ascent. Tama ba ako? Split and ascent yung palaging max na naglalaro. So parang, guys, explore naman. Pabind naman dyan konti. Baka naman. So, a lot of things to look forward to with their remaining
Exactly.
weeks.
A lot of things to look forward to talaga. And I think another thing for our audience to look forward to is the new Grab Only Buhat Challenge. Because Grab Only Buhat Challenge is locked and loaded with another promo just for you, our loyal VCT Pacific fans. If you're a VALORANT spray enthusiast, baka ngayon na ang chance mo na manalo ng isang unique spray courtesy of Grab Unlimited. As you can see the spray right here, the Just Business spray. All you have to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited and complete 5 eligible Grab food orders within the promo period, and you can win this super cool Just Business spray right here on your screen. And there are only 250 of these sprays available, so this is a very exclusive spray, so you have to be quick. But don't worry, again, you can try Grab Unlimited absolutely free for the first month, so you can focus on getting that spray. So, ano pang hinihintay mo? Iscan mo na ang QR code to get in on the action, because Grab Unlimited has got you covered.
Grabe talaga, kailangan i-grab. But of course, remember to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and as well as a Twitch to support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH sa Twitch and Valorant Esports PH naman on Facebook and as well as on YouTube. Special thanks naman para sa mga sponsors natin.
Yes, thank you very much. And to our sponsors, I love you. And special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
May extra feelings talaga sa sponsors. Because again,
Follow by
VCT
Ralph Lauren.
Pacific, extra love, right?
Oy! Oy!
Whoa.
Sorry,
Yes. Okay, please continue.
That's right. Well, I mean, thank you again to our sponsors and again to our viewers for being with us here on a Saturday. And now, we're going to be jumping into our first series for today, which is Talon Esports versus Gen.G. So this is going to be a matchup na it's going to be a very interesting one, because these teams have been trying to get it together, Talon Esports is a team that is trying to get it together against a team like Gen.G, which is statistically a lot better on paper and performing really good in the league. But again, Valorant can be very unpredictable, and we have seen the potential dito sa Talon Esports. But again, looking at our lineup for Gen.G, we actually see starting of Echo instead of Sylvan that we normally see.
Gusto ko yung sinabi mo about unpredictability and how anything can happen dito sa Valorant. Dahil Gen.G just came off of a loss against Global Esports, and I feel like this has been like one of the upsets that happened last week. Kung baga, hindi lang yun map 3. It was a 0-2.
2-0.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 by GES. So at this point, Gen.G, when we look at Talon's angle later on, it feels like meron pa talagang tsansa. Pero at this point, it feels like that was, air quote, maybe a wake-up call coming from the side of Gen.G. So feeling ko, when we look at the standings still, they're still incredibly strong. They're still incredibly stable. It's one of those things where they have to keep their fundamentals in check constantly. Kung baga, feeling ko, nung nakita natin yung match na yon, ang nakikita natin na problema, shaky yung foundation nila. So feeling ko, as long as they keep that in check, I think they're fine coming into the series.
Yep, exactly. And I think yung isa lang na parang, it's kind of, a theory craft na parang naisip natin. I mean, Global Esports, sabihin natin na, yes, they're a pretty star-powered team. Mga duelist sila nandun lahat. Pero I think it was Gen.G being over too complacent. Parang medyo kampante lang sila na parang, second place tayo eh. Tapos, they're nasa ilalim naman sila natin. You know what? Laruin lang natin to. And I think that was the result of 2-0. Pero it could still be na Global Esports sobrang ready lang nila. Kasi if we are to look at their previous match against DRX, which is like somehow mirror match-up kung paano maglaro yung Gen.G DRX, parang yun lang naisip ng Global Esports na parang nakatake na tayo ng isang point sa kanila in their mirror team, baka kaya natin yung Gen.G. And I think that's what, yun lang yung resulta doon.
Exactly. But thinking about preparedness, I think, what we saw from our series last week with PRX is na Talon Esports has really been coming into these last few weeks matches a lot more prepared kasi nakita natin yung first map was, I think, Pearl, which is a PRX, comfort pick, and they totally took it from them. And that just shows na Talon Esports is back and here to play. And, looking at their roster now, it seems na they've definitely reintegrated Patty very well, especially on that initiator that he says he treats like a duelist. It feels the same for him now sa interview niya. But like Talon Esports, it just seemed na we're seeing yung potential playstyle that we've seen from Lock-In. I definitely think na the road is the dream isn't dead for them yet.
Yeah. When we look at the dream again, it's definitely not over. They have a chance to climb up, get more wins, and qualify for playoffs. Pero can't help but look na sobrang delikado ng posisyon nila ngayon, especially when they're up against Gen.G. Especially they cannot afford to lose any more of these series. And kung titingnan natin with their victory against PRX last time, it was on the map Pearl. Ang dami na nag-step up. Si Cruz, si Jit Boys most especially. And my one worry, even though they're towards an upward trend, is sobrang magastos ng round nila. Alam mo yun, they were losing some of their bonus rounds. They were spending so much money, they would lose all their guns hanggang isa na lang natitira until they would win the round. So, kulang. Wala sila masyadong leeway, kumbaga, on the next few rounds. Nasisira yung economy nila. Wala sila masyadong buwelo, kumbaga. So, yun yung pinaka-worry ko pagdating sa matchup nila against Gen.G.
Yep, alright. So, ito lang yung mga masasabi ko dito. Parang lose condition somehow ng Talon. Lose condition. Or like win condition siguro. Number one, wag na kayong mag-split. Kasi so far, the whole tournament dito sa Pacific League, they got no win rate at all at split. If we are to, i-disregard lang natin yung performance nila with split on their previous renditions, pero in this tournament, hindi maganda. And then if they're going up against Fracture, which is yung second most played map nila dito twice lang actually for Talon Esports, going that up against Gen.G, which is 4 times 75% win rate for Gen.G. So parang I think yun lang yung dalawang maps na they have to avoid. So maybe pull up something from the side of Talon Esports, like maps na hindi pa nalalaro. Maybe we'll see for finally bind for this tournament or in this series, kasi parang yun lang yung mga conditions na kailangan tingnan ng Talon na maps na somehow the teams have not been playing too much in this tournament to open up surprises.
Well, at least kumbaga, kung meron i-avoid yung split, meron din naman silang shining light like maps like Pearl o kumbaga Haven and Ascent kung saan sila nakakuha ng victory as well on those two maps. So we'll see. I'm excited how they're gonna do this.
Exactly. And I think, to
Mangyayari
add din, that's right. And I think, to add din sa sinabi ni Rico is we did see a lot of yung parang heroic plays na talaga kailangan ng Talon Esports here, and they can't rely on that going against a team like Gen.G kasi yung luck factor na yun is not gonna cut it, yung clutch factor na yun as well. And again, going against our two sub players who seem to be mainstays na dito sa main roster, we have Patifan and Goddead who have absolutely been performing these past few weeks.
I think it's a very, very amazing point, Rabi. One of those things where they have been a staple now, from subs to staple. Especially, on one end, you see Pat sort of, being able to clutch a lot of these rounds, especially kung siya na rin yung natitira. Pero si Goddead, I have to put more of the consistency sa kanya, because not only has he accessed a lot of high impactful plays, not only through the frags, but also initiating for his squad very, very consistently.
Yep, and a spotlight on Pat din, aside na close up yung picture niya dyan sa tweet natin.
Spotlight na spotlight.
Siya yung flexible flexible player ng Talon eh. Like, we've seen him play as a duelist, then later on magki-KO siya, and it always works out for Patifan naman. So parang, if there's consistency from Goddead, there's flexibility naman on Patifan. So, more to look forward to in this series, and sana naman ay zoom out contest si Patifan. Gusto ko makita yung leg niya. Ganong eme.
The headshot, or baka ma-zoom in nila para his eyes na lang yung
Yeah, death stare.
Yeah.
That's there, yeah.
That's how he looks at his enemies. Pero yun, I mean, like,
Dinas over ko yung stare ni Remy.
Dapper pala si Remy.
Dapper.
Sige, anong tunog ng bundle, Remy? Anong tunog ng
anong skin? May bawat sound yung ibang
sige,
skin.
Dragon, Elder Flame.
Hala.
Hala,
Kaya mo yan. Kaya mo yan.
Parang fire, di ba?
Sige. Parang tubig yung sprinkler yun.
Si Rico, ikaw naman. Vandal.
Wow.
Ikaw, Bruce.
Sanabi ko na mag-backfire to sa akin.
Sige nga. Simple but effective.
Pag ghost siya.
Yung frenzy din. Yung small. VA panel.
VA squad, true.
That's right. Well, aside from aside from sound effects, let's talk about the teams. Aside from guns, let's talk about the teams.
Yes.
So we have our predictions coming into this. So
yes.
We seem a bit on the fence here because Gen.G, again, a very, like Bruce said, they seem that they're very comfortable with their spots at the taas. But again, Talon Esports is definitely fighting for their way back into the playoffs.
Yep.
So predictions going forward, Bruce, ikaw.
Talon fanboy since last 2 weeks, pero Gen.G ngayon.
Wow!
Oh my God!
Switch sides!
Wow!
I'm sorry.
The betrayal.
Na believer.
2 weeks ago.
But why? Why did you?
Bakit?
But nag-change yung opinion mo?
Kasi Gen.G yun eh.
Oh!
I mean, 2 weeks na akong mali palagi. So baka naman tumama. What? But if I'm proven wrong, okay, then Talon pa rin mananalo.
Okay.
Fanboy since last 2 weeks.
Ikaw, Riku.
Well, parehas kami.
Oh.
Ni Juicy Brucey. Gen.G rin ako. I think yung nangyari, their match against Global Esports, sobrang, I guess, wake-up call din yun. Kung baga, they reviewed the VODs and it feels like even though on paper, Talon has a bit of a chance, but one of those things, solid pa rin in every single angle, pati gunfights tuloy. Dahil sa baril na pinag-uusapan natin. Yung mechanics nila at yung consistency ng mga players nila. And as well as, excited to see what the map is going to look like. Kasi feeling ko, since we're past the halfway stage na, alam nila na yung mga kahinaan nila pagdating sa mga mapa din, most especially.
Alright, so we have Gen.G. I'm gonna break this one and sasabihin ko ng Talon Esports for me. Kasi I have been enjoying the way that they've been riding out this momentum. Although they didn't win their last series last week, we can definitely see that Talon is definitely not the same Talon we saw in the beginning of VCT Pacific. I think around week 4, parang may shift talaga yung mindset of Talon. I think we had that in the interview with Patty na they just really tried to play the way that they know how to play and really just change their mindset and studied extra hard, which I think against Gen.G, a team na, very by the book yung play, true. I think na Talon will definitely have an advantage here because they've done their homework. So, alam mo yun, if you study hard, you'll get a good grade. Ano yung sabihin nun na? If you
study hard, play hard? Play harder, sorry. Mali pala. Sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, I think if you worked hard for it, you'll get it. Like, makukuha mo yung deserve mo.
Ay, deserve
Yeah.
mo. Nice one.
That's right. Well, on top of that, malapit na yung VCT Pacific League Finals because we're here on week 7. Next week is Super Week, and after that, it's going to be our finals already, the playoffs. And ticket sales to watch live at Jangchung Stadium, South Korea will be starting on May 8th. So that's this Monday. Tickets for the lower finals on the 27th will go on sale on May 8th at 12 o'clock GMT plus 8. And tickets for the grand finals on the 28th will go on sale on May 9. Also at the same time, 12 o'clock GMT plus 8. And you can get your tickets from our official ticket website, globalinterpark.com.
So punta na tayo.
Tara.
Yeah, tara.
G.
Korea.
Tara, G.
Gaming chair na agad.
Exactly. Gusto ko mag-Korea. Like, parang ang saya ng mga players doon. You know, they have all those vlogs and stuff like
Yeah.
that. They're dressing up in those traditional Korean wear and trying a lot of Korean
Yeah.
food.
Same.
And they're all really enjoying it there. Pero, again,
Nandun din yung twice.
exactly. Pero if twice. Pero again, who would be here doing the Filipino broadcast if nasa Korea tayo? Oh,
Kaya
well.
tayo.
Oh nga no.
Nasa
Ito
parking
yung-
lot tayo.
She's nandito si Jet.
Oh, true.
Exactly. Well, I think we're gonna be throwing it to a short break here. Pero wag kayo alis because we'll be back with series number 1 of VCT Pacific.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Magandang hapon ulit sa inyong lahat and welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific League 2023 Pacific Broadcast. Ay, Filipino broadcast.
Ayo!
They are all the Pacific broadcasts. And yeah, we are just about to jump into Series 1, which is Talon Esports versus Gen.G. So this is going to be an interesting matchup because again, this is a match where one is very solidified in our standings and the other one is, you know, trying to crawl their way into the playoffs, per se.
Yun nga, iba-iba yung kwento dito sa first series natin ngayon. Gen.G, they're comfortable ngayon sa standings, pero syempre they want to break away from the tie against PRX, against Zeta, and as well as another team. So it's one of those things pero versus Talon where parang they have no room for error na talaga. So they really need to do their best to win this against Gen.G.
Wala na talaga. You know,
Wala na.
But you know, just looking at like map, common denominators sa dalawang teams na to, I want to highlight Ascent as a map kasi ito yung most banned map ng Gen.G, while Talon on the other hand, it's their most played map, but so far hindi sila successful with this map. So parang this time, we'll see if it's gonna be played by Gen.G instead of getting banned kasi parang, alright, since they're not winning so much in this map, ito kaya yung laruin natin against sa kanila, or this could be a turnaround on the side of Talon Esports.
Is the Echo
Ulo.
backwards?
Ooh!
Wow!
Wait,
Okay, is he walking all the way?
He has his
to
jacket
his spot?
backwards, yeah.
His glasses too. His glasses too. Is he gonna make it?
Siya.
Oh my God, did he make it?
Nawala na siya.
Let's
Nawala
assume
na
that he
siya.
did.
Sana.
Wala na special dance si Patty Fan.
Wala na,
Yeah.
natatawa. That was cute though.
Yeah. You didn't see in the beginning, I think it was God Dead. I forgot who we walked on with, pero he pointed out like, "Uy, mali yung spot mo sa thingy. Move forward." It was so cute, like the way he helped me. We even patted him like, "Okay lang yan." And then they walked and separated.
Baka director si God Dead.
Oh,
Director yun.
my future.
Yeah,
Kaya
Future yun.
siya, you know, nag-initiate.
Ah!
diba?
Galing naman ni
Initiate
Rico.
Bongga. Oh, which is great with Gen.G. Meron silang NA na coach, you know, with Korean team. So, kind of cool to see that, you know, diversity in the team.
That's right.
Marami.
Parang T1 na, pero it's only the coach this time. But you know, looking at our walk-ons just now, again, we can see na hindi na tense yung teams natin because I think last week we did see a lot of very tense walk-ons na medyo serious talaga yung
Nasa
game,
NA
you know? But now, oh nga, I just got that. Ang slow ko talaga. Ay, nako, Bruce.
Ay, nako rin, Randy.
I know. Pero yun, I mean, like looking at it now, again, we do see two very refreshed teams. It looks like they're very excited to start week 7 here. And, you know, like just seeing the way that especially Talon Esports came into this, it seems na, again, this was that look that they had, I think, when it was, I'm not sure if it was Zeta or yung 2 weeks ago, I think it was Zeta, the time that they beat them. It was Zeta. They beat Zeta 2-0 that time, I think, or 2-1. And this was that kind of walk-on that we saw from them, that confidence and that looseness that they had in their stride. And I kind of have a good feeling again, you know, going against a big team like Gen.G. It parang reminiscent siya of that day.
Yeah, parang you can see this as a Talon, you know, they're taking extra risks. They're more playful with the way that they move around the map to catch a lot of these teams off guard. And I feel like that will be the key if they want to have this chance of a series dito against Gen.G.
Oh, this time, Gen.G banning out Pearl and Talon. I split. Good thing!
Yay!
God, split! And then, you know, they're going with Fracture na just looking at numbers naman when Talon is playing around Fracture. Okay naman yung performance nila, but if we are to put this on the side of Gen.G, ano sila dito eh? It's like one of their most successful played maps so far in the tournament. So kind of scary for Talon over there going on Fracture.
Yun nga eh. I'm really honestly very surprised or not surprised to see Split being taken out considering the fact that again, when you look at the record, sabi mo nga that Talon hasn't been doing the best. Yung record nila, not even close, especially sa mga teams natin ngayon. So, curious ako though, looking at most of their victories, most of them came from Pearl rather. When you look at the angle for Talon. And para naman sa Gen.G, recently they lost against GES na natalo sila, nahirapan sila sa mapang Pearl. So, hopefully we get to see that in play.
Alright.
And I think right now we're going to be going into our agent select. So seeing that our first map was, what was the first map again?
That's a good question.
So, I think we have the classic, the breach brim here. We do have a KO on the side of Gen.G. And it looks like Talon is looking for a fight here with that Sky pick, it seems to me.
And then they're going again with the Cypher pick. Again, Cypher or Neon, ito yung mga agents na ginagamit ng Talon most of the time. Pero so far, walang success rate yung Talon dito with that.
That's right. Well, I think that's it from the panel. Kayo ba? Dax and Black and Blue, ang casters natin for today. Anong masasabi nyo?
Masasabi lang namin, G ba kayo tumalon sa aksyon? Eto na ba? Tayo muli. Nagbabalik na naman tayo dito sa BPL. Ako si Dax, kasama ko si Black and Blue. Huwag natin kalimutan, pre. Tagalog casters.
Tagalog broadcast ka pala tayo dito.
Tagalog broadcast.
Maibigan.
Mamaya ka na mag-English, bro.
Oo nga, mamaya. Pagkatapos na ng mismo laban na to. Dax, nakakapagtaka yung laban yung araw na to mismo. Kasi pag tinignan mo, it is Southeast Asia versus East Asia. So dalawa nating laban today at magsisimula nga tayo ngayon sa isa pa na yan.
Ah, ganun?
Oo.
Grabe ka naman.
Talon versus Gen.G.
Okay.
Tapos, Zeta versus Paper Rex. So, East Asia versus Southeast Asia.
Hanggang LCQ lang sila ngayon.
Oo.
Sila na ay sasama-sama.
Oo, diba?
So, kailan tayo magko-Korea? Yun ang
Ayun ang tanong.
Kailan tayo makikisama
May kaibigan nga tayong taga-Japan doon sa panel, di ba?
Sino?
Si Riku.
Oo nga
diba?
pala, may translator na tayo
Dapat
mamaya.
siya
para
mag-interview
sa Zeta
kung wala
Division.
naman ang
Kung may
Zeta.
usapan sa
Oo.
Zeta, andun si Rico. Ang favorite words ko talaga sa Japanese ay watashi wa
Tamago.
Pero syempre, iba naman. Ano kayang watashi wa tamago sa Korean?
Hindi ko
Wag
alam.
na natin try. Samgyup sa laban na lang
Galingan mo na lang.
Galingan na natin. And ito naman talaga kailangan galingan ng Talon Esports para bumawi talaga sa ating standings. Nag-struggle sila maaga. Mukhang ngayon, meron na silang konting form. Meron na silang rotation na hinahanap nila. Pero natalo sila last time ng Paper Rex. And now, ito naman, Gen.G, our second seed, gusto rin bumawi after their loss against Global Esports. Pero si Meteor, pangalan niya, Kim Teo. Saan galing yung Meteor dyan?
Hindi ko alam.
Meteor Garden?
Teo.
Oo.
Yung Meteor. Tapos yung Kim.
San?
Sa me.
Wala nga E.
May letter M.
Wala. Baby na lang. Baka nanonood siya nun.
Bago na rin yung Dax.
Diba?
Well,
kasi kung maraming K-drama, minsan ka naman inspiration sa T-drama, Taiwanese drama. Kasi yun.
ganun ba yan?
Oo.
Nanonood ka pa ng K-drama?
Hindi! Ay, nung punta akong Korea dati, may napanood akong K-drama. Walang subtitles kasi nasa Korea ako, diba?
Voice over?
Wala akong naintindihan. Nakita ko lang, may nakidnap, may pumunta ng kotse, may umiyak, tapos umalis na
Pre,
ako.
pag nandun ka kasi, hindi siya K-drama. Drama lang.
Totoo.
Nasa K ka na eh. Nasa Korea ka na eh.
Buta lang, meron silang channel na actually, na parang StarCraft lang. So yun, nag-gets ko kahit wala naman. Parang, alam ko yan. Isang Zergling. Pero dito tayo sa Fracture. And yun nga, Gen.G, may confidence sila dito with this map pick kasi natalo nila last time ang DRX. Pero alala natin, nung lock-in, ang talo naman ang nakatalo sa DRX way back when. So pareho silang beat DRX on Fracture Club.
Totoo, pero pag tinignan mo naman yung more recent results, natalo naman sila sa PRX, sa Paper Rex ng huling laban nila dito. Although medyo malapit, 3-10. But alam naman natin yung composition to because it's the same composition na nailaro ng dalawang team na to nung huling beses sila nag-fracture.
Ano yung 3-10 nag-surrender sila?
13-10.
Yun. Tama naman. Pero tama na ang usapan natin. Balik na tayo sa aksyon. At si King ang unang nga dito makakahuli kay Foxy. So simula pa lang para sa Gen.G. Kuta natin, nag-active sila ng push dun sa may south side, dun sa may spawn mismo ng Talon. Pero Talon, umikot na lang ng dish, nakaplant na rin.
Aggressive push dito kay Jit Boys. At dalawa pa nga ang tutumba. Good trade dito galing kay TS. But nasa kanila ang Sands.
Alam ko, gusto ko yun, TS.
Ibang TS yan.
Gusto ko yun, basta TS win. Kaya ako Gen.G bias, kaya ako may jacket nila. Pero 3v3 nga to, through the smoke, Talon na naman, naghanap ng Sands control. Pero kita natin, Gen.G, inikutan na lang sila. Nag-defuse na nga si Goddead, may angle naman dito. Ang Talon, pat with the takedown. Garnet's also, saktong pinches lang. Pero si King na lang, ito na, hari ba siya ng A-site. Nakalahati na ng kanyang kwapa. Pero biglang mag-tick na dito si Cruz at Talon pa ang panalo ngayon.
Ayun na nga. Hindi pa kailangan tumalon ni Cruz doon galing sa Talon. At ang mga ganda ng combo doon ni Pat at ni Garnet S. Fault line after the fault line. Sumunod ang Pain Shells para ma-deny yung plant. Tumba si God dead. At siya na nga ang God na dead.
Hindi ka naniniwala.
Wala na, ano namang ang isang Diyos sa non-believer?
Alam mo,
sabi ng Talon.
Buti na lang Sabado ngayon kung hindi Linggo. Kaya pala God dead kasi tomorrow's God's Day.
Kaya pala. Sabado, hindi Sabbath day.
Totoo. Ay, nako. See you na lang. See you na lang sa ibaba. Pero eto na naman tayo. Talon, syempre, anti-eco nga. Kita natin, maaga mag-invest talaga ang Talon Esports. Dalawa kagad ang rifle dito ni Garnet sa Digit Boys. And yun yung parang gusto nila gamitin eh. Gusto nila mga ng heavy arsenal sa second round pa lang. Kung magawa nilang flawless or at least maraming buhay dito ang Talon, they're gonna be ready for their bonus in a way.
Ba't ka nag-discriminate ang rifle? Ang Bulldog rifle din naman, Dax. Hindi porket hindi siya Phantom o Vandal, hindi siya sapat.
Boss, ano yun? Rifle na galing Divisoria.
Hindi naman. Tamo, may problema ka talaga sa Bulldog. Alam ko, you're more of a cat person, but in this case, talagang hahabulin dito ng Gen.G Aftershock para pang mas paatras dito ang Talon.
Hindi ko lang kailangan ko matuto mag-Bulldog yung last time na ginawa natin. Pero kita natin dito, Talon nga, may pagka-play safe. Kasi, syempre, they cannot afford to lose those guns too early. Big pressure naman galing sa Gen.G. Sobrang active nila sa pag-agresibo dito sa mga holes and sa mga main angle. And dahil lang doon, eto nga, napafun na lang ang Talon papunta sa mga pwestuhan ng Gen.G. Si Godhead ang first contact. Andyan na rin yung wall ni King. At ito na nga, Garnet gusto simula sa push. Yung fragment, may konting butas. Nalampasan na ni Garnet. Gusto ba niya makapatay? Ayun na nga si Godhead ay mamamatay muli. But at Meteor with a stall. Nice patience to get that takedown. Mahihirapan ng Talon dito. Konting cross lang. 4v4 pa to.
At na naman yung paint shell nang galing doon sa fault line ng kanilang breach na si Echo. Frags dito going the way of Talon pero naging 1v2 pa nga si King natira. Natamaan pa nga si Cruz through the smoke. At nahanap pa nga niya na huli. 1-1 Gen.G tie up the game.
Boss, nawala yung Echoes. Nawala na talaga ang lahat. Eksakto doon ang time ng Gen.G. At yun nga pinag-uusapan natin. Nafa-funnel sila papunta kung saan nakapwesto ang Gen.G. Kung saan sila handa. May paint shells, merong wall, merong setup at lahat na lang napunta sa Gen.G. Yung bilin ng Talon na wala lang rin.
And really, a lot of the point of that is the fact na talagang napaglabanan nila yung A main with that aggressive hold that they had. And because of the fact that they have that double controller Dax with that Viper na may wall sila dito sa B main, talagang ang daming oras na masusunog dito against Talon and allows Gen.G to play these aggressive angles early on, get early control na talagang importante on Fracture on the defensive side. Talagang nagagawa nila because of this double controller.
Kaya kontroladong dito ng Gen.G. Ito talaga yung isa pang look na pwede mo gamitin sa mapang to. Kung ayaw mo Brimstone Breach, pwede ka naman maglagay ng Viper, lagyan mo ng second controller, dagdagan mo na ng Breach pa nga kung gusto pa gawin yan sa side ng Gen.G. And we see this a lot from them. Foxy though, umpisa pa lang, huli na si TS dyan. Classic lang para mga pitas. At siya, ang nag-iingay lang dito pero nahuli rin ni Meteor. Yun pa rin, kailangan mag-ilat ng Talon kasi gusto pa rin agapan ng Gen.G ang mga anggulong to kinukuha nila.
Kailangan mag-ingat dito ang Gen.G. Alam natin, Talon, medyo delikado talaga. Kahit naka-sheriff lang yan, malapitan ang classic Meteor, nakapangatlo. The paint shells, hard to fight against. And the fourth here for Meteor na talagang itinumba ang Talon.
Walang takot to, dumiretso lang. Sabi niya, sure to, di ako mamamatay, boss.
Eh bakit nga ba? Eh isa siyang meteor. Isa siyang comet.
Comet. Ano joke mo dun? Sige nga.
Paano mo pipigilan ang isang meteor?
Comet? Oo, ganun yun. Hawakan mo lang.
Ikaw ba yan, bros?
Push mo pa lang back, diba?
Pitikin mo lang.
Oo. Alam mo yung ano? Kung naniniwala...
Sana ginawa ng dinosaur pa.
Boss, kung naniniwala ka sa stars, naniniwala ka ba sa astronomy?
Kailangan bang maniwala sa stars?
Gusto mo ba ng ano? Tarot reading ngayon?
Hindi ba fact na yun mismo?
Eto, fact of matter. May showstopper na nga ilalabas ngayon. Ang Gen.G, Meteor.
Sayang.
Wala.
Oo.
Walang tao, boss.
Nagbato siya ng meteor.
Wala na. Meteor Garden na lang. Doon na siya. Oh, baby nga eh.
Nako.
Pero, ito na. God dead, you're my sun and moon. Baka pa naman, makahanap ng konting intel. The Suppresto gets cancelled dahil natamaan na yan ng Talon. Underpass control hanap dito ng Talon. Pero, yun nga, diba? Dahil inunahan na ng Gen.G yung north side dito ng mapa, ipit na naman ang Talon sa kung saan sila nakalagay.
What Gen.G have been doing here sa defensive side nila is talagang kumukuha sila ng early control, early space. On the defense dito sa Fracture, you have to take a lane on either site para lang may control ka talaga. Mahirap mag-anchor dito. And with the comp dito ng Gen.G na wala silang sentinel, that's exactly what they have to do. Have a hard hit.
Yeah, ito na nga, hit na rin mangyayari dito sa side ng Talon. Eventually though, Kailangan nila mag-cross and yun nga, diba? Naunguna na si Garnet to try to take the tower. Jit Boys also though, nahanap na rin si Gunted. And from that point on, ito na ang Talon. Makakapwesto na rin mismo sa site. Meteor though with the fine auto path. Nag-try na ng-pain shells pero nakalabas na ang Spike Planter mismo. Cruz though, line up muna. Bukas ng TikTok habang nag-iintay para alam niya kung saan niya ipapalagay ang incendiary mismo. But Garnet still holding this tower. Ito na, Orbital Strike ilalabas na ng side ng Talon. 1-for-1 trade muna dyan. Pero si Echo pa, dinala yung Shorty. Cruz and Jit Boys on the board. Tatlo na makuha dito ni Jit Boys. At natitira lang dito si Boss TS. Kaya mo ba maglaban dito para sa Pinas o ditong sa lagay ito para sa Korea? Wala rin, 1v2 at ipit na sa pwesto. Mukhang nasa Talon ng atong round na to. Cruz, ingat ka lang dyan. Reset lang sa kanya na.
Basic. Nice post plant dito galing sa Talon. Yung talagang kinailangan nilang kumuha ng aggro doon, which is Garnet S. Talagang isinakop niya lahat ng aggression dito ng Gen.G para makakilos ang mga sasaw-saw sa kanya. Being that Sky here, and ito, mga sala na si Jit Boys, being that Cypher na chimes in on the fight at the right perfect time. That's what you kind of need here for a Cypher pagdating sa post plant. Have him be aggressive, have him be that second guy. Pabayaan mo mag-lurk at gumawa ng konting chaos, ang konting gulo doon sa post plant hold mismo.
Ito ka na naman, basta Cypher, pinag-uusapan Malamang. Kung ikaw mismo si Cypher, di ba?
Nung una.
Ikaw yung Tagalog voice actor ni Cypher?
Cyphercaster.
So ano mean, papadub nga, ano ang kanyang ultimates?
Ano ba sinasabi na?
Yung give me a corpse. Ito na nga, corpses do get thrown. As Foxy is Meteor, makaka 1-for-1 trade na naman dyan. Kita natin no, Gen.G, winning sobra. Sakalin lang dito ang Talon. Mahihirapan talaga sila makagalaw. Buti na lang para sa side ng Talon. Nakalampas na si Pat at si Garnets.
Jit Boys dito. Yating mga ka-atras. Wall goes down in time para lang din maka-atras dito. At umikot papuntang A site. They have a possible flank. And Jit Boys, another great catch that Cage will give him the space para maka-atras nga. And this should be an A hit.
And truth be told, the Jit Boys...
Bumalik?
Mamaya na yan. B-site na lang row. Kung saan nakapwesto ang Gen.G na mismo. So problema to ng Talon. Bulaga, nandyan na sila at Content. Pinatay nga silang dalawa. Si TS rin. Nanalo na dyan kay Jit Boys. At dahil lang doon, yung reheat papuntang B.
In-overcomplicate niya nila Dax. Kala nila mag-rotate kasi papunta A. Nagets ko naman. Pero minsan, the more simple answer is the better one. And kung tinuloy lang nila yung A, libreng-libre sana.
Diniretso na dapat din ba?
Oo.
Dapat doon na sila A-site. So wala na to. Unless, Cruz, baka naman.
Cruz.
1v3.
Tom Cruise.
Uy, Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. Ayun yung rope.
Oh my God. Funny ka. Naisip pa yun. Pero guys, may nagtatanong, kailan maglalaro ang TS? Anong sagot?
Ayan,
di ba?
Si TS.
Dito na siya. Naglalaro. Yung isang TS, bukas pa. So kita-kits na lang.
Oo nga. Nasa watch party din pala ako noon.
Oo nga, congratulations.
Oo nga, thank you. Iniwan mo ako eh.
Busy ako yung gagawin ko.
Sabi mo, tara tayo. Tapos biglang, ay, ako lang pala.
Di ako nagsabi ng tayo. Usapan tayo. Bigla na lang. Nagkaalaman na. Pero syempre, ito na. Talon Esports. Nahuli na naman sila ng Gen.G boss eh.
Talo
nga.
Talo yung esport nila this round.
Stop. Pilit.
I mean, yun nga, pag tinuloy na lang nila, especially knowing that Cruz was already there. Nasa aiming na siya, gumagapang na siya. Should have been that rotate, but bygones be bygones. Attacking side, mas favor dito sa Talon. Funnily enough, dito ng Gen.G, wala sila masyadong information gathering na initiator. Medyo light sa KO, pero hard hit talagang gusto nila eh.
Oo, diba? Alam, ina-assume na lang na may laban kagad dyan. Nice pick daw galing sa Talon. May rifles silang napulot na rin along the way. At dahil lang dito, si Pat pa ang mag-plant at si Garnets makakapatay ng isa. Rolling Thunder daw ang ilalabas na dito. Showstopper sana para pumalag sa tower. Pero si Godtech pumwesto lang mismo daw sa may side. Nahuli na si Pat. Umikot, alam niya, may manggagaling sa likod niya. At yun pa rin, God is not dead kasi nandito sa ang KO natin. Null command, lumalaban pa rin. 3v2 na to. Talon at least nakapwesto to try makahanap ng angulo mismo dito sa may B-side. Pero yung ikot puntang arcade, tas may shorty pa, Jit Boys. Kung ako sa'yo, huwag ka nang makiat, boss.
Delikado. Naririnig pa nga dito yung ropes. Pareho sila, low HP. This is an eco round, but Cruz, big pick na low HP din si Godden. Isang right click na lang siya. Hindi pa tumama. And Gen.G barely scraped by, pero muntikan pa yon against the eco ng Talon.
Muntikan pa nga at Talon at least yun pwede nila gawin eh. Kung mas mabilis ang take nila at hindi sila makahanap ng contact, dapat i-diretso na nila, 'di ba? Yun na yun eh, yung sign. Kasi sabi mo, walang kasing kaano intel gatherers dito ang Gen.G. Assume lang ng assume na kung kahit meron kahit wala. At pwede yun exploitin ng Talon if ever.
At nakita naman natin yun sa gun round na inipanalo dito ng Talon. The fact that meron silang Jit Boys, meron silang Garnet S na talagang kayang mangdaga, kayang magtago. You play those rat plays, those committed corners na hindi makiklear ng Gen.G. That's what you can kind of utilize here since wala nga sila masyadong information gathering.
Diba? Kaya guys, masama mag-assume. Tingnan natin kung mapapunish na rin ng Talon yan mismo. Kasi ito na naman tayo. Dahil lang sa normal plays dito ng Gen.G, nandun na nga si Meteor sa may halls. Pero doon sa kabila, nako, yung binigay nila yung arcade at ito na, si TS pinaglaruan lang si Garnets dyan. -1 na kagad Talon.
And then isang kalakasan ng Omen pwede kang pumuesto dun sa mga parang updrafted angles. Playing those off angle para na makakuha ng bagong control and the opening pick here on Garnet S. Hindi pa na nagamit yung paint shells which is huge for their initiate.
Ayun na nga, coating intel hinahanap. Pero Rolling Thunder ang sagot. Ipit na dito si King sa sulok. Try niya mag-play ng safe. Pero si Cruz diretso na lang niya yan. At mapapatay pa nga si King as well as si Goddead dyan. So lahat ng naka-anchor sana sa side ng Gen.G. Nahuli na rin ng Talon. Meteor though, nakikipaglaban kay Cruz. Tapan muna ng paint shells pero yung paputok wala pa rin. Si Cruz na lang ang pupugot ng ulo niya. 4v1, TS na lang natitira. At mukhang huli pa siya. Alam na, lunchtime. Kitang-kita sa kantin. At yun talaga. Easy lang sa Talon yan.
Meal easy to eat, easy to reheat. 4-3, Talon, kumain.
Microwavable.
Oo. Conveni lang.
Tupperware. Diyos ko.
Galing 7-Eleven. Talon.
Talon na yun nga. Bumabawi naman rin. In-expect naman natin maging close yung game, di ba? From the side of Talon. Nung kalaban nila yung Paper Rex, parang kita nila, confident sila sa roster na to, sa lineup na to. And truth be told, we've seen so far dito sa VPL, Jit Boys naging more and more of the star of the show. Sobrang consistent sa mga frags, sobrang consistent sa impact sa mga rounds, and sobrang reliable niya as a Cypher player right now dito sa rotation ng Talon. Pero laban muna sa Dish, TS out muna dyan.
Buti pa siya nasaan no?
Sino ba hindi? Nagpaparinig ka ba?
Hindi naman,
magsusumbong pa ako?
Sa'yo.
Sa akin. Kala ko naman, nakita ko, uy, Talon?
Iniwan mo ko.
Uy, black and blue casting Talon?
Sabi mo.
Sino ang nasa Talon?
Walang bias dito. Kung hindi Team Secret.
Walang shoutouts pa dyan. Pero ito na nga, Garnets. Diretso na rin. Punta dito sa may pintuan. Si Echo nandun lang nakatambay. Half-buy lang to at wala na rin to para kay Echo at kay Goddead. Huling-huli na on the Echo. Talon should be able to clean this up nicely, no?
Hirap ng retake dito. They have a Marshall up close. Bantay pa naman ni Jet Boys. Meteor, don't use that showstopper. Nasa site siya. Maybe get a pick off dito. Na-damage pa nga niya si Garnet S, but there's no way he comes out of this alive. Talon tie up the game with a flawless anti-eco.
Yeah, just Talon doing Talon things again. Dahil nakapwesto sila sa site, okay na sila. At nalaman na ng Gen.G, uy, bawal tayo mag-assume, Ingat tayo sa mga pwesto natin. Mapapatime out pa nga sila.
Pat dito on this breach. Nung nakita natin medyo nag-experiment sila, Dax, doon pa sila nahirapan actually early in the season, di ba? First 3 games na, first 3 series, medyo madaming experimental moments in terms of compositions and who plays what. And then when they finally did win their first and only series so far, that was when they actually kind of defaulted back to yung mga roles na talagang alam natin classically nilalaro ng kada miyembro dito ng Talon. And so, for them to go with this once more, it still begs the question, anong direction talaga dapat ang sundan ng Talon?
Di ba kumabit na sila sa stability mismo, di ba? But at the same time, tama ba yung stability na yan? Ito ba yung tamang sagot sa Talon? Di pa nga nila mismong na-answer yan. Kasi sino bang panalo nila? DFM, di ba?
DFM.
Saan ba ang DFM ngayon?
To be fair, medyo mas maganda yung performance versus PRX compared to their first 3 games still. Pero masasabi mo din, syempre, PRX, mahirap talagang talunin yan. At the end of the day, though, it still wasn't a win.
Kailangan talaga ng dub, ng big dub dito ng Talon para confident sila moving forward. And by this point, parang sa...
para ma-qualify.
Diba? Sa standings nga naisip ko, pag talo sila dito, aabot pa ba sila? May chance pa ba?
Pwede pa silang umabot if panalo sila. Kasi isa lang panalo na. If they win all next 3, including to, that will put them 4 wins. 3 wins pa lang ang Team Secret, which is last place currently sa playoffs. If hindi manalo ang TS at all, dun lang pwede talagang mag-overqualify ang
So
Talon.
sinasabi mo, let's go Gen.G. Tama.
Basically.
Oo, sabi mo, wag na kayo manalo Talon para mas sure ang TS. At ito naman, di ba, naging delikado ang RRQ at Global Esports. Pero delikado rin
Nako!
pag nakipaglaban ka kay Garnets. 3K na kagad. Anong dish dyan? Ito na, bigla na lang reception ng Talon straight up to that A site. Neurotef pa nga, nakuha na ang intel kung saan nakatambay ang huling members dito ng Gen.G. At dahil lang doon, UAV online, I'm out.
Kailangan bang gamitin talaga yung ult sa ganun? 5v2? Para lang sure?
Huwag ka hater. Ilang ult orbs kailangan mo sa Cypher?
Ilang round na lang natitira?
6 lang. Stingy.
4 na round na lang.
Grabe ka.
Oo, syempre.
Stingy.
Pre, ang
Bakuna.
ekonomiya ngayon.
Mahirap
medyo
ka.
mahirap na.
Mahirap ka,
Kailangan
boss.
magtipid.
Ay, nako.
Tayo nga, petsa na eh.
Kaya pala ganun yung susi mo sa pentuan eh.
Bakit?
Tipid. Tipid yung material.
Ngayon, hindi na ako nagtipid.
Oo, tama
Sinira
lang
mo
yan.
eh.
Hindi ko kasalanan yan.
Well, si TS dito, alam mo, kung gusto niyang gamitin yung ulti niya para makabounce, pwede din naman.
Hindi. Yung mga nag-bounce sa harapan niya, papatay niya.
Ayan, mga bouncy house.
O, diba? Out muna. Sa'yo mag-bouncy house. Gusto mo?
Nalala ko nag-bouncy house tayo dati.
Saan?
Hindi naman yung balak natin. Pero nag-picture tayo sa bouncy house. Madami tayong kasamang mga kaibigan.
Mga friends.
Mga friends.
Tara, bouncy house. Dapat ganun tayo mag-cast. Tumatalon-talon sa bouncy house.
Oh, sige. Ayun, no, dun sa labas may bouncy house.
Yung gusto ko, alam mo yung gusto kong cast?
Oh.
Nasa swimming pool.
Yun yung gusto ko.
Oo.
Tapos sa Twitch, imbis na nakalagay Valorant dun sa hot tub and swimming
hot
pool.
tubs and bats. Tapos, syempre, wireless yung headset. Pero yung monitor, nasa pool, lumulutang.
Oo.
So, marinig mo lang sa com sa atin, uy, pre, yung monitor, kailangan
Nasa floaty.
Balik mo, nag-float. Pero, eto, float na naman tayo. Balik sa game. Viper spit muna. Si Paz, Boss King.
I mean, may dog naman sila para dito. It's one of the best ways to deal with a Viper's Pit. You have a dog, tapos may breach din sila, fault line kung saan makakonect yung dog na yun, tapos sunurin lang nila where that Trailblazer goes, and that's, I think, exactly what they're gonna do here.
Ayan na si Fido.
Oh.
At yan nga, yung showstopper nga, paputok! Sumama si Fido dyan,
Nako.
at yun si Garnets, napatay pa nga si King. Nice clear, galing sa side ng Talon. At yun nga, diba, hindi gaano ganda ang baril ngayon ng Gen.G. Dalawang Marshall ang pag-asa. Boombot muna daw. Makakuha ng konting intel, but then again, Talon, slow ang steady ang nagiging pace nila. Cruise with the pick yet again. At konti-konti lang, pinupwersa to ng Talon.
Grabe, iba yung strategy nila sa chess.
Oh.
I sacrifice the king. Hindi yan, si King yung itinumba, si King yung pinalaban pa.
Parang L kagad yun ah.
Oo nga eh.
Parang walang stalemate. Checkmate na lang, pero check na lang. Ito si Echo, pero nakatimingan sa pwesto mali si Pat. Meteor though, lumalaban pa rin. May showstopper siya. Sige, pick, I dare you. Laban lang kung laban. Pero masyado siyang nanguna dyan. At dahil lang doon, nakapwesto na ang Talon para tapusin ang round na to.
Sayang yung showstopper. Sa round pa naman na talagang malabo sila manalo doon 2v3. But in the end, Talon, they take the round. Good recognition of paano i-dismantle doon yung Viper's Pit. Kaso at the same time, Gen.G, walang support. Where is the door presence? Asan yung tao na nandun dapat sa door para sumausaw at tulungan si King pag siya ipinush? Nandun nga yung fault line galing kay Echo but no follow-up after that.
Yeah, diba? Parang kulang pa rin yung sync doon ng Gen.G. And now, naka-pressure sila ng Talon tuloy-tuluyan. We saw this trend nung kalaban nila Global Esports. Minsan dito sa Gen.G, pag hindi gumagana ang plano nila, doon sila nawawala kung saan, anong gagawin nila mismo. And that's been some of the problem of Korean teams that aren't DRX. So anong gagawin nila after the plan?
I mean, Korean teams in general have some of the best initial plans, initial executes, but ito lang sinabi mo, Dax, pagdating sa scramble, pagdating sa recovery mid-round, doon nga nagkakaproblema, especially if hindi sila binigyan ng oras para makapag-set at para makapag-set at decide kung anong next step nila. So Talon, a team like SEA like that, doon sila pa nga magaling pag naging magugulo.
Oo, tama, diba? Kung may W Gaming, kung may gulo ng mundo, it's just really, the scramble is where SEA shines. And we see it yet again, galing sa side ng Talon. Slow play daw muna muli sa Talon. Respeto ang baril na hawak-hawak ngayon ng Gen.G. At si TS, one way pa. Dahil dun sa drop, bigla na lang makikita natin yung flash. Ito na rin ang Talon. Nakapasok na ang isa. Si Garnets, lumipat na rin. Cruz though, also putting on the pressure. Makakapwes ng Lisa sa baba. Pero si Meteor, natamaan sa likod. Masakit raw. Out muna siya. 4v4 to.
Damage done dito. Nasa kanya naman ang Sands, but tingnan mo yung lurk dito galing kay Foxes. Easy! Sly Fox galing sa flank.
What does the Fox say? Sabi niya, makakapatay akong isa. Eto na rin, si Pat makikipaglaban. Nahuli na ng bulk of Gen.G, pero kitang-kita ng Trailblazer na naman kung saan manggagaling ang depensa natin. Garnets though, staying on site. Swing muna, pero napatay pa rin ni Godhead. 2v2 na to. Off-site na lang. Si Foxy, si Cruz, line up muna dyan. May
Laki.
apoy bawal pwesto. At ito na naman si Captain Cruz.
Oh!
Pero Godhead, buhay na buhay sa
May
laban
oras.
na to. May oras ba? May oras naman.
May oras naman.
Dikit, pero kaya.
Dikit pero kaya. Yeah, more than enough time dito para sa Gen.G on the defuse. And they get it done. Muntikan pa nga doon, but really that pick off by TS. The fact na they can even do that in the first place, knowing na naka-double controller sila, they'll still have that smoke available. At nakita mo, sumausaw talaga siya to make sure he gets the one on the drop before siya umatras.
Kita ba yun? Nung sa camera ni Godhead ng de-defuse. Right hand free, left hand dun sa 4. Paano kung biglang may mag-fist bump sa kanya? Paano nag-de-defuse?
Sinuntok yung kamay, no?
Yung sa kaliwa niya, uy pre, good, nice one. Tapos
Tanggal
yung
tuloy.
fist bump siya.
I'm pretty sure that's happened in
Sa PH.
Sa PH.
Oo.
Tas talo yung round?
Oo, tapos natalo siya sa overtime.
Year
natin.
1?
Oo, sa open qualifiers to. Alam ko yung kwento na yan.
May kwento talaga. Kwento mo ngayon.
Hindi mo ba alam? Parang back in the day.
I recall, but I don't remember.
Yung team Kadiliman.
Sila ba?
Oo.
Shoutout pala.
Oo, ang ating mga tropa, yun yung heartbreaker eh. Padala na sila dapat sa Haven nun, I think.
Di ba on broadcast yun?
Hindi
ba?
Hindi broadcast yun. Kung nasa broadcast yun, masyado magiging big deal yun.
Aabot na kung saan-saan. Sa Reddit, sa lahat.
Basahin mo nga.
Ayoko na lang, pre.
Bakit?
Ang cute naman ang drawing ng Jet.
Siyempre. Baka naman, artist.
Artist. May talent.
Alam mo, pag
Sino
ako
ka ba?
nag-drawing, tinatype ko yung words pang AI.
Talaga?
Never ko pa na-try.
Marunong din ako mag-drawing. Dalawang bilog.
Tapos?
Isang operator. Na mahaba. Ayan, si Foxes. Ang operator na mahaba.
Yung juggling po. Grabe. Made the tricks, made the moves.
Daming talent.
Yun talaga.
Medyo forced by dito ang Gen.G, Bulldogs, Spectres. They got 3 rifles, pero ito na naman, early control ang gustong talagang kunin dito ng Gen.G in the defensive side.
Wala naman eh. Last round of the first half na. Might as well make bili. And doon na naman tayo. Talon trying slowly but surely to make their way towards B main. At yun rin yung funnel system na pinipilit ngayon ng Gen.G na nakapwesto na sila para sa push mismo ngayon ng Talon. Pero natuto na ang Talon. Konting slow pick muna dyan. Si Garnets nakaka-crawl na rin at dun dahil sa cut noise naunahan pa niya si Godhead. Gulat na lang, nandyan na pala sila.
Early entry dito ng Talon. Pinag-usapan nga natin, the scramble is where they do well. Pero ang Gen.G dito, mas parang sunny side up na egg. Oo. Delicate, pero mabilis yung mabiyak.
Ay nako. Hard-boiled taga mga jokes mo, boss. Pero eto na naman tayo. Rolling Thunder, linabas na ni Echo. Jitboy Stone nakapwesto na lang sa May Arcade na naman. At dahil lang doon, naunahan pa si Meteor. Yung Ibon na ipit. Pero ito na, second try. Makaka-flash na rin si Foxy. Time taking. Ito na naman ang ating incendiary. Yung apoy para makastall. May flash pa rin. Ilalabas na nga ni Pat ang pwesto niya. And Talon right now just playing so well on the post plant. Meron nga backstab galing kay Pat. Echo, wag mo na yung pitawad kasi wala ka na magagawa. At Talon pa ang naunguna dito at the end of the first half.
Okay, nakasecure pa nga ng advantageous half dito ang Talon. Nicely done doon sa opening entry nila. Tapos yung post-plant din. And that's what I talked about. You have a player like Jit Boys on that Sentinel na pwede nga mag-lurk, pwede nga sumausaw. Na-shutdown niya dito ang unang silip ng race dito ng Gen.G sa pagpasok sana ng tower. And they were able to hold on the tower because of that. So, nicely done. Wala nga lang smoke dun sa B main. And the lineups by Cruz, round after round, nagiging napaka-importante. But we're gonna go to the panel because I got something to say.
Maraming salamat, Dax and Black and Blue. And just like they said, I think, again, Jit Boys on that Cypher has just really, he's such a good anchor. Yung pagka-hold niya ng site is very important. And I think, that it also sets up that post plant for them. And again, you've seen, I think 4 of those rounds were just that hindi naman impenetrable, pero yung post-plant that Gen.G cannot deal with.
Yeah, napakalakas ng hold na ginawa ng Talon Esports. And we go over dun sa kanilang composition, the double initiator really paying off dito sa attacking side. So I'm really looking forward to see how that does well going over to the defense. One thing that I want to point out real quickly though, it's the Gen.G double controller. It's really good when it comes to re-hitting sites and re-rotating again and buying time. But wala silang sentinel. Hindi nila magagawa yung ginawa ni Jit Boys dito sa first half.
Yup, in contrast lang din sa dalawang teams na to. On the side of Talon, lahat sila activated in a sense na parang in the early round, si Jit Boys yung nag-entry fact for everything, first bloods and everything. Tapos in the middle round, it's already Garnes tsaka si Foxes nung nakita natin sa round 10 inside the Viper's Pit. Gumawa silang Trailblazer into like a grenade combination na patay talaga. So parang, you know, the utility uses from Talon super good. On the end naman ng Gen.G, it's more like si Goddead lang talaga yung parang anchor sa kanila. So kulang!
Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, like, it just shows na yung point ni Rico kanina na God that has really just shown that consistency all throughout. And again, we're also seeing that teamwork and coordination dito from the side of Talon because again, all of those paired utils, we saw again the Trailblazer and the Showstopper, and I believe we also saw that from the side of Gen.G. I believe it was I think Meteor and Foxy. Oh no, not Meteor and Foxy. But anyway, we'll have to be passing it back to our casters, Dax and Black and Blue.
Buti pa sila, na sure sila kung kanina sila papasa. Pag nagpapasa tayo sa panel, andun si Rebby, andun si Riku, at sino yung pangatlo? Di ko makamukhaan eh.
Si Bryce.
Si Bryce?
Si Bryce.
Spy Bryce?
Oh.
Bilang...
Ang linis eh.
Diba kasi na yung buhok, diba? Pero ito na naman tayo. Back into the game. Gen.G, nag-ingay. Tapos, yun na yun.
Si ano pala yun? Si Bruce. Bruce Almighty.
Uy. Tapos may God dead.
Oo
Kaya
nga.
pala, all part of the master plan. Pero ito na nga,
Patay.
ang master plan ng Talon. Pwesto sa dish, pwesto dito sa may site, isa pa nga mapapatay na lahat. 5v2 na to. At kahit mag-plan ka pa, yun na nga ang sound effects ni Black and Blue. Masakit para kay Echo, namatay na walang laban. Meteor though, mag-isa na flashan, napitas, namatay pa.
Kung MacArthur lang siya, sana makakabalik pa pagkatapos ma-flashan. But in this case, walang return. Gen.G taken down early here sa second half in Talon. Yung talagang control na nakuha na dun sa drop, ayun talaga yun eh. They get the 2 picks na libre lang, walang sagot ang Gen.G. Difficult to win a retake pag talagang outnumbered ka. And Talon just alam nila kung anong kailangan gawin nila in that case. Aftershock sa default, and then flash obviously para sa long. Ang hirap talagang pigilan yon when you lose your big pinch.
Hindi, napwestuhan na kasi talaga ng Talon, diba? And it's really different from how Gen.G does it. Na sige, may pagka-agresibo, pero hindi sobra-sobra. Nag-iintay sila, nag-aantay sila ng timing. Ito na naman tayo. Pat simula pa lang, -1 na kagad. These angles here for Talon, getting ready to just line them all up. Pareho angle lang yun, di siya gumalaw.
Oo nga.
Siya yung turret.
Kala nila pre-fire pa nila eh, gamit ng Sheriff, pero hindi pa nakatawid. Pat, isa na namang right click. Rather, 3-round burst, naka-ADS. Gen.G, difficult spot once more dito sa kanilang eco.
Saan nagagawin ng Gen.G ngayon?
Wala, mamatay.
Mamatay.
I mean, they have utility. They can combo maybe the fault line dito ng paint trails para ma-flush out to. Pero ang layo-layo ni Echo. Ace mo na lang.
Baka naman, Pat, gusto mo tulungan teammate mo.
Oo nga.
Baka naman, iniwan mo bigla. Yung tuloy.
Nakuha ni Foxes si Echo.
Si Ecoms. Best friend mo yan.
Wala na eh.
Favorite mo yan, si Echo.
Wala na silang smokes eh.
Oo nga eh.
Si Meteor na lang natitira eh.
Ngayon, wala na si Meteor ngayon.
Patay. Ni Pat.
Galing.
Grabe.
Gandang usapan yun ah.
Ano?
Ni sa atin.
Oo nga eh. Si Pat.
Si Pat, 9-5.
Palakpat. Magpalakpat tayo.
Ayoko na, please. Bumalik ka na ng English.
Ayaw mo ba yun?
Ba't ka man yan mag-joke sa Tagalog?
Ayaw mo ba yun? Pati dito magkasama tayo.
Hindi, parang ba't ka ganun mag-joke dito sa Pilipino? Palakpatan. Wow.
I mean, pag tingnan mo ang English class natin, di ba? Dry.
Hindi naman ng ganito. Ang corny masyado. Iba yung tama.
Pili ka, corny o cringe? Ako o Azurai?
None of the above. Dito na lang ako sa... Ako na lang to. just me
Solo
high.
cast ka na lang?
Hindi. Ikaw solo cast. Dito lang ako para mabayaran. Pero ito naman
Umangat pa siya
tayo.
doon? Hindi. Mali yung TP niya.
Hindi, nakapasok naman siya sa tower. Oh. Pero ito na. Nag-smoke muna dyan at malapitan ang laban ni Jit Boys. Yung tuloy, naikutan ni Meteor. Si Ekren makakapatis na rin ng Gen.G. Makakuha sa tower control para lang makapwesto mismo sa side. Rolling Thunder to. Paranoia tumama kay Garnets pero malapit naman siya. Sige, clear na clear. May tao pa dito sa harapan ko. Dahil lang doon, napigilan na ang plant mismo. Inipitan na sana ni Foxy. Percy King lumalaban. Ito na Talon. Diniretso na lang sa tower pero wala pa rin. Nice hold sa Gen.G.
Yun lang, hindi napatay ni Foxy doon galing sa flank. It should have been Fox's doon sa may harapan galing sa mismong entrance ng tower. And then from that arcade, iba sana, maybe with the Bulldog, hindi lang nagkatugma. Good rolling thunder lang para mga pressure. They denied the plant but ultimately talo pa din yung round. And it could be considered almost like a waste of the ultimate considering they only got 2 kills off of this bonus.
Diba? Tuloy-tuloy na lang. And feel ko para sa side ng Talon, medyo dahil nga hindi na nakuha yung pitas, diba? Naging desperado sila in terms of what they wanted to do. Nag-overheat sila. Kung pwede lang sana sila mag-play ng pseudo post plant and try to catch the rotate out. It was a little bit too ambitious galing sa Talon.
Oh, pero at least ngayon, dahil doon Dax, naging 6-9
Nice.
na ang score. Kaya
Very
napakaganda dito.
Tama lang yan.
Ang paborito ng mga ating kaibigan dyan. Saan man.
Kala ko yung favorite number ng mga ating tropa dito sa Filipino side, yung 210.
Isa na rin yun.
Ito yung second
Meron
favorite.
din yung 010.
010. Oo.
Isipin mo na lang.
Oo, na lang tayo. Ay.
Ay, daming 10.
Maraming 10.
10 na.
Okay na sana eh. Tapos you have to like, make it fall off a cliff after.
Mamaya nandyan si 10.
Si 10?
Zeta.
Si parang 10?
Hindi si Zeta.
Si
10.
10.
Si literal 10.
Si 10 without the Z. Oo. So,
10.
So yung, alam mo yung may letter Z na may birthday recently?
Sino?
Si Wits.
Wits,
Tapos alam ko parang ka-birthday pa niya si Tens.
Oo nga.
Oo yun, happy birthday sa kanila. Pero ito na, happy birthday sabi ni Cruz. Ayan na, ang welcoming party ng Talon. Double kill kagad. Mabilisan lang. At kitang-kita, ipit sa sand. Ito na naman tayo. Ginagawan talaga ng Talon ang lahat para mapipigil ang Gen.G at maipit sila. At dahil lang doon, nakakuha pa sila ng mga extra pitas from it.
3v2. Gen.G dito. They at least would have that smoke to be recovered in a bit pag bumalik. Paranoia. Kaso hindi pa rin matamaan. Wild spray coming dito sa TS. But at the end of it, Talon just more on pace, more on par with each other, and more at the ready para makipag-trade.
Kaya Talon na naman. Handa lang salubungin ang Gen.G more and more. And feel ko ito yung nagiging problema ngayon ng Gen.G eh. Natalo sila ng Global Esports recently. Natalo nga sila ng DRX. And slowly but surely, mas nagigets na ng mga teams paano kalabanan ng Gen.G. Ruin their plan and just, yun nga, cause that chaos. At dahil lang doon yung extra timing talaga nakikita natin dito sa Talon, nakuha nila sapat na para maka-extra kills.
I mean, I think pag pinag-isipan talaga natin, from all the 3 Korean teams na nagpa-participate dito, I think we're kind of projecting that Gen.G would be yung mas talaga magsa-struggle against the rest of the competition. But Jit Boys, okay, medyo delikado yung pwesto. Buti na lang nandyan si Pat para tulungan.
Tama ka naman, di ba? Compared to DRX, iba yung experience dito ng Gen.G. Pero sigba, in-orbital strike na, piniptas pa ni Jit Boys ang dalawa. Sobra-sobra ka na, Talon at King. Sige nga, Limbo Rock sana sa may Cypher Tripwire. Pero wala na lang ang Talon. Nakapwesto na kagad dito sa north side. Kasi nasa kanila na naman yung spike eh.
It's gonna be difficult para makuha to ulit. Viper wall pa naman dito para lang sa pagtawid dito sa B site mismo. They have the smoke to maybe cut off these sidelines pero wala nang reinitiating utility aside from the KO. King on the one, Fox is dito on the trade at sunod tumutumba ang Talon. 1v2 God dead na titira.
Kaya ba niya daw makapick up sana ng rifle na tagpa nga si Foxy! Out muna siya! Masyado ng delikado! Yung flank na lang sana ni Cruz at mabilis lang niya nakita at napitas pa ang kalaban niya.
Timing lang, kung alam lang niya na mag-isa si Foxes pwede pa sana maging round yun ng Gen.G. Time out nga para lang makapagkalma.
Kanina 5-7 to.
Oo nga eh.
Ngayon 6-11. Anyari?
Anyari
Speed
nga.
lang.
Talon.
Winning.
Oo, tumalon-talon lang. Siyempre, happy. Yung happy.
Ito may happy hour nila.
Oo. Anong oras ba sa Korea? 1 hour advance.
Anong oras na ba?
5.
5:44.
5 ngayon?
Kasi ngayon 4:44.
444.
Oo, diba?
Ano to, may sale?
Uy, Hello.
Hello.
Ito ang ating
Uy, kumaway sa'yo.
Diba?
Galaw ka
Ito ang
kasi.
EMEA rep natin.
Oo nga.
Diba? Anong jersey yan? Uy.
Actual sports. Hello ulit.
Hello ulit. Uy,
Yan, kumakaway din sila.
Kumakaway sila.
Grabe.
Narinig tayo.
Baka Filipino broadcast ang pinapanood nila doon.
Oh, shoutout sa kanila.
Oo nga.
Nakikipag-hello
Mga
sa atin,
kaibigan.
diba?
Crowd. Hello din sa'yo, Mr. White T-shirt. Wala ba?
Hindi, busy siya.
Busy. Hello!
Grabe talaga. May mga... Gusto ko na dun ka next time. Kala ko may baby siya. Mama, kidding. Kala ko may baby siya.
T-shirt ng pre!
Kala ko dala niya yung baby niya. It's like, ay, t-shirt pala yan. The drip.
Anak, gusto mo manood ng VCT Pacific?
Dito ka muna sa t-shirt ka. Pasok ka dito. Diba?
Ano yan? Parang pusa? Alam mo yung mga... suot na ganon?
Ginawang pusa yung baby. Alam ko ginagawang baby yung pusa. Pero parang medyo baliktad yun ah.
Oo nga, sabagay.
Ay, eto na, Gen.G, babawi ba kayo? After nakita natin yung fashion show nung crowd, eto na naman daw, dahil lang sa mga nakuha dito ng Talon na rounds, eto na ang pinakamabagal natin ever nakita ng Gen.G.
Mga napanalo ng Talon, Gen.G naman dito, they have to start getting these rounds. Spike iniwan muna nila para hindi maging awkward scenario na naman na mawala sa control. They take this early controller towards the arcade and the bridge. King, good pick off dito sa kaniyang lurk. Off on the underpass and Echo din susunod. That drops the only smokes dito ng Talon. This is looking like a Gen.G round through and through.
Si Garnets pa nga nabiktima pa dyan.
Oo nga.
Walang katakas-takas at all. And Gen.G now convincing in their start so far. Konting-konti nakahanap ng pitas. Ito na si Foxy daw lumalaban pa rin pero wala ka na. May paranoia, may Echo pa. Si Jit Boys na lang ang natitira dito sa side ng Talon. Meter daw nagpahulog. Alam na, narinig. Pero mahirap pa rin to. Nawala na ang smoke. 4v ang galawan. And we saw it here in this round, no, na nag-hold back lang ang Gen.G at sila pa ang nakapunish ng Talon accordingly.
Oh, Meteor. Timing, hindi.
Si God dead.
Makaigot si Jet Boys. God dead. Alam mo, kung napitas nito, pwede siya mag-ulti dito, Jet Boys, para lang sa information. Pag-atras niya, though, will you expect the rest of the team to come? But no, hindi na kailangan dahil si God dead.
Yeah,
pumatay.
Ayun nga, diba? Wala talaga. Ngayon ka pa hihingi ng neural theft.
Oh,
Kanina, may problema ka doon sa neural theft nung nananalo sila. Pero 1v3, gano'n, 1v4.
Ano bang sinasabi niya? Where are you, di ba? Or, no, parang, I know where you are. Parang gano'n, parang yung sabi niya.
Nakalimutan mo na yung voice line.
Nakalimutan ko yung voice line eh.
Where is everyone hiding?
Where is everyone hiding? Sorry, kasi kadalasan sa akin, pag ginagamit ko yung ulti, ace na naririnig ko agad eh.
Galing talaga. What a flex. What a flex ka.
Well, at least Gen.G, na-force na dito ang eco state ng Talon. You can see here, Talon, on these eco rounds, talagang they try to get that B main control, but TS shuts down the lurk of Pat sa underpass.
Yeah, sana makahanap silang pitas. Meron silang baril na pwede gamitin. Pero mas okay to sa side ng Gen.G. Doon sila sa, nakikita natin, mas slower play ng Talon na side dahil nandun yung Cypher ni Jit Boys. Camera though. Does get the intel. Kitang-kita na napansin dito na King, nasira rin. And yet again, it's just Gen.G right now. Nakabagalan yung pace muna ng laro. Nag-iintay ng chance mismo kasi gusto nila mag-cut noise dahil doon sa unang intel na kuha ng Talon.
Chance? Yung hip-hop? Abangan talaga nila. Sana magpakita.
Baka Filipino time sila, boss.
Oo nga.
Baka late 1 hour. Sino kayong ganun?
Uy! 1-1.
Anong 1-1?
Hindi.
2-0.
Hindi, I mean, 1-1. Tigisa silang pitas.
Mapatay lahat.
Oo nga.
5v2 na to.
5 ultimates dito para sa Gen.G. They take the site.
Tapos gagamitin nila.
Wala.
Sige nga. Sabihan mo sila, Gen.G gamitin
Alam mo,
nyo.
knowing that they have had rounds where they use these ultimates sa parang basta-basta na lang na parang hindi naman kailangan, I wouldn't be surprised if they used one just for the hell of it.
Nabusin kang Tagalog dun, ha?
Oo nga eh.
It's like, ano ba ang ano?
Madaming lumabas sa isip ko pero none I can say in
I noticed
broadcast.
from you na ikaw ay isang literal translator. Pansin mo, parang may gusto ko sabihin ng English.
Ako si Google Translate.
Ito Tagalog mo, yun mismo.
Natuto ako mag-Tagalog sa Google Translate.
Nung panahon ka sa uni, sa college, meron ka sabing Filipino for foreigners. Muntik na ako malagay dun. Muntik na, close. close. Pero walang muntik dito sa round na to. Sure na
Habol.
sa side ng Gen.G at Foxy. Ayun na, papakamatay na lang. Sadla,
Habol.
8-11. Bumabawi dito ang Gen.G, ha?
Oo nga eh. Di pinagbibigyan. I mean, it's yung favorite attacking side dito sa Fracture mismo. Ultimates, this is a round where you want to pull it out. Paano sila mag-initiate with that showstopper? Meteor so far has not been successful. I don't even remember a single showstopper kill dito galing sa kanya mismo, even on the defensive side kanina. So, we need to see that change dito para sa Gen.G para talagang maswing ang momentum. Ito ang momentum swinging round mismo.
Yeah, most of the kills na nakuha dito ni Meteor galing sa first half, hindi sa second. And Gen.G has been struggling in terms of that entry. Nakakalusot lang sila sa mga openings na nahanap nila mismo against Talon Esports. Pero kita nga natin, ito gumagana para sa Gen.G. Chillings muna sa simula.
Bing.
Chilling.
Chillax lang muna. Siyempre, Gen.G. Cut the noise. Tingnan natin, saan ang counteraction dito ng Talon? The operator though from Garnet, perfect! That catches TS out. Ngayon, theft rather. Null command. At Meteor, mahuhuli pa nga dito si Garnet S.
Humingi ka tuloy ng explosive kill na bigay sa'yo ni Meteor dyan. At yun nga, nag-operate na sana ng Talon kasi alam nila slow play galing sa side ng Gen.G. Pero ito na rin nakatagos at naging 3v4 pa ang ating postmat ngayon. Viper Spit though, kaling kay King, 19 HP. Delikado ang lagay niya dahil yung Trailblazer naghahanap. Makagat lang siya, patay na siya, na-stun na lang ang kapwa niya. And Talon now trying to cross through the sea of green. Delikado lang todo kasi kita natin sa side ng Gen.G. At dyan para si Meteor. Rolling Thunder na lang ang ilalabas. Nakakuha na ng intel si Jit Boys dyan. At sasagutin yung Rolling Thunder ng isa pa. Echo palipad-lipad. Pero dito lang matamaan ni Cruz. Dahil lang doon Pat already on the defuse. Kalahati niya. Stick mo na yan, boss. Andyan ang kapa mo si Cruz. Tagabantay sa'yo. At match point na ang Talon ngayon.
What a retake dito galing sa Talon. They get the opening pick off of the operator. Dahil doon, nawalan tuloy sila ng TS. Nawalan tuloy ng paranoia pressure. At that added smoke na kinailangan sana nila para isarado ang cafeteria dito. Nakita mo naman natin na dahil nga dun sa null command, hindi tuloy nila ma-up yung wall ng smoke na yon at naging bukas tuloy yung cafeteria, yung canteen at dahil dun, nakapitas pa nga ang Talon sa pag-retake.
Parang may meal card sila. Alam mo yun? Oo, nung bata, di ba? Parang kesa money, merong papel na ginagamit, pero nakasulat na papel ng Gen.G. Ilapas na ang operator.
Galing presinto ka pa, friend.
Hindi, promise, nung grade school ako.
Parang
may parang time in sleep. Tapos susulat sa yung order. Tapos at the end of the month, yung meals mo, itatali, tapos papabayarin inyong mama at tatay.
Oo nga, sa tuition mo na lang din ita-charge.
Pawiin mo na lang, boss. Pero ito na, bawi si Garnets. Kay Meteor, masakit man, nakapitas pa rin. At andyan naman si Doc, si Medic, Foxy. Bigyan mo naman ng band-aid yan.
Pa-heal, pa-revive, sabi niya. Galing dito kay Foxes. Only on the Spectre, by the way. Information dito, nag-gather kung nasaan ngayon nag-a-anchor down si Jit Boys.
Tinatrash talk lang si Jit Boys, so lumapit lang sabihin, uy, andito na kami.
Ano ka, takot?
Ano ba? Takot ka ba? Kung matapang, babarilin mo ako. Ay, kung matapang, papabayaan mo ako mag-teleport. Diba?
Wala eh.
Ganun yun. Pero Gen.G, nakapasok na rin, pero huli, kulong, at goodbye na lang sa'yo. Talon here, getting the takedowns. 3v2 na kagad dyan, pero si TS, syempre, gusto natin makita ng TS win. Lalaban pa rin siya. 1v2, kaya ba to ni Boss TS? Ito na ba ang tunay na panalo? Hindi! Si Jit Boys ang magwawagi dyan. And Talon will take it 30-8 sa unang mapa natin. At huwag natin kalimutan, map pick pa to ng Gen.G, di ba?
Oo nga. Susunod pa naman natin na mapa isa na nakita naman natin dati ang Talon can really put up a really great fight here. So, what a performance ito sa ating mga katropa. Ka-region, ka-SEA. And at the end of the day, kahit hindi nanalo ang CTS dito mismo, pwede pa naman nanalo ang TS bukas.
Pero sa totoo lang kasi pag manalo Talon dito, pag manalo Talon dito, mas delikado ang TS. Sa totoo lang,
pag nanalo si TS doon, panalo ang TS.
Oo, diba? Actually, kailangan ng Gen.G manalo para sa side ng TS eh. Pero bias sa side tayo dyan, guys. Kita natin sa side ng Talon, diba? Naghahanap sila ng pagkabawi, naghahanap sila ng katamang timpla at tamang rotation. And so far, so good from what we've seen. We've always talked about na gano'ng kalakas yung potential ng leadership nila Foxy at ni Cruz. But yet again, Jit Boys laking bagay ang mga ginagawa niya. Time and time again, palagi nakapwesto. So especially in that last round, gano'ng ka-effective yung Cypher napipigil ka lang dahil sa camera, dahil sa mga tripwires, at dahil sa extra bit of timings na nakita natin from Talon, yun yung sapat na segundo para makapitas pa ng iba.
And they have looked like the Talon that we've kind of, gotten used to in the past years. Yung tatakpan nila, Surge, X10, all those other orgs na pinanggalingan nila. This is a brand of esports, of VALORANT na alam talaga natin na pwedeng ilabas ng team na to mismo. And Jit Boys, you talked about him on that Cypher. At siya isa isang player na talagang pinapoint out ko lagi dito sa ating Pacific League na he's been one of the best on that Cypher, both statistically at kung paano siya maglaro. At nakita mo naman, Riot yun
Oo nga, sinuntok ko. Nagalit Nagalit kasi natalo yung Gen.G. Bam!
Bam!
Bam! Tumagos.
Sinira.
Oo.
Uy, na-nosebleed.
Yung isa kanina si Goddead, may tissue rin.
Tagalog kasi ng Tagalog
Oo nga, rinig rin. Kasi nakakausap natin, di nila maintindihan.
Oo nga,
Hanggang
yun
hello
tuloy.
lang. Hi,
But,
hello.
yung hello at least.
Si Goddead rin nga, di ba, nadamay?
Ano bang hello sa Anyong?
May muntik na ako sabihin, iba. Pero sasabihin ka na lang, guys. Hindi kami marunong na ibang lingwahe. Kundi sabihin tayo ay mag-break na dito. Kita-kits na lang muli pagbalik ng VPL.
Is the Pacific region the best region?
Of course, it is the best region.
Okay.
I'm not lying. This guy is lying. Hey guys, I'm here with the losing team. I forgot who they are. They're gonna introduce themselves.
Hi guys, I'm Dabai from Paper Rex.
Who are you again?
I'm Dubstep from Team Secret.
And I'm Indy from Team Secret.
And
That's the
who is
one.
this guy?
Benkai from Paper Rex.
I think the last time they won was like 2021.
I think before Jing was in your team.
Yeah, before Jing.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was like before Berlin.
Hopefully it's not on the playoffs.
Hopefully. I don't want to say anything about the playoff because I don't want to jinx our team.
Oh
so.
yeah, that's true. We're not yet confirmed.
But I guess you guys are good to go.
You guys are good too.
Good to go home.
Good to go home with us. There was something about when...
At least on split, let me guess.
I think the whole
Jing
world,
always
the whole world
satchel
knows that
ram.
Jing was
Yeah, I think the whole world know.
We kind of expect Jing to satchel like 7 out of 10 times. It's like, oh, wait for satchel, wait for satchel. Oh, no one satchel. Okay, rotate. I'm gonna go with the easiest answer for now. I'm gonna go with something because I think there's something to be seen yet, but we haven't seen it yet. Since he's the newest member, I think he's still adjusting to how the team works or how the team plays or whatever.
It's hard to say like the other players because you guys kind of like proved your worth also like in past tournaments also. So I think it's like just right to say like that something. Is, like,
Yeah.
He's defending my answer.
But for us, it's a bit hard because like they kind of cheated, because we have a new player and stuff. They can just attack the new player, right? Lenny, yeah, we can attack any.
He's not even playing.
I know Singaporean.
Oh yeah, he's using the Singaporean card. Okay, I get it.
Lenny.
Wait, this not rapid fire anymore. Something.
Has to be Alex, right?
Goodbye.
You're looking at it.
You're looking at it.
You're looking at it.
You're not looking at it.
You're looking at it.
We're just looking at it.
I think Benkai and his walkouts.
I think both of us are not safe. We may not even make it to the playoffs. I hope both of us do though. Me and Davi don't have much time left.
Wait, how old is Indy?
18.
Bro, you got way more time. Three of us.
You're not.
Yeah.
But me, I'm also.
Yeah, 25. 25 is still okay.
Yeah.
25 is still okay.
You still have 7 years, bro. For me, I just want to say like 3 words. See you in Tokyo. Oh, that's 4 words.
That's all.
No, it's Jigs.
I mean, I
So it's
agree.
okay. He meant it as like a tourist, you know. Even if we don't make it, we'll still go there.
Just to watch. Vacation.
Not as players. Hello. It's been nice talking to the Team Secret guys. It's been me, Penkai, and Davai. We've had a lot of fun.
We had fun making this video with the losing team. Where are you guys again?
Paper Rex.
Paper Rex.
Yeah.
Paper Rex. Paper Rex. So yeah, thank you guys for supporting us. You guys really motivate us to do better, and hope you guys enjoyed. Have you ever baited anybody?
Yes.
Have you ever said he's one shot but actually wasn't?
Oh, a lot of times.
Oh, it's true.
Welcome back to the panel, and we have just concluded game 1 ng series natin, which is Talon Esports versus Gen.G. And ayun, it ended in a victory for Talon Esports. Ayun, 13-8, I believe. And again, kudos to Talon Esports kasi again, we had a little bit of doubt here. But again, Talon Esports for the win. But looking here at our match stats just now, Cruz and Meteor as our MVPs. I know that I want to throw the shout out there because I think Jit Boys Garnet absolutely did great, and especially GodDead. We saw him clutch out so many rounds for Gen.G.
Yeah, I know. I mean, even though Gen.G, lost this first map, si GodDead, napaka-consistent niya. He's ever so reliable, especially dun sa mga clutch situations. Pero, wag natin kakalimutan din yung sinabi ni Reby about Jit Boys and Garnet. The fact dun sa, especially the first half, napaka-high impact. Sinulit ni Garnet yung double initiator setup ng kanilang composition, especially sa attack. And that's the reason why napakalaki yung score line nila when we switched over sa second half.
Yep, exactly. And tapos naman on the side of Talon again, Cruz being the MVP. Not super surprising because in the following weeks, he is that super card din ng Talon na parang, we expect Patifan or like Garnets or like Sushi Boys, any of the boys. Cruz though, para siyang unsung hero na lumalabas siya bilang MVP, but hindi lahat nakakita kung ano yung value ng ginagawa niya. Like aside from top fragging na, which is ginagawa niya last week, although talo sila, pero like, I mean, that still worked out for them. Pero it still worked out for Talon. And so far, match MVP Cruz. Siya talaga yung the screw that tightened everything.
Exactly.
Wow.
I mean,
Pinilit ko pa talaga.
Screws. Pero I think,
Yun yung reply namin sa joke mo. Charot.
Alis na ako.
Well, I mean, to go off of your point, Bruce, I think tama ka dyan because, you know, we did see... Tama
naman.
Kasi we did see na Cruz was actually an essential part din ng post-plant ng Talon Esports. And again, you know, not just that, the IGL din kasi we did see yung teamwork talaga, coordination, especially with the use of utils dito coming sa side ng Talon Esports. And, you know, we have to again thank our IGL because, you know, that guidance and the leader behind all of that coordination, you can't forget that.
Yeah, a lot of the calls, syempre, will definitely fall. The responsibility will fall into his hands. Hindi lang yun, nakikita din natin siya yung sabi nga ni Dax, yung, ayan na, binubuksan niya yung TikTok niya, nagla-line up na siya, yung mga ganun. Nagla-line up niya siya for the mollies, and as well as, again, providing control, especially over, kasi versus yung kalaban nila, double controller, sila isa lang. So, a lot of pressure for him to stay alive to make sure that the smokes will still exist surrounding.
Sinadya niya yun, ganun, para siya yung MVP.
True.
Which is very surprising for Talon na kasi Fracture, most played successful map to ng Gen.G so far in the tournament is parang Talon never found success over at Fracture. So parang, you know, them winning here is kind of an upset in a sense na parang, wow, Talon! And, you know, ito yung lineup na ginamit na nila because if you remember yung mga Fracture games nila, they always run with the Neon.
Yeah.
Na yun yung parang naging initiator nila pero it didn't work out as much. Pero ngayon, with this kind of composition, it works out well for them.
Yun nga, tandaan nyo, yung debut series nila against Team Secret sa tournament na to, yung score nila 3-13 against Team Secret. Ang laki ng jump nila pagdating sa improvement sa mapang ito.
Exactly, and I think, you know, dito since nandito na tayo sa map matchup, I think it's an interesting point din yung sinabi ni Bruce na this was Gen.G's pick, and this is supposedly where they do good, and Lotus, again, is another map that Gen.G does good, pero Talon Esports does seem to find parang yung strengths nila on the map picks of their opponents. I think we can attribute it talaga na parang may extra preparation, again, from the first few weeks of the Pacific League, ang lala talaga ng scoreline difference, again, that 3-13, I think. And now we can see that they're definitely putting up a fight. And again, now definitely putting down Gen.G dito because I think, you know, I'd say an 8-13 differential is still pretty big, especially coming in sa second half. I think this is also, I think, another topic to open up na Gen.G's comp here didn't really serve them well dito sa second half because, again, they didn't have enough information. That KO pick was not enough. And again, they couldn't utilize that double controller as well. And without that Sentinel, I think there were 4 times na natalo sila just because of a flank.
Yeah, and I love how you brought that out, Rebby, because when we looked at the recent victory, at least map-wise, ni Talon Esports against PRX, it was Pearl. Yun din yung ginawa nila against PRX. There were a lot of really risky flanks where you leave one pressure off of the map to hopefully it pays off yung malayong rotation to leave one of your fellow team members alone and see if you can really arrange that long flank. And ginawa nila ulit yun pagdating against the Gen.G, and it feels like it's paying off again. I mean, when we look at the next map, which is Lotus, feeling ko, because Lotus has so many entryways, so many access ways, feeling ko talaga dun si Gen.G, they really need to brace themselves against these really long flanks.
Yep. And then, you know, just to add in, this time Echo will be going out, sub in na dito si Sylvan, and I think Gen.G, although natalo sila with this composition wherein they had the Fade and then the Killjoy, I think they're still going to go with the same composition against Talon this time. So tingnan natin kung hindi ba siya magiging replicate ng last week wherein, you know, Global Esports yung kalaban nila dito with the same composition. They lost, but again, nanalo sila dito against DFM and RRQ, which is sabihin natin nasa, you know, lower the leaderboards, pero, you know, like one of them, which is Global Esports, na kasama doon sa echelon na yun, you know, they lost to this. So we'll see, hopefully in the series, if they're gonna be mirroring that out. And first time debut ng Talon over at this map. So excited to see kung ano ba yung composition nila.
Exactly. And I think, you know, katulad ng sinabi ni Rico just now, again, you know, because Lotus has many like entryways, daming passages that you have to look out for. We also saw Talon utilize so many pincer plays just now, and I think this is actually the perfect map for them, and especially Gen.G definitely has to do something about this. I think comp-wise, kasi hindi talaga enough. Like, you saw there were many situations now. They were prepared for the flank. They did wait for the flank. Pero it's also that util that could have provided you, you know, that ability to move around. Kasi we also saw that because of that lack of util, Gen.G was given even less space to play around with, and I think Talon Esports just took advantage of that.
Yeah, it's very difficult, diba, versus your own body as a human world versus having another proxy with you. Either you have a bird, you have a dog with you, you have a drone. It's very, or even like a turret, even or a camera.
A tripwire.
Yeah, a tripwire or something. It's very, very a different scenario if you really have to sacrifice yourself for vision and for information.
Yep, and I think makikita maybe Jet Boys going again with that Cypher pick,
True.
which has always been working out for them. Last week nga, nung hindi nila ginawa yung Cypher play with Jet Boys, I was complaining here, they did it, pero natalo naman sila. Pero like, in some way, mas medyo close naman yung fight nila again. That was against PRX. So, Jet Boys, maybe.
Jet Boys talaga,
Si Jet
no?
Boys talaga eh. Kasi like, siya yung parang momentum carrier for Talon in the, earlier rounds. So parang if he gets the kills, nakuha niya yung mga flanks. Like if you said pincer moves, it's always Jet Boys na umiikot talaga sa mapa. So, very attributable, if word yun.
Attributable.
Word ba yun?
I think so.
Attributable.
Pwede mong i-attribute. So I think, verb din yun. Pero
Anong Tagalog dun?
wala, Bruce.
Kakayahan. Ay, joke. Abilities pala yun.
Pwedeng ma-attribute.
Okay.
Lagyan ng ma. Pa.
E. Yeah. The
Pero
suffix.
I think, before we go into our next series, I want to put, I think, two interesting players here. Isa si Jit Boys, pero I think the counterpart of that is Goddead. Because we've seen these two players, parang ang dami nilang hero plays. They had those many rounds na they just barely got by because of, we don't want to say luck, pero the ability of the player here. And I think, going into what we saw just now, Talon Esports didn't rely on that so much more. And I think Goddead, I don't know if it's not he's losing the ability to make those hero plays, pero it looks like Talon Esports is kind of not giving Gen.G that luck factor anymore. Like, you have to step it up if you want to beat us.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned that because it feels like yung kakayahan ni Talon pagdating sa mga panalo nila sa rounds, it feels very spread out among the other players. Meanwhile, a lot of the rounds pagdating sa Gen.G, parang most of it came from Goddead trying his best to clutch these rounds.
Kanina nga napag-usapan natin sa halftime na parang everyone in Talon is working in full unit.
True.
Pero on the side of Gen.G, masyado sila nakasalalay kay Goddead. So maybe it's a difference pagpapasok na si Sylvan kasi if you are going to look at the performance of Sylvan last week, hindi naman siya masasabi natin like the toppest fragger, toppest fraggerist for the side of for the side of Gen.G. Pero it still works out in a way na parang the synergy that Sylvan brings out. Of course, he's going to be playing Fade, so parang good replacement to be an initiator. So parang gusto ko lang makita ano yung resulta. Lesser words. gusto ko lang matapos at makita na kung ano nangyayari.
Nakaka-nervous, no? Kasi gaya ng sinabi ng mga casters, nakasalalay din yung destiny ni Team Secret sa series na ito. Kasi syempre, bottom of the top 6 standing si Team Secret, kayang-kaya pa humabol itong si Talon.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I think looking here at our agent select, we do see...
Agent swap.
Sentinels.
What is Sylvan on?
Sylvan is playing Killjoy, different from what he did last week.
Ooh.
So parang si TS ngayon yung nagpa-fade sa kanila.
That's interesting. Well, we do have TS on that fade, so things are definitely looking pretty good for the side of Gen.G here. But I guess we'll have to see what our casters have to say. So Dax and Black and Blue, back to you.
May sasabihin pala tayo.
Oo nga eh.
Oo nga eh. Ano sasabihin?
Hi.
Hello.
It's me.
I'm the problem.
We're the
It's me.
shoutcasters. It's us.
Ang galing mo mag-intro. Kakaiba ka talaga! Grabe ka talaga, Black and Blue.
Thank
Pero
you,
ito
thank you.
talaga tayo. Papunta na tayo sa second map natin ng Lotus Soul. Let us play on a map na hindi pa nalalaro actually. Yung Talon Esports, kahit sinabi mo na magaling
Officially.
sila. Officially.
Totoo yun.
So ano yun? Ay alam kang scream?
Unofficially.
So may kwento ka.
May laro sila.
Sino kausap mo sa Talon?
Balita ko,
Sino kausap mo sa Talon?
magaling sila.
Sino source mo nga sa Talon?
Wala.
Sino?
I will not let my sources be known. Siyempre, anonymous source.
Grabe ka talaga.
Bakit? Ang spy ba? Alam mo, di ba?
So, sinasabi mo spy ka ng Talon.
Hindi naman. Hindi naman sa ganun. Spy ng lahat.
Totoo. Actually, may inside source ka. Huwag na natin sabihin
Wala.
pangalan. Ngayon ko lang nakuha yung 1+1
Talaga.
plus Talon. Actually, ito
There is nothing involved.
Merong involvement dyan. Pero guys, yun nga, di ba? Hindi pa nalaro nga ang Talon, ang Lotus ever in the Pacific League competition. Muntik na malabas against T1, pero di sa umabot ang map number 3. Instead, what we see, ang Gen.G ang gusto bumawi. Sila na may experience na 2-1 standing, pero talo sila last time against Global Esports at kailangan nila manalo dito para lang bumawi at matuloy ang ating series. Matatapos na ba ng Talon ang series ito sa kanilang map pick o babawi ba ang Gen.G dito naman sa Lotus?
I mean, katulad ng sabi ni Reby kanina, Talon have had this thing where they've been more proficient sometimes in winning yung opposing map pick, yung map pick pa ng kalaban. And Who knows if that's going to be the case in this series. Gen.G, as you said, they lost versus Global, beat RRQ dito, tinalo nga nila din ang DFM dito. But they're sticking with the same comp, and that leaves them a bit more readable, a bit more susceptible dito para sa adjustment ng Talon.
Pero tingnan mo yun sa Talon na may pagka-familiar talaga ang setup. Ayun na nga, lalagay natin si Cruz on that Omen, si Foxy back to that signature Sova, at syempre Pat, handa pa rin to play that breach anyway. Pero simula pa lang, tapon na kagad ng utility to ang Gen.G. Gusto sana makakuha ng konting intel papunta doon sa may A-main. Pero palag kung palag si Cruz sa harap ni TS. Sige lang, laban with the paranoia. Jitboys to, tago sana sa sulok. Nakita na siya si Silvan. Didiretsuhin na siya ng Gen.G dyan. At si TS pa ang mga kapitas. 4v4 na to sa gulong to.
Kalayo pa yung right leg eh, no? Frenzy up close though. Cruz has to get the one here. Ayun na nga ang inauna. TS very low. Baka tumumba. Meteor harap-harapan. King on the trade immediately. And they've taken the C site.
Yun nga, diba, nakuha pa nga to ng Gen.G. Pero,
Plant?
si Flatipan, naka-flank. Pero TS, talaga, lahat binabantayan. Alam mo yung logo ng TS, mata. Kaya si TS, minamata na ng kalaban. Gen.G pa ang panalo ngayon.
Nice round dito galing sa Gen.G. Dun sa swarm nila mismo sa C-site. Mundi nga pang maging delikado na nasa back site nga dun si Cruz. But luckily dito para sa Gen.G, King getting that kill. Not gonna let Cruz get more than one really. Allow them to overflat nung unang initial contact nila sa B. Naparotate dito ang Talon to try and reinforce that B site. Pero ultimately sa C naman tumuloy ang Gen.G.
At yun nga, diba? Dahil lang nakuha kagad ng Gen.G yung intel na maaga, na-assess nila sino mang gagaling doon sa may A-side. Iniintay lang nila yung flank kasi hindi pa nila nakikita si Pat buong laro after that initial skirmish. And for now, Gen.G still on the attacking side. Punish lang na punish. Hulihin lang ang Talon kung masyado sila nag-extend. Botline muna dyan. King, tago dito sa pisulak sa may pillars. Diniretso sana may paranoia para tumulong rin. At ayun na nga, si King pa ang mga kapitas. Gen.G though hindi pa tapos dito Black and Blue. Nagsama-sama nila papunta ng B-side. At eto na, King nakatatlo. Sige na, diretso mo na para makakuha ng ace. Sige na, King.
Alam nila last two nandito sa may B-side. So, hirap ngayon ang Talon para makahanap ng isa pang pitas. Maybe Sylvan if he gives him up himself. But I don't think that's gonna come. Gen.G, so far, should be another clean round for them. Talon, initial idea doon kay Pat, muntikan pa sana gawa na hindi lang talaga niya nahabol ng todo.
Natakot siya dun sa paranoia rin eh. Nasa side niya. And we see it here for side of Gen.G. Mukhang mas komportable sila in these closer angles. Mas maaga ang action. And we've seen them anticipate that very early on dito sa mga rounds na to. Pero time-taking Jit Boys, 1v4. Kung may magawa ka pa dito, bibigyan ko si Black and Blue isang one-piece chicken.
O sige, Jit Boys, galingan mo na.
Libre
sige
ka na,
pala ang
boss.
katapat. Pero in this case, walang manok. Natutuka dito. Talon tutumba sa spike. Not to give up that ult orb away. Muntikin pa sa turret. Para dyan na lang para safe.
Actually, isipin mo no.
Oh.
Yun yung pang post plan talaga eh. Pag alam mo, pag anti-eco ka, iwan mo yung turret dun. Baka mamatay pa eh.
Oo nga. Totoo.
Yung 6-man talaga eh. Martir eh.
Sa last second. Ano bang gumagawa ng damage yung mag-isa? Wala na eh, no? Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Kailangan mo tapon yung other things eh.
Oo nga, molly ganun.
The little things.
Hindi gagana. The little things that matter in the end.
All the little things.
But tingnan natin yung mga big things dito. Para sa Talon, they got rifles abound. May Vandal nga, si Meteor. And knowing how Lotus can be, these bonus rounds, they can be a lot more possible para may panalo ng attacking side.
Kaya isang direction lang nga maglalapad kagad dito ang dalawang teams natin at si Talon na nga nanguna kagad. Cruz, Garnets, gusto kagad i-anticipate dito ang push ng Gen.G. And ayun nga, lalaban pa rin hanggang naresbakan ni TS sila. Hindi pa tapos si TS, tatlo na! Correct TS dyan! And tuloy-tuloy lang dito ang Gen.G nakapasok ng site.
Grabe, nanalo pa doon ang Gen.G. Talon. Nilalabanan talaga, harap-harapan, and they lose that fight against the massive numbers that Gen.G had over them. Timing pa nga dito for Foxes, at that equalizes things 2v2.
So long, Sylvan, huli ka na dyan, 2v2 na to. At si Jit Boys makakahuli rin kay TS dyan. At the very least, ang Talon dito sa rifle round nila. Nakuha na nila yung numbers advantage. Meteor 2 on the site. Nagkumit na nga ang Gen.G dyan. Tap muna, sana free fire ang plano doon ni Meteor. But from that off angle from Foxy, it's enough for Talon to get on the board.
Big scan dito. Galing kay Foxes, 2v3 at the end of the day. Nagawan pa ka ng paraan, buti na lang. At nahuli pa ni Foxes yon para maging tie game. And then the scan at the end, of course. But really TS doing a good job dito para ma-shutdown yung aggression early ng Talon sa kanilang attacking side.
Yun nga, diba? Talon gusto sana makipag-aggress, Gen.G same king. At muntik nang susimula pa lang malinis na for the side of Talon. Pero bigla lang nagkaka-moments dito ng Gen.G na they turn it up and they find those frags. TS do ng big damage dun sa side ng Talon. And now, makikipaglaban ng Gen.G rifles rin. Talon daw, uulitin na naman. A-site naman ang palag.
Aggression dito para kunin yung rubble. It's a big position para tanggalin dito sa attacking side. Pag nasa iyo dito ang A-Rubble, mas mahirap na mag-pivot papuntang B. Garnet S on the front, the triple for Garnet! But TS, sumagot na naman!
Dito na naman tayo, Garnets and TS show. Here we go, round number 2. Fight! And Foxy now, though on the anchor position. Dito sa may stair, huli na si Godhead dyan. At si TS na lang natitira ngayon. 1v3 palag talaga to ni TS na owl drone pa nga. At alam mo nga, tama nga yung pinagsasabi natin kanina. Kung matalo dito Gen.G, matatalo technically ang TS.
Oo nga.
Mas bad yun.
Habol kasi din ang talo. I mean, hindi naman necessarily matatalo ang TS. You still have that 1 game disparity. 3 wins for TS so far. That would make Talon have 2 wins here. And that doesn't make him too close just yet. Pero, syempre, mas lumalapit na ang, mas lumalaki rather, ang chances ng Talon kada panalo nila.
At syempre, favorite natin to si TS.
Si TS mismo.
Dati sa Gen.G, may ano si Secret eh.
Wala na eh.
Ba yun? Wala na eh. Pero ito, dito pa rin siya.
Sipin mo kung nandun pareho.
Si TS at si Secret.
Kulang nila may players ang pangalan team.
TS, Team Secret.
Diba? Galing.
Magandang roster yun. Pero makakaplant rin naman dito ang Gen.G. Konting pera lang naman at least para dito sa next round. Teleport muna si Boss TS. Baka naman.
Kala ko sabay ulti sana sa A-site tapos mag-plant habang nag-fake dito.
Punta?
A-site.
Tapos?
Hindi, I mean after mag-tap ng spike. Hindi na naman plant. But Jet Boys shut down immediately here dito. Gen.G. The tie game pa nga nila. And as I said, you take that A-Rubble away, statistically mas mataas ang chance talagang manalo ang defensive side.
Kinawawa si TS oh. Nakita mo yung finisher? Nahulog lang yung katawan.
Yung yung sa arcade.
Yung sa arcade. Grabe.
Pinugbog,
mag-isa na lang pinugbog pa.
Ni Street Fighter.
Walang kaawa-awa, pero eto yun, diba? Talon. We've seen, binigyan lang sila ng rifles, ready na sila mag-play ng aggressive. And in a map like Lotus, kailangan talaga handa ka kagad sa simula pa lang.
Masahan lang na madaming utility pa naman ang Talon para sa ganung klaseng plays early on. They have the breach, they have the raise. And a very different composition dito ang ipinili ng Gen.G para laruin dito sa Lotus. The same comp we've seen for a while, pero it doesn't give you that same kind of hard-hit pressure.
Ngayon na, nag-teleport na dito si TS sa likod kagad ng Talon. Rubble muna, or rather Mound ang kinukuha dito ng Talon on the defense. And Foxy, nahuli na rin si TS. Narinig kagad na may tao sa likod niya. Bawal dyan pumesto. Bahol. Pumasok lang dito.
Walang smoke dito sa may stairs and at you allow Jet Boys to play more passive angle as well. Meteor, nagsusubok na sumugod kaso na low HP lang din.
Oo nga, siya pa yung nasaktan dun sa dulon. Delikado na kagad ang lagay dito ng Gen.G. Makakaplant nga naman sila pero kita natin yung baril. Hindi gaano kaganda. Showstopper to. Garnets, lipad muna dyan. Alam mo na, soar high and here you go with Talon. Making it count. 3v1. Godhead, ikaw na lang natitira. Mukhang yung Guardian gusto sana makakuha ng taps but no Pat. We'll just tap him down instead. Talon now with the lead.
Humarap pa si King dun sa may Showstopper. Alam mo kung umatrasan siya towards where the spike was, he would have been safe because the Showstopper would have hit the wall in front of him. Pero at the end of the day, Talon, pwede pa na yun?
Oo nga eh. Inaapakan yung teammate. Bad yun.
Bad yun ah.
Step
on me.
Whoa!
Sabi niya.
Okay, guys, clip nyo na yan. Alam mo na kung saan send.
Grabe.
Narinig nyo na. Alam, clip dito. The black and blue.
Inilalabas ko lang naman ang iniisip dito nila. Ayun talagang tongkol nila. Pare.
Hype na hype po.
Oo nga eh.
Rinig na rinig.
Tinapakan daw kasi.
Ganun pala ah. Ganun pala. Curve stomp malala. Pero ito na naman tayo. Uy, sige Meteor. Lumausog ka pa. Talo ka lang kay Garnet. Ayan na nga. 3 na naman ang kuha dito ni Garnet. Pwestong-pwesto sa Rubble. And pwesto panalo ang Talon ngayon.
Ubos dito ang Gen.G on their eco round fighting for that Rubble. At napaka-hirap kalabanin talaga. Ang comp na to, when you have that reach, you have that raise, yung combo pa lang na yun, tapos may paranoia pa, ang hirap pigilan ng mga aggressive rubble takes like this or towards that mound. And Foxes, walang problema. Easy 1-2.
Ang overwhelming na ginagawa dito ng Talon. Umpisa pa lang, patay na agad 3.
Wala kang magagawa eh.
Patayin mo siya. Oo, diba? Yun yung sagot, diba?
Good luck.
Pero hindi pa rin gaano kahanda dito ang Talon. Nabulag na si Garnet doon, ha?
Grabe. Handa. Ibig sabihin, handa din ang Gen.G doon. They threw that flash para mabulag sana yung aggression doon, yung raise mismo na si Garnet. And yet, at the end, tinamaan pa din, napatay pa rin
Alam
Garnet.
niya kasi saan siya mag-landing. Andun dito ka sa terminal na to, dyan ka sa pwesto na yan, and especially parang naka-anti-flash pa si Meteor. Kasi nakatingin siya paharap, kasi alam nila, sa kanila yung flash mismo. Timeout kayo ng Gen.G, kasi inisip na nila yung plano, hindi pa rin gumana. So what's new? What's next?
Isip ng bagong plano dito. And Gen.G, I know, sige, gumana ang comp nila versus RRQ. Nung simula pa naman din, when we know RRQ are still finding their footing. At saka gumana din naman against that DFM squad. But those are arguably, especially nung time na kinalaban nila mismo, one of the weaker teams we had in the league. And I do not expect this composition to fly against a team like Talon who have been finding their footing in these past 2 weeks. And you have a composition here that really madami siyang lacking in terms of really that hit that on the contrast, meron ng Talon in spades.
Di ba parang may extra ranger na gamit dito ng Talon, may extra silang anticipation, and you don't see too much value dito sa side ng Gen.G kung hindi sila makalabas kagad ng mga corners na gusto nila lampasan. Usually, ito, yung fade. Pwede pang setup pag nakuha mo na yung mount control, pag na-setupan mo na yung malapit sa mga main angles. But before that, dun, inuunahan na ng Talon.
Tsaka yung Gen.G, ito sa mga team talaga nagre-rely doon sa KO crutch pick na tinatawag ko minsan na you don't know what to fill it in with. They put that KO in as Pat gets a kill here on the TS. Na-shutdown na naman ang lurk ng Gen.G.
Yeah, maraming pwede gawin yung Gen.G dito with the utility that they have. Pero kailangan nilang makalapit mismo dito sa mga sites, especially in Talon now. Ina-anticipate na to. Ang laki ng stack ng Talon sa C-site. May nanoswarms pa nga nakaharang. Yun si Kingdo. Tinapan niya yung sariling nanoswarm. Ito na si Garnet. Sumiretso na lang. Pero nandi yung kanyang check. Eventually though, Cruz and Jit Boys on the board. Nandyan na ang second wave natin ng Talon para lang makahanap pa ng mga pitas dyan.
Ang hirap talaga makapasok doon. I mean, they had the right idea. Nakita mo, binato ni King yung nanoswarm niya doon sa harap para masunog yung utility ng Talon's defense, pero hindi pa rin gumana. Pushing up here. Should be a kill for Foxes, but Sylvan, buti na lang tinulungan din.
Minati mo kasi ito na nga, nagka-nightfall ngayon ang side ng Gen.G. Pati mapapabak on away, and with the nightfall, nakagawa ng space dito ang Gen.G na pwede gamitin mismo. Ito yun na, si Sylvan daw, lalaban pa rin. Contact muna doon sa may city side. Pat, titikit na rin dito sa may staircase. So, at least Talon, meron silang off-angle if ever. Crossfire kung mag-overcommit dito ang Gen.G. Nakita na ni Cruz kung saan nakapwesto si Meteor.
So, hindi ata alam ni Meteor na may posibilidad na nanggagaling dito sa flank. Lockdown para na makakuha ng control, but that doesn't give him 3.
Yeah, delikado yun. Sa totoo lang, kasi yung sa lockdown, di ba? Pwede siya tumago ng 3. At naka-cover pa, but okay, sige. Nag-lockdown na. Nakuha naman yung round.
I mean,
so okay lang.
At least at the end of the day, kung sabihin natin, hindi pa rin napatay and the lockdown went off, alam nila, sigurado na he has to be in 3.
No.
That mas mababawasan yung chance na talaga mararat play doon.
So play safe.
Play safe.
Mahilig ka talaga.
Although it does give away kung nasan si Jit Boys in that case.
Diba? Protection. Bago.
Bago? Election?
Hindi, waction. That's a site. Ano ka ba? Ano pinagsasabi? Ano yung isip mo sinasabi ko, ha? Totoo naman Kailangan protected muna.
Tama.
With the lockdown, di ba?
Oo nga. Para may babantay lang din.
Oo, tama lang yan. Practice safe retakes.
Tama.
Ayun na nga, may flash pa nga. Bulag ang 3. Pero may paranoia na ibabalik. Si Garnet daw ina-anticipate kung may natapan man dyan sa langit mismo. Nalkamat, maririnig na natin. At si Pat pa nga makapitas ng isa. Meteor nahulog na. Si Cruz dyan sa harapan. Pero Gen.G handa na rin para makipag-firing spot. Tago lang Pat sa sulok. Pero hindi. Ginampik pa nga. At nalusob na lang dito ni King. Gen.G now. Dire-diretso na lang dito sa may side. Pero yan na nga si Foxy. Nakatungtong para makadalawa pa.
1v2. Jit Boys left alone here. coming in. Pwede niyang buksan yung pintuan na to, pero malalaman nila kung nasaan siya kung ginawa niya yon. Ang ganda ng hunt ni Sylvan up on the rooftop. Nakuha pa nga lahat ng mga pwesto doon ng mga miyembro ng Talon. But now they've given away kung nasan si Jit Boys.
Kaya nga, Jit Boys, ito na sabi niya, guys, nandito ako. Sino ba ang makikipaglaban sa akin? Kung matapang, pick mo ko ngayon na, Jit Boys. Napasok na rin. Pero ang ganda ng angle dito ni TS, especially crossfire sana, pero hindi naka-cover dito si Godhead. Pero yun, huli ka na, big boy. TS with a takedown and Gen.G with a round.
Better timing dito para sa Gen.G. Oo nga, may paranoia si Cruz, pero dahil din doon sa 0 point, dahil doon sa knife ni KO na ibinato nila papunta sa mount, nawalan ng utility ang Talon para lumaban pa. And by the time they had utility, there's so much more still to throw here. Sakto pa naman, nung ibinato doon yung paranoia, doon pa naman nag-hunt right after si Sylvan, and hindi tuloy handa yung Talon para sirain yun, give away all of the information that Gen.G needed.
Nga, diba? We saw also from Talon na tumitingin pa sila kung saan may mga kaka-utility pa. They were anticipating it. At yung extra bit of time na nagamit ng Gen.G, natalo na rin nila ang Talon dun sa close contact. At dahil lang dun, back off muna dito ang Talon, asa sila sa utility mismo.
Well, may Hunter's Fury naman dito. Ang Foxes.
Ano yan sa'yo? Parang tumingin ako sa'yo.
Medyo chill lang naman. Siyempre, bibigyan natin ng konting pause for dramatic effect.
Anticipation?
Oo.
Bakol yun.
Bawal ba yun?
Ayoko may tahimik.
Ganun ba yun?
Gusto ko palagi.
Dapat ba todo lagi?
Oo.
Let's go, Gen.G on the attacking side. Meron sila lockdown. Meron din namang Hunter's Fury para sirain to.
Ayun pala, hype ka pala eh. Galing mo naman.
Kaya nga shoutcaster.
Yung nga, diba, kailangan sumisigaw. Pero ito na nga, Cloudburst muna dyan. And Gen.G will use that to disengage. Interesting to. Ito na naman yung nakita natin kanina ginagawa ng Gen.G sa Fracture. Ginagawa ngayon ng Talon. Ang utility nila, pwesto sa B sa C. Ang mga advanced position dun sa may A. At mukhang aasa na sila sa pag-anchor ni Jit Boys. Pero sabi ni Jit Boys, I'm out. Peace. Natamaan ako ng paranoia. Di ko kaya mag-hold dyan. Timing sana kay Meteor. Ayun na. At least suppressing fire galing sa Gen.G. At ito pa rin, Hunter's Fury Meteor! Nandun lang sa harapan.
Saktong-sakto yung kidlat pa naman. 4v5. They're trying to get the spike planted. Wala lang ditong nano swarm. Sayang, pwede sanang i-deny ni Jit Boys yun.
Ay, kung may lockdown sila ngayon.
Oo nga, may pang-contra din naman.
Kaya nga eh. At yan na nga si King. Makakapatay pa nga kay Cruz at nakagawa na ng space ang Gen.G. Ibang plano dito ni Pat, pero problema, asa na ang tulong niya. Siya mismo mag-swing after the fault line. Nag-iintay lang kung may mag-pick. Kita din si TS sa kabila. Isa pa kayang ikot dyan ng ating rotating door. Pero ito na naman tayo. Balik tayo sa side. Guardians isa. Jit Boys din. Nandyan na rin sa roll call natin. Si Pat nang gugulo lang eh. Ginicycle lang yung kalaban. Tingin ka dito. Wag doon sa spike. Jit Boys nag-defuse. And eventually, yung pag-ikot-ikot ng mundong to, ginawa na rin ni Pat para panalo ang Talon.
I mean, malaking bagay na yun. Even though di nag-connect yung initial fault line niya na sana pwedeng tatlo nung palabas sila dun sa C main. At the end of the day, he kept them busy. At that's good enough to let the site retake work at para maging effective. Dalawa lang ang titira sa site, dalawa dun sa mound. And with that, Talon, they can overrun dito yung post-plant hold ng Gen.G, especially with the pressure dun galing sa kay Pat na alam naman natin, when you plant for mound, kung makuha mo yung mound na yon, great. Kung hindi, what's best? The next best thing, they keep them distracted.
At para malalim yung plant, ha?
Oo.
Hindi siya mismo dun sa sulok.
Oo nga, hindi sa kanto.
At dahil dun sa pressure yun ni Pat. Ang kulit yung bata eh. Sabi sa'yo, huwag mo pindutin eh.
Pinipindot yung botones eh.
Ano na?
Ulit eh.
I like that. Pero ito na. Talon, ito na naman tayo. Malapitan ang hold. Biglang may Prowler. At dahil lang doon, alam na kagad ng Meteor. Saan yung isa? Paranoid daw tumama sa tatlo. Si Garnet nandyan, nakikisama na lang sa Gen.G. Pero realize ng Gen.G, uy, di ka namin tropa. Cruz to, iba rin yung laban. Baka nga masyadong nag-iinit dito ang Talon. At sila ay nahanap kayo ng Gen.G. Isa pa, dito sa audition natin. Isa pang bayani, si Foxy para sa Thailand. At si Foxy para sa hold na to. Sige na, 1v1 sana versus Sylvan. Sylvan daw will make the kill happen. Si Jit Boys ang pupunta na sa site na to.
Si Foxy pa nanalo dun eh. Talagang sobrang open pa niya. Harap-harapan with a Phantom at long range. Pero ngayon, 1v1. Jit Boys. Nakita natin kanina mga clutch niya na paulit-ulit. Dati dun sa Cypher. Ngayon, dito sa Killjoy. Pero na-timing pa nga ni Sylvan na wala nung map number 1. But they play him in here and he gets him a clutch.
Boss, masyadong maasim yun ah.
Oo nga eh.
Asim na asim ang Talon dun. Lahat ah.
Kulang na lang suka.
Gets pa yung isa. Gets pa yung pangalawa kasi nandun siya. Pero nakikisaw-saw pa yung pangatlo, nakikisaw-saw pa yung mga apat. Sobrang committed position dito. Walang taka si Cruz. Tapos sabi ni Foxy, gusto ko rin yan. Ako rin, mag-pick.
No? Kahit sobrang hindi pa tumatama yung mga shots niya. Talagang
Asim.
sasaw-saw ako.
Asim.
Double dip.
Ano yun?
Bawal
ano yung song na yun? Parang Asim. Alam mo yun? Parang, parang sa...
commercial?
Oo, sa soup. Hindi ko alam kung parang Nor something.
One of them, yung parang mga instant soup.
Oo, ganun. Parang sinigang mix.
Parang sinigang mix, literal.
Ano kaya, ano bang national soup ng Talon? Ano yung parang sinigang nila?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Yeah.
Pero I think may something similar.
May ganun sila eh. May maasim silang soup.
Thai food.
Laksa? Is laksa?
Hindi, laksa parang ano eh. Parang peanut, like, or,
nga eh.
diba?
Naisip ko na palagi pag Thai food, pad Thai.
Pad Thai, syempre, yung sikat. Meron ding atay.
Parang iba yun ah. Uy, kita mo yung score na yan. Gusto ko yung score na yan.
Thai mango.
Thai mango? Sa Grab, totoo. 24/7 yun.
Oo nga.
Masarap yung mango shake nila.
Masarap. Hindi lang mango shake.
Masarap
parang
lahat. Yung pad Thai rin.
mango dessert.
Tapos
May ice cream, may lahat.
Sobrang sell out eh. Pero alam ko sa Grab lang sila nga talaga eh.
Oo nga.
I think it's
Dapat lang.
Parang Grab exclusive. Tama lang.
Dapat lang.
Superior choice.
Grab Unlimited.
Grab Unlimited. Alam niyo na. Para sa spray.
Totoo.
Mapapapantay ka para sa spray. Pero balik na tayo dito sa labanan natin. Sino ba nag-time out ulit? Talon?
Talon.
Oo, pinagkalitan ng sila. Huwag kayo maasim.
Oo nga. Iwas asim. Walang ano dito. Walang green mango. Ripe mango lang. Execute naman ngayon dito ng Gen.G on the side. Talon, hindi pa handa. Tinamaan ng paranoia si Cruz. He has to back off.
Yeah, Cruz muna dito sa sulok ng Link. Yung Prowler daw dito malakas. May flash pa nga. Lahat na lang tinapon kay paring Cruz. At sige, goodbye na lang sa inyo na ang pwesto na yan. 5v4 na to. Aftershock muna. Pero siya, si Pat pa ang nashock ni King. Garnet so, lalaban pa rin. Doon na lang sa likod mismo, galing sa spawn ng kalaban. Painches so, mag-iingay. Got it with the find. Garnet so, with the trade effectively. 3v2 though, ang Gen.G. Nakapwesto na mismo sa top pin. Tutong-tong si Foxy. Kinulat lang siya ni TS. At si TS tumatransfer lang, diba?
Yun lang, hindi na patay ni Garnet. Yun na dapat yung trade para maging 1v1. Tasakto si King pa. Wala siya sa angulo para matradean. Should have been it for Talon, pero hindi lang din nangyari. Talagang nakita mo doon, ifinocus nila si Cruz na alam nila ang importante mahawakan ang Link.
Ganda ng flick ko, ang ganda ng habol. And eto talaga sa side ng Gen.G. Willing sila makipaglaban ng ganitong klaseng asim. Malakas yung punish play nila. You look at how King positions. Kita natin paano sila mag-utility gamit kay TS at kay Sylvan ngayon. Yung mga Prowler niya, mas nakakuha ng efektibo ngayon na gamit.
Pero in fairness dito, maganda naman din ang defensive side ng Talon, all ready to get 6 rounds here on this attacker-favored map. A-site libreng-libre. Daming damage yun galing sa Nano Swarm.
Ako, nasunog pa nga ang ating boss na si Meteor. Hunter's Fury daw, isa lang talaga kailangan eh. Ayun na, si Sylvan. Ang mapipitas mismo ngayon, Gen.G. Mas malayo yung plant nila. Doon sa may sulok, I believe, malapit sa tree, no?
Oo nga. Para lang mas madali din ang pulse plant nila. But tignan natin paano gagana ng aiming control. Ang Heaven gustong subukan kunin dito. Yung Blades! Tumama ka!
Dinala! Ang ult at ang ult nagkasabay para makapitas ng kapwa. And now, it will be 4v2. Here comes TS daw. Ito na naman tayo. TS still alive and kicking hanggang mahuli siya ni Cruz. King daw, ito na. Hari ng sight. Lalaban gamit ng shorty. Realize siya, uy, malayo si Cruz. Di aabot to. Cruz, konti na lang. Sweep pa! At tatama dyan ang Talon. Nakita ko na ang scoreline na to kanina. Ito na naman tayo.
Oo nga. And this time though, on the defensive side naman nagawa dito ng Talon. Ang mas pabor na side dito sa Lotus. And they're doing pretty good nga para sa kanilang defense. We saw there on that retake na the fact na naging an eye for an eye talaga dito ang dalawang duelist ng Talon at Gen.G. Nagkabulagan.
Kita mo, up in the air. Natamaan pa siya, pero biglang, uy, may showstopper rin.
May humahabol pa palang Meteor.
Diba?
Kay Meteor.
Oo nga eh. Diba ganun yun sa space? Tama ba? Parang yung Meteor pwede lumaki effectively pag nasamahan siya ng ibang Meteor.
Baka planeta yun.
Oo nga eh. Hindi ko alam. Pero sige, out of this world, usapan natin. Back to the panel we go instead.
Welcome back to the panel, and I think what we can say, we saw this scoreline sa first game natin, and it looks like things are going really good for Talon. I think, you know, their defense especially was very good, and we were talking about this off-stream, Riku, na mukhang like in the second half with Talon on the attack, it just seems now their team comp is going to work out for them further. On the side of Gen.G, it just seems na in the beginning they were lacking that information. Talaga, the Fade was not playing, it was not giving full value, and we saw na Garnets took advantage of this so many times. And looking at it now, it just feels like the second half spells a little bit of doom for Gen.G.
Yun nga, eh, when we zoom out on the composition ng both teams, it's crazy to think na tingnan mo, Raze versus Jet at this point. For me, magkapayas ako kay Raze pagdating dito sa Lotus because this agent gives more control when it comes to paint shells, rubble control, mount control, you name it. So honestly speaking, for a Jet that relies on verticality to have value off of her skills, hindi ganun ka daming access way, pathways, kumbaga pagdating sa Lotus versus a showstopper control or a paint shell control dito pagdating kay Garnets.
I would like to disagree.
Go!
Okay, if numbers don't lie so far, etong Gen.G, they are very defender-sided on the map of Lotus. So far, sumusunod pa sila sa ilang average attacker score, which is 5 points.
Okay.
Kanina nga medyo mababa, but they were able to catch it up. So parang medyo okay pa. So on the second round, I think this is where the round that Gen.G would be able to take this into a game number 3. Prove me wrong! Prove me wrong!
Wait. Nga eh. Kasi, okay, definitely pwedeng mangyari yun. Pero for me, double sentinel kasi itong si Raze eh. So anyway, yung kapares ni Raze. So yeah, I'm excited to see.
Exactly. Well, that's it from the panel. Back to you, Dax and Black and Blue.
Nakita ko kagad sa Black and Blue eh. Sabi niya, hindi ito mangyayari. yung baguhan sa panel, hindi si Rico yung isa. Yung
Sino?
clean shaven.
Ay, yung bago?
Oo, yung bago. Yung intern.
Oo nga.
Bagong lagay.
Linis eh.
Oo nga eh.
Hindi na to siya pwede sa mga more mature roles.
Oo, doon na siya sa childlike wonder muli. At kita natin
Nako!
dito, naku, bakit kayo tumiretso dyan?
Nandiyan pala. May
Ang
crow
isa.
pala. Kuku! Hindi na alam.
Isang bird of prey.
Ay, hindi. Sorry. Iba pa yung tulog ng crow. Yung...
Sige! Grabe ka. Pwede ka gumawa ng Nat Geo documentary, boss. Malinis!
Ikaw ba ang
Para sa
aking
Talon.
David Attenborough?
Ako si Gordon Ramsay.
Ba't Gordon Ramsay? Pagkain?
It's raw!
Kakainin yung crow?
Oh.
Nako!
Gana tayo, crow casserole. But,
kaya pala.
so anong nangyari doon? Nagkutsilyo. Nag-line up. At dahil doon, hindi nila alam. Kala nila safe. Hindi pala.
Surprisingly as well, the fact na nangyari yun sa Gen.G, knowing that their composition is one more on information gathering.
Oh,
They
diba?
have more information to gather than, Talon can, and still, hindi sila aware.
Kaya nga masama mag-assume. Dahil lang doon, di sila
Okay.
nag-check ng corner.
Okay.
At madali lang sa Talon. Sige, huwag
Okay.
kayo tumingin. Si Cruz to, baka naman. Si paring Tom.
Nako. I mean, you have that KO, and even though parang may soft information siya, it's not hard information that it gives you, and that's a risky run sometimes as a KO. Kala mo nandito, yung pala nandun.
Ayan. Andyan si Meteor. Tulog muna, Jeet Boys. Mamaya ka na kami pagkalaro. But, ito si Foxy. Foxy, nakikipagpistulan pa kahit sa second round.
Ba't ka naka-ghost?
Ayaw niya bumili. Baka naman, may mapulot pa. Pero, si King, malapit na. At, dahil patay yung Killjoy. Okay to sa Gen.G. Didikitan. Hold up to! Ayun, si Foxy pa.
May baril din yung hold upin mo.
Oo nga eh. Wala, yung gusto mong victimize, yung na-victima pa. Pato.
Nako, Spike.
Dala yung Spike, nag-swing doon malalim to. Sa side ng Garnets. Sino pa nag-play ng gravel?
Buti na lang nakuha pa.
Buti pa 1 HP, pero Meteor, sabi niya, napitas ko yan sana. Alam ko na, bulado na yan. At yung na-pick up pa nga yung Spectre, Meteor, eto na, dumediretso lang sa site. Uy, isa pang upgrade. Rifle na ang hawak niya ngayon.
Grabe, pataas ng pataas, palakas ng palakas dito. Ang mga nadadampot ng Gen.G. Perfect flash din kay Godhead. Siya nanguna, pero hindi handa si Meteor. Ba't siya nanguna?
Ito na naman tayo, yung pag-cross dito ng Gen.G, ang kahamakan nila! Look both ways before
Nako.
you cross the road! Simple lang yan!
Means, alam mo naman dito, nasa paggaling Pilipinas, syempre, kahit one way, titingin ka pa rin ng both ways.
Oo, alam mo na.
Ito namang Gen.G, kala nila, umaatupad ang Thailand boys sa mga batas na yun. Sabi na, hindi. Nandito ako, pare.
Kaya obey all traffic laws. Wala lang suggestion yun sa side ng Talon. Maganda na ang eco daw ng Gen.G. Nakita mo kanina Meteor. Marshall, naging Spectre. Naging Phantom. Ginan game real quick eh.
Oo nga eh. Sayang, kung nakapatay pa siya doon. 3 different kills with 3 different guns.
Akala ko magiging Odin yung hawak niya pag pakapatay pa siya sa
Umaangat talaga.
Biglang nag-upgrade ulit eh.
Tapos yung huli, kutsilyo lang.
Operator tapos kutsilyo.
Operator's kutsilyo.
Yan. Ay, alam ko yun. Alam kong game yun.
Ibang laro yun
Iba yun. Yung smokes na babaril.
Oo
In the future.
Grabe.
Okay yun.
Yung smokes din naman dito mga baril. Nababaril.
Tapos?
Hindi nawawala. Hindi pa din.
Yun lang.
Magagawa.
Nandyan lang. Eto na, Talon. Lalaban pa ba sila muli? Interesting enough, may konting investment kasi some of them did save. So kahit medyo bumili sila ng isang bulldog, isang guardian, may pera pa rin naman.
May guardian at least dito. That could be crucial para sa A main hold nila mamaya. Kung makuha man nila yung plant dito, can challenge those long angles dito mismo sa may rubble at sa labas. And Talon, let's see how they crawl this. They're playing that contact. Hindi sila gumagawa ng maingay dito. I think that was a recon na binato dito. And that should alert now that Gen.G papunta dito sa A-site ng Talon.
Garnet sa kapwes ng Aren mismo. And ito na si Sylvan. Tambay muna sa itaas. Simpleng plant lang sa side ng Talon. Gen.G, medyo play safe talaga. Ang kanilang gusto gawin, konti-konti yung pag-control ng stairs. Ito na si Meteor. Gusto manguna pero Foxy, timing magiging importante dyan. Paranoia tinapon na rin at si Garnet sa katambay lang dito sa may ilalim ng rappel mismo. Gen.G though with 2 frags already. Uy, ang ganda flick ni Foxy pero hindi pa yan sapat. The rest of Talon fall in suit and ito na, Gen.G pa ang mananalo ngayon.
Well, maganda naman din ang ginawa ng Gen.G doon and they should, for sure. Ito yung anti-bonus na land. Di na pinagbigyan na makalibre ang Talon ng basta-basta. That smoke off ang ibinato ni TS doon sa may A main. Denied that Guardian na hawak ng Sova dito ng Talon para maging effective. Let them retake the site without having to worry about the flank too quick. At simpleng na-outgun nila ang Talon sa site.
Iba rin naman sila. Alam mo na, ito yung round na dapat sila nanalo at babawi rin sila dun sa third. Ito na tayo daw, Talon. I-up pa nila yung pace kaya muli? Will we see a faster take here from Talon? Kasi eto na, ready sila mag-contest na mount pa nga eh.
Natakot ata dito ang Talon mag sobrang fast pace. Alam kasi nila may KO sa kalaban and it can really shut their executes down kung mistimed ang gamit nila.
Yun nga, delikado pa rin kung especially nakapwesto dito si Goddead. Rolling Thunder daw, pinaghandaan na ni Plat na naman. And we get at least a bit of intel here from the side of Foxy 2. C-site. Pwede naman, pero mag-back off muna sila. Instead, and si Cruz, ayun si Jit Boys. Gusto manguna nila. Galing sa lobby dito sa may A-site eh.
And si Cruz, ayun si Jit Boys. Nandito na ngayon.
Diba? Grabe. Newscaster ka.
Oo nga.
Pang radyo. Patay! Tingnan natin kung meron nga may biktima dito sa ating special reports. Meteor, pwesto muna sa may rumble pero wala, patay talaga. Sabi dito ni Garnets, isa na ang nahuli, ang suspect makakalampas sa scene of the crime.
Ngayon, naiblatter na ngayon ng Gen.G ang Talon. Alam nila na may kailangan hulihin. Pero makuha ba nila ang timing? Mahanap pa nila Talon. Nakapag-rotate dito sa C-site. They only have that single nano swarm sa may backside.
And Rolling Thunder ang sagot kagad dito ng Talon. May man advantage naman sila. Nag-double back lang sila para i-pull yung rotation dito ng Gen.G. Wala na sila sa pwesto mo ngayon. King, having to stay here by Waterfall especially. May nag-aasim na naman na Garnet sa smoke. But yet again, handa na ba ang Talon dito?
Nako.
King though finds a double kill. A big set of picks from Gen.G.
Ganda ng sagot ng Gen.G doon here on the retake. They have every advantage. Nakaplant nga para sa mount pero nasmokean sila. Aftershock to buy more time but what utility do they have after? Wala na rin shock dart. Pero Cruz, na-spam man labang Sylvan sasagot. They have to push out the mound.
Ngayon nga, diretso na lang. Laban kung laban and here we have it yet again. Talon, hindi lang yung flick. Nakita natin may Hunter's Fury papunta sa kanya. Sure na sigurado sa Talon na yun.
Sure na nga, sigurado pa. Talon, what a hold dito. They get those picks. Naging 5v4. Talagang na-split yung defense who weren't ready for the rotation dito sa C-site. Gumamit pa kasi ng Rolling Thunder para lang siguraduhin ang site control kahit walang tao. Little did they know, but even though they kind of had minimal utility for that post plant, may aftershock man lang, no more nano swarms, buti na lang naging online din yung Hunter Spirit doon dahil sa pitas ni Fox.
Yeah, no matter what, parang ginawa talaga ng Talon ang lahat para sure na sa kanila ang round na yun.
Nako.
King though, nice shot, pero Jit Boys, nahulit na rin, mukhang Gen.G rin. Medyo maasim in these kind of rounds. Yan yung boombot natin. Nangunguna na dyan, but Talon, they feel very confident sa kanilang approach din sa Missy.
Mga showstopper available para kay Garnet S. Pwede niyang palitan yung channel kung ginusto nila. Up close, TS dito, damage done, pero si Foxes ay mananalo.
Yung Foxy with a nice pick, and here we have it, Talon na naman. Double back kaya ang kanilang sagot. Gusto lang nila gumawa ng opening at isa pang choice mismo sa mapang to. Minsan from C to A, minsan nakita natin pwede sila mag-converge through the doorway to get towards that B site. At ito na tayo, Aldrone muna para mag-scout. Tingnan nga kung may nakapwesto mismo dito sa site.
Weird paint shell. Binata ni Garnet doon. Di man siya sumunod sa paint shell. Flashes dito, they wanna retake as soon as pagkatap ng Gen.G dito ng spike.
And Meteor actually has the rifle for Garnet. Pinasabog na dito sa Goddead. Meteor lalaban pa rin. Hindi pa na-plant ang kanilang objective mismo. And now, Gen.G, konting spacing lang against Talon. Yung flashback though, bigla na lang hinuli pa ang isa. Through the door ang cross. Si Garnet ang mamamatay dyan. And Jit Boys naging alanganin. Pero na-track rin niya si Meteor mismo. So 2v1, Silva na lang ang pag-asa ng Gen.G.
Tamang call din dito ng Talon. Dahil nga nakalurk si Jet Boys papuntang B-site. Nakita niyang libre. Last two players on C-site allowed them to pivot dito para sa door, leaving Sylvan sa isang clutch situation na naman.
Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin, Talon, mahilig magka-choice, mahilig magka-extra option if ever dito sa plant mismo. And now, Sylvan looking to push dun sa likod ng site. Naiwasan yung recon dart. As you mentioned, per Foxy, alam pa rin na delikado ang site mismo. We have Sylvan though getting closer to the spike. Ito na, tinap muna dyan, trying to bait out the team. Nice pick on Foxy, pero kulang pa rin. Ibang angle ang tinik ni Jit Boys dyan.
Nice try kay Sylvan, but even better done ng Talon dito. Time out ng Gen.G, as this is looking to be the cleanest win of Talon so far dito sa ating regular season. Grabe naman ang performance at group stage run. Pag bumawi naman ang Talon dito and they continue this performance, malay natin kung saan sila matatapos.
Nangyari dito sa Gen.G though. Etong second seed natin, natalo lang sila isang beses. Parang tuloy-tuloy na lang. Nadamay pa sila against Global Esports. Now they're in this situation na sila ay pwedeng ma-2-0 ng Talon. At ito ba, isang byproduct ng yung mga kalaban nila ngayon, yung mga ibang styles na dinadala rin ng the rest of Pacific League eh.
Alam mo, hindi naman sa trash talk. Although yeah, they lost twice, once against CRX, once against Global. Pero I don't think necessarily that Gen.G are an amazing team, even for the second seed. So legit lang I feel like a lot of it, and I was talking about this nung pinakasimula pa ng Pacific League, week 1, day number 1, na I'm not expecting the SEA teams to do well sa simula. Because playstyle-wise, even though mas nagtatagal yung mga roster compositions ng SEA teams, they're the ones who stuck around. A lot of East and Northern APAC teams ang gumawa ng bagong roster. You see a lot more variation, a lot more parang trial ang ginagawa dito ng SEA teams. And that's what really, when everybody was panicking dito para sa Talon, I said, huwag kayong mag-alala. Sinusubukan lang nila mag-try ng something new. At ngayon na parang they found what their groove is, I felt like Gen.G were winning against opponents who weren't really supposed to, they were supposed to lose to in the first place.
So sinasabi mo, Crystal Ball mo na to dati pa?
Siyempre.
So sinasabi mo na tama ka?
Ako si Nostra.
Ikaw si Nostra.
Mismo.
Grabe.
Si Nostra, ginaya yung pangalan niya sa akin.
So ikaw si Madam Black and Blue.
Madam? Ba't Madam?
Kasi ano ba ang parang ganun? Di ba usually parang yung mga gypsy?
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle? Babae pa rin yun eh. Ginawa mo lang French eh.
Oo nga, para fancy.
Ano yun? Ay, nanoswarm na yun. Ang plano nun.
Tumatagos dun sa
waterfall, di ba?
Oo.
So ba't ka papesto dun sa side na yun ng waterfall?
Para lang hindi ka makalapit.
Oo nga, interesting. Sige. Panurin lang natin mamaya kasi pinapanood natin ito si Garnet sa kipaglaban sa dalawang Prowler. Nailabas si Silva. Sige, Prowler pa! Nainis na siya! Napatay pa niya ang Fade dyan! May lockdown dito sa space. Ang ganda na nakuha na! Mapa dito ng Talon and yun pa, nahuli pa dito ang isa si Goddead.
Oo nga. Ngayon, effectively 2v4 muna for the next few seconds. That burns time away from Gen.G. Talon not wanting to aggress. Ano nga, the save has to come in from Gen.G after yung timeout pa nila.
Gusto mo makita yung Nanos Farm? Sige na, Jit Boys. Turuan mo naman kami.
Paputokin mo nga.
Oo nga eh. Happy New Year! Ayun.
Ayun, pinutok na.
Oy, balik ka, Garnet!
Nobs! Ay, hindi.
Side yun eh. Umasa ka pa. Gano'ng kalapad yung tagos nun? Parang kalahati lang, di ba? Or
Parang gano'n. Ang mangyayari, parang dun lang sila pwedeng umabante galing sa left side wall.
Mas may paki pa doon sa nanoserve kaysa doon sa round.
Oo nga, yun naman talaga yung nakaka-intriga sa round na yun. I think the round so far, kind of stock standard, kind of basic, but it's Talon who have given us a very different look. Super confident dito sa laro nila and it shows.
Ito yung Talon na nakita natin nung lock-in. Yung nakikita natin nung Apex scene before and of course, si Garnets rin. Kaya siya yung nilagay sa duelist role kesa si Pat. Si Pat mismo parang yung nagsabi, eto na, we have that kind of talent. Eto na ang ating active player na si Garnets. And yet again, siya ang nag-lead ng charge ng Talon para makakuha ng mga opening.
I mean, to be fair, pinahirapan din kasi ng Talon yung team nila. Isipin mo, kung yung pangalan nila sana Panalon, sana nung simula pa lang, di ba, diretso na.
Tama ka. You can't spell Talon without Talo. Pero pag sila ay panalo, papalitan na nila yung team name.
Laging nalo, di ba? Nalon.
Nalon Esports. Parang K-pop yun. Nayon. Nayon.
Twice Nayon.
Alam mo na, mga stan pala sila. Pero we stand Talon Esports sa lagay na to. Isang round na lang ang kailangan nila para matalo ang ating second seed. At nako, mukhang mas nahihirapan pa dito ang Gen.G. Sylvan jump pick lang dyan, hanap ng konting angle. At kita natin, blades lang ang mga gamit ni Meteor sa round na ito.
Meron silang from the shadows dito para makakuha ng konting informasyon or repositioning, but they have the lockdown dito sa Gen.G. Importantly for that retake na nakita natin has been a common problem para sa Gen.G, yung retake sila.
Yan nga, diba? Pag nakapwesto na ang Talon, wala na silang masyadong magawa kasi ang maraming pwestong tinitake dito ng Talon. Ito na naman tayo, execute though, and this time around, panda na ang Gen.G in terms of the numbers. 3, they're on the anchor, and Meteor here with the blades also. Dalawa kagad ang nahuli niya. Isa pa sana. May lalaban pa man. But Talon already called for the disengagement. Pulit pang baril. Paubos na ang oras dito ng Talon Esports to. Cruz on the lurk. Iniintay lang kung may dadaan. Ito si Meteor na naman. Nang bibiktima pa. 4 para kay Meteor. Gamit ay sa all. And the ace comes his way to Gen.G. Stay alive dahil sa kanya.
Grabe. Si Meteor talagang mass extinction event ang inilabas niya dito versus Talon na isinunog ang mga ibon. At grabe naman yung flick na yun. Hindi nga headshot pero nasa ere pa din si Garnet at natamaan na low HP yata ng kakampi niya.
Sa lahat ng pwede pa mangyari, yung blades lang ang kailangan ng isa. At alam mo naman, Gen.G hindi yan magpapatalo. Sa lahat ng pwede pang gawin daw, at least nakip nila si Cruzren at bay. Dahil doon sa kutsilyo, nakadiretso lang si Meteor. And well, Talon, they know it's almost time to win. Kung makukuha lang nila ang isang site ngayon, they wanna go for that C site.
Talon, isang round na lang kailangan nila. At Dax, kailangan kita para sa round na to.
Bakit
kasi
na naman?
Madaming mangyayari, sigurado.
Hindi na naman tayo. Laban na lang. Kung laban and King, sana close hold ang pwede niya gawin. TS also there nearby. Paranoia, perfect! Garnets, tulog ka muna dyan. Jit Boys though with the trade. At si King ngayon, nabulag na rin. Pero timing sana, Pat! Eventually gets in position. Yung season di tumama sa kanya. And Gen.G, naku, mapapaipat sila dito sa likod. Ang layo pa ni Meteor sa lagay na to.
Ngayon, tapos may Rolling Thunder pa dito si Pat para makakuha ng space. Malaman lang nila na nandito na rin pala. Sylvan, sumausaw! Pero hindi pa yan ako yung pitas. Even with the information and talent, they're running over Gen.G. Meteor, natitira na naman. 1v3.
1v3 indeed. Purple pa naman siya sa kanyang HP. Pulado na kagad ang mga kalaban niya. Pero ang ganda ng position dito ng Talon. Ma-isolate sana pero hindi. Ang Gen.G ay na-GG dito na ng Talon Esports. 2-0 for Talon.
Anong Talon? Panalon na ngayon ang ating mga tropang sa Thailand. And Talon find their second elusive win dito sa week number 7 na ata.
Oo ka lang. Basta may na. Sabi nga ng producer, week 7 na. And in all honesty, ito yung ini-expect natin na Talon nung simula pa lang. Ito ang pwede maging performance sa Talon. Ito ang kanilang domination. They are one of the best teams dito sa APAC for good reason. And matagal na yung core nila. Diyan yung synergy. At mukhang ito na nga, nahanap na nila ang tamang paraan para dito sa Pacific.
I mean, alam naman natin, di ba, pagdating sa SEA, aside, syempre, sa Team Secret na #1 always in our hearts and in our standings, it's always been Paper Rex at saka yung Talon roster na to who have been vying for that top SEA slot. And for them to be performing like this, ito talagang, tulad ng sabi mo, in-expect natin more of from earlier on, pero nakita naman natin, they're trying to do new things, but when Talon really play the way that they know, when they play that confident way na talagang we know ang talagang totak nila ng Valorant, it's really something to behold. And for them to be playing like this is why, a lot of people were talking about, katulad ko kanina, earlier on in the season na, don't worry, ang Talon, may sinusubok lang, but when they actually get back to their game, mag-ingat kayo lahat.
Ito na ba yun? Ito na ba yung moment talagang Talon? At mukha ngang lahat na ng Pacific League muli ay mapapaput on notice dahil sa Talon. It's not the best sign though for Gen.G. 3 series na in a row ang Talon nila. Bago sila magsimula versus DRX, perfect ang record nila. Ngayon, slowly slipping back the standings and it's getting to be such a big problem for them.
Ang sinasabi mo, intro lang ba ang Gen.G?
Nako!
Grabe!
Intro boys!
0-3 na pala!
Makikinig ka ba? Si Intro nasa kabilang team, sa T1 siya. Wrong team. Wrong Korean team. Pero Talon, mukhang ito na nga ang mga right place and the right configuration at the right time. Picture pa nga, happy sila. And we see it again, yung mga bagong additions before everything really became Talon itself, yung hindi kasama ng Search dati, na si Garnets, na si Cheat Boys, nakahanap talaga sila ng kanilang footing dito sa roster na to. And especially, yung return ni Pat na finally parang kung nakuha na nila yung paano mag-synergize yung mga newest setups dito na Talon Esports.
To be fair, pag tingnan mo din naman ang the rest of the Tithe scene, aside from yung former Search squad na yun, you look at Garnet, you look at Jet Boys and what they've done from the respective teams, at sila talaga ang isa sa mga talagang prominent figures in that local region to be able to make their way dito sa T1 Top League. But for the meantime, we gotta go to our panelists. Madami ata silang masasabi dahil panalo ang Talon.
Well, that's right. Well, we know we finally got that Talon win. Again, we were talking about this just now. Na Talon Esports does not have any room to make a mistake, right? They secured this round against Gen.G very strong. Hindi mo ma-deny yung 2-0 here. It was not a lucky run. They definitely secured this, and this looks really good for Talon Esports coming into the rest of VCT Pacific. But looking here at our match stats, King and Garnet, I definitely think na these two players definitely deserve that MVP spot.
Grabe talaga yung team coordination ng Talon, especially pagdating sa Lotus. I kept talking about, again, previously, yung composition, double initiator favors on the attacking side because you can get a lot of value by setting up the pace. Pero dito, when they indeed switched over, they really, again, positioned themselves. Pagkatapos ng plant, they positioned themselves so really well. Grabe yung team coordination nila. Grabe yung setup ng kanilang mga crossfires. And I feel like that's the reason why also Gen.G had a very hard time against Talon.
Well, just on the side of Gen.G alone, mali lahat ng number ko. Tapos ngayon na hindi ko na, di ba Talon fanboy ako since 2 weeks ago?
Since 2 weeks ago.
Tinrider ko. Ayan tuloy.
That's what you get, non-believer. Ay, nako.
Tis. I'm new.
She stood by.
She stood
here.
By. Yeah, I did.
She stood by sa prediction.
Hindi ko lang sinabi.
Okay.
Pero at least, APAC region, woo!
True.
Pero, ano ba yan? Wala naman akong tama. Mga 3 weeks na wala nang tumatama sa
okay lang yan.
Well, I think, yeah, exactly. And I think, they also, Gen.G put up a good fight. Pero again, it's undeniable na talagang deserve ni Talon Esports ng win na to. And I think Garnets also did play a huge role kung bakit they won so many rounds here. Again, like just what Riku said na once they get that plant, hindi mo talaga, you can't get that site back. Ang daming preventative measures. And again, that agent composition, ang daming value that Talon Esports could get from all of their agent utils.
Yeah, from Raze back in Fracture, Raze na naman ulit pagdating sa Lotus, napaka-consistent ni Garnet. He's actually managing to get a lot of these early frags, first bloods for his team. Even again, pagdating sa defense, maximizing the value out of the Raze. We talked about mound and rubble control. Talagang nahirapan si Gen.G umatake sa A, kaya tumitingin na lang sila sa ibang routes instead. So honestly, Garnet really applaud his consistency on this series.
And also, doon sa Simon, if we're talking about that one, parang si Cruz parang kabisado niya lahat ng wallbangs doon. He would just stand behind the mountains, parang pew, 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 and then, just obliterates yung iba from Gen.G. But so far, congratulations to Talon once again. Even after their loss from last week, nakabawi na sila. And also, in a map na they debuted here on the, second to the last week para dito, Talon looking pretty strong so far going further into this tournament.
Yun nga, ito na yung sinasabi natin, high pressure situation. Pero this is where they're really, really shining. You know, you'd imagine that this can eat them up like sort of mentally, but it didn't. It didn't stop them from performing to their best, expectations.
Exactly. And katulad ng sinabi ni Black and Blue and Tax kanina na this is the talent that we've seen from Lock-in. This is the talent that we were expecting because again, as one of the top performing teams here in APAC, this is the talent that we wanted to see. And ayun, they've finally reawoken that potential here in VCT, and it looks like things are looking up for them in the next few weeks. Hopefully, they can squeeze by into the playoffs because, we have another team like Gen.G on the other hand na akala natin secured yung spot niya sa playoffs, but again, we could see round differentials coming into play here. Again, there are still 3 more weeks here. So we could even see if Gen.G, hopefully not for their side, kung puro talo, kung na-lose streak sila, we could actually see them fall into the bottom 5, 6th place, maybe even out of playoffs. But again, it'd have to be very, very unlikely. Pero again, they still have to keep on their toes.
Ilang weeks na, it's their second week. No, actually, it's ilang week na ba to na, it's their 3rd loss in a row for Gen.G. Isipin mo in a row. Hindi siya parang, salitan na talo. So, Gen.G looking, sinabi na nga natin, very tough spot so far.
Well, I think we're gonna have, that's a great, I think we summarized what just happened here. Ang bilis ng series na to. We didn't expect this. I think a lot of people are expecting na at least this would be a very close game, at least from
map 3.
Exactly, because this looks like a 2-1 here. Pero we are gonna be going to a short break muna. Pero wag kayo aalis because we will be back with an interview with Pat from Talon Esports. Wow. Welcome back to VCT Pacific League Filipino broadcast, and we are back here on the panel, and we are just about to go to interview with Patifan. But before everything, actually, before nothing, we are actually going to be going to interview right now.
Yay!
Yay!
Hi Patifan. Congratulations on that win. Hello. Oh, can you?
I'm on the broadcast.
Yes.
Yay!
Yes.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay, so Patifan, congratulations on that win. What would you say was the most challenging moment of that game, and how did you guys overcome it?
The most challenging, I think it's just me hitting my shots. I don't hit any shots.
Well, I mean, you guys still pulled through again. You know, you definitely stomped these past two games, and you know, I don't think your shots. And, you know, aside from the shots, your utils definitely hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Richmond!
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, Patifan, you're honestly, you're amazing. Congratulations again on that win against Gen.G. I'm sure you and the team are very, very happy. But my question for you is, was this your expected outcome? Were you guys expecting a map 3? Were you expecting it to be much closer?
Yeah. Honestly, I think it would be harder. But I don't want to disrespect them, but like I thought it would be harder because like you know Gen.G was like second seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or third seed? I don't know, but yeah, I thought it would be harder.
I mean, so it's very, very understandable. Yeah, looking at the standings and their performance recently. My follow-up question is that what was the first thing that entered your head after winning that series against Gen.G?
What was the first thing?
Yeah.
Happy?
Happy. Yes.
I'm happy we win. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
all right.
Okay.
So, Patifan, congratulations for me. No questions, but I have a request. Can you shout whatever Breach says when he casts his ult? You sabi niya, off your feet. Can you do that? In 3, 2, 1!
Off your feet! Let's go.
So good.
Talon fanboys in week 2.
You can be a voice actor.
Bago na. Oh, congratulations, Patifan. No questions anymore.
All right. For our last question, so you guys just played on the HP Omen desktop. So can you share the most challenging moment that you experienced? And can you share the most memorable moment that you experienced, or your favorite round?
I don't remember.
It all happened so fast.
Yeah.
Any particular play that you really liked?
Maybe when he did off your feet.
Yeah, honestly, that was a moment ago. Like, I don't know. Maybe us winning Gen.G, I guess.
Yeah, so much happened in that game.
True.
Well, I mean, congratulations again, Pat. It was a well-deserved win, and we're looking forward to the rest that Talon Esports has in the rest of VCT Pacific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love his character.
Well,
I love his character. He was such a good sport with all
I wasn't expecting him to do it, but like he even put yung effort niya.
Nagbuelo pa siya. Bumuelo pa siya.
Wait,
Yeah.
pag akala mo si Jet magdadash na. Ibang klase. Woo!
Nako, well, that's Patifan
Amazing.
for you. Again, I
He's
think,
so good.
he's definitely one of those favorites dyan sa Talon Esports. A lot of the fans love him. But I think, looking into what we just saw, he said that he didn't, he felt like he didn't hit his shots. But from our standpoint, things were looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, he was, again, crazy consistent, again, providing the utility for the squad. And we talked about, again, I guess when we looked at his interview earlier, parang siya yung moral. Big morale booster. Yung energy.
Wala pa. Feeling ko sa sobrang galing niya, in his perspective, he's not hitting too much because he expects so high of himself. Masyado akong magaling. Medyo kulang lang in earn. Like, whoa, galing na. Pero kasi like, sakto lang. Hindi pa naka-on yung monitor ko. Like that. But again, congratulations, Talon!
Yeah!
Kayo binoto ko in my heart.
Wow! Di pwede yan. Pero, I mean, it's like he said, and I think, you know, what we've all thought about Talon Esports dito is we're finally seeing them in their, you know, their usual primal form that we've seen from them before. And it also shows, you know, just from Patifan again, that let loose attitude that they have, that kind of confidence that says we can just play how we want to play, and this will, it rewarded them in the future.
Sorry, primal form. Naisip ko yung Talon parang si Kyogre na Pokemon. Naka-primal form. Kaya pala sobrang lakas na nila. Okay.
I mean, primal yung...
Primal Moltres.
What do you call that? Yung primal screech. Yung battle cry. You know, that's Patifan's new battle cry.
Off your feet. Yep.
That's right. Well, I think we're going to be throwing it to a short break here, but we will be back with series number 2, which is Paper Rex versus Zeta Division, so you do not want to miss this.
Hey, back!
In the streets. game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of that ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty. The time costs, then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Filthy dirty. Filthy dirty. Let's get nasty. Let's get nasty.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat and welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific League 2023 Filipino broadcast. At ayan, we have just concluded series number 1 in favor of Talon Esports getting that well-deserved 2-0 victory. And you know, again, unfortunately for Gen.G, ito yung third week in a row on that lose streak.
Hindi masaya.
Hindi naman red days, red weeks na. Medyo seryoso na to. But we are just gonna be jumping into our series number 2 of today, which is going to be Paper Rex versus Zeta Division. So this is gonna be really an interesting match kasi again, these are two teams na, you know, neck and neck dito sa standings natin. And this could further, again, we are very well past the halfway point, and this is also a parang point na one team can knock one of these teams further down.
Yun nga para sila 4-2 sa current standings, beat Paper Rex and as well as Zeta. So kumbaga, yung second seed is still up for grabs coming into the playoffs.
Yep, that's true. If second seed man lang, although wala, hindi ko ma-explain. Hindi ko ma-explain kasi may super week kasi wherein everything would be jumbled tas lahat ng team scrambling to get that final points para lang makapunta sa playoffs. So, nakakatakot for the teams who are super below, pero there's still a chance na para, you know, to secure their seeding going into playoffs.
Exactly, and I think we're taking a look here at our lineup of Paper X here, and it seems that they've really solidified that Forsaken, Something, and Jing without Benkai here. So, it looks like we've had interviews before with the Vi, and he said on VCT Pacific na siya yung hindi na like I think yung misconception is si Vi yung nag-call or si Mind Freak if ever, but he's actually been saying na it's actually been Forsaken and Jing who have been making a lot of the calls for the side of Paper Rex, and it looks really interesting na without that Benkai there, there's no wala yung solo IGL, diba? It's like everyone has a say.
And it's so crazy to me that looking at that certain dynamic, diba? Kumbaga, there's still while we see them, kumbaga, not like hearing how the comms are ongoing, pero nakikita natin sila na they have a lot of high impact plays, high impact frags, but on top of also making the right calls for the team, it just goes to show kung gaano sila talaga kalakas na squad.
Yeah, and to add to that, now that they have the addition of something wherein the firepower talaga ng PRX, something not to be trifled with. Wow! Big word! So, big phrase pala. Well, manong eme. Pero with something already at the helm, hindi naman siya at the helm because he's not doing the IGL, pero he's just the guy na parang voice activated, kill that, do this, shoot that. And, something did not fail to deliver when he was really reintegrated sa PRX in the, previous weeks that came with PRX games.
Exactly. And sinabi din ni Divide that something has actually kind of been that thing that they've been looking for na they've been pushing him to play Breach, and we'll go into that a little bit later. But now, looking at Zeta Division, we did talk about our MVPs this week na si Depp at si Laz, and I think followed by Sugar Zero, the whole Zeta Division, in fact. Like, ang galing ng performance nila last week, and we really saw Depp and Laz just come alive.
Alam mo, Rebby, Brucey, sobrang mix ng feelings ko whenever I look at Zeta Division. On one hand, sobrang saya ko when I look at their growth throughout this entire tournament, especially when they're carrying, the banner, syempre Japan, and then we look towards Masters and Champions 2023. Kumbaga, malaking pressure looking at, DFM not being able to, qualify anymore pagdating sa playoffs with their current standings at the moment. So seeing them really extra step up against Team Secret is so like half I'm so happy, half like oh.
Yeah, parang iba I mean, from the Japanese teams na nandun, there's two of them, pero like it was Zeta Division na parang, if we are looking at their performance as like a unit, okay din and we see Depp, Laz, pero like one of their unsung heroes is Sugar Zero, which, if in a way, siya yung one of the players that could really go up toe-to-toe as a second fragger, third highest fragger, second highest fragger in their games.
I think interestingly enough, si Sugar Zero yung second frag. I think last week, he definitely majorly stepped up, and siya talaga yung isang highlight player dyan sa match natin versus Team Secret. But going here with Jing and Depp, I think these two, these are two heavy firepowers talaga ng team, and it's going to be very interesting to see how these two really stepped up last week and how they're going to be going head-to-head.
Grabe, especially yung recent performance, diba, ni Depp, lalo na when he was on the Rays, when they went up against Team Secret, he was just so effective. He was getting a lot of these frags. He was not only getting a lot of these frags, pero dinideny niya yung trade against him and making sure that he's still alive para makapag-earn more of that firepower sa kanyang squad.
Speaking of fire, Jing, Phoenix.
Last
week. So yeah, I mean, not na super weird na we see Phoenix and Pearl, pero like yung performance na ginamit doon ni Jing was pretty okay, although they lost against Talon. Pero it was a pretty close match, 13-11 all in all.
Exactly, and I think I saw I forgot which statistic this was, but PRX is I think the top 3 team in the world to be playing Pearl. So having Jing on that consistent that Phoenix there, it's not a questionable pick going into going into Pearl. But speaking of things that are not questionable, it is also not questionable on where you should get your snacks and food to watch VCT Pacific, because we are bringing you a new challenge from Grab, which is the new Grab Only Buhat challenge, because we are locked and reloaded with another VALORANT promo just for you. So for our loyal VCT Pacific fans, if you are a spray enthusiast, baka ngayon na ang chance mo na manalo ng isang unique spray courtesy of Grab Unlimited. You can see this very unique Cypher Stonks meme na spray. All you have to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited and complete 5 eligible deliveries within the promo period, and you can win this super cool Just a Business spray. And there are only 250 of these in existence, so be quick to definitely scan that QR code. And don't worry, Grab Unlimited is absolutely free for the first month, so you can focus on getting those 5 orders, without worrying about paying for the subscription. So, ano pang hinintay mo? Iscan mo na ang QR code and get in on that VALORANT action, because Grab Unlimited has got you covered.
Grabe, konti lang yung available nung na sprays na yun. Kaya grab nyo na.
250 lang.
Yes. 250 lang. Oh,
Galing!
Yeah. Of course naman. Remember to share the stream sa Facebook, YouTube, tsaka Twitch. Tumatawa si Brucey.
Of course naman.
To support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. Syempre, it's Valorant_PH sa Twitch and Valorant Esports PH naman on Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
And of course, we'd like to give our special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
That's right. And we also have the grand finals coming up soon where, of course, you can watch live. So malapit na ang VCT Pacific League finals and ticket sales to watch live at Jangchung Stadium, South Korea will be starting on Monday, May 8th. That is this Monday. So tickets for the lower finals on the 27th will be going on sale on May 8th, 12 o'clock GMT +8. And tickets for the grand finals on the 28th will go on sale on May 9, also at 12 o'clock GMT +8. You can also get your tickets from our official ticket website, globalinterpark.com. So, mukhang any plans to go to Korea this month, right?
I really want to.
Dun yung bahay ko.
Wow!
Char.
Same kami ni Jonghyun. Tara lang kami ni Jonghyun. So, busy daw kami dyan.
Well, we're just about to jump into dito sa second series natin, but let's talk predictions. So, kanina, I just wanna 1 point on the prediction board. Pero ngayon, we have Paper Rex versus Zeta. So, Riku, ikaw.
I think it's gonna be Zeta Division. I really do think that they're gonna win. Nagra-ride talaga sila. I know I keep saying it, yung wave, riding on with the wave dahil natalo nila yung Team Secret in a very convincing and explosive fashion. Kaya,
APAC yun Tapos kalaban nila APAC din ngayon.
Exactly.
So dahil taga-APAC ako, Zeta Division. Arayo!
Wow, ganun.
Pero like, Zeta Division, yeah.
I mean, I think I'm gonna have to also go for Zeta Division here. As much as I love Paper X's performance, I also think na Zeta Division has found success here. Again, they've met each other back in Masters, and Paper X has lost to them twice, once in Masters and once in the One Pro Invitational. So, you know, now with something in their lineup, this is going to somewhat, you know, shake up these previous matchups that they'd had in 2022. But again, we'll just have to see because, you know, we still have seen a very, very strong Zeta Division dito sa VCT Pacific.
Yeah, parang they're more confident in taking a lot of these scrappy fights. Kaya sakto, kalaban nila si PRX ngayon. That's the time again to bring out that kind of scrappiness dito sa tournament na to.
Yep, exactly. And if we are going to be looking at maps so far, itong dalawang teams na to, they are for the side of Paper X, their most played successful map has been Pearl for the longest time. So medyo hindi na siya 100% win rate, you know, going back to the play that they had against Talon Esports. Pero for Zeta Division, it's Ascent. So, you know, if we're talking about Ascent, also hindi siya isang unfamiliar territory when it comes to PRX. So they're still pretty good at that map as well. So parang yun yung maps na gusto kong makita going into this tournament to solidify kung sino ba yung mas kayang umangat into these maps that they're pretty good at.
Yeah, I love those points, Brucey. Kasi yung...
Thank you.
Tampo. So, yung difference between these two teams pagdating sa map strengths and map weaknesses. Si PRX parang walang defined weakness of a map.
Yeah.
Kung titingnan natin yung map score nila, it's when they lose, it's always very, very close going up until the double digits. Meron ng isang anomaly which was Ascent where they went 5-13. That was only the one time. Pero pagdating naman dito sa Zeta Division, they have particular, gaya ng sinabi mo yung Ascent.
Yeah.
At pati na rin kay Haven. Pero kung titingnan natin, Pearl, if I were to pick a map na hindi sila ganun ka-confident, it's most likely Pearl.
Yep. And ano yun like Zeta Division, hindi pa sila nanalo with Pearl so far. So parang, you know, the advantage on that map is still riding the waves on the PRX.
Hindi talaga namin hindi mapigilan talaga gamitin yung waves.
Pacific Pacific.
Exactly. Gamitin lang natin. Pero I mean,
gamitin mo nga. Make waves.
I can't, no. That's not that. Pero I do want to add dyan sa point there with Pearl and Zeta Division because they've always been banning Pearl if they didn't prio ban it first. And you know, ever since yung crushing loss nila against DRX, they've had a 0 win rate as every time they've played it here on the Pacific. So this does seem very although this is PRX's, I would say PRX has the strong point coming into Pearl. Again, Zeta Division is probably going to prio ban this, knowing that.
Yeah.
I would still like to see it because we have seen Talon challenge Paper X on this Pearl. And I'd really like to see that coming from Zeta Division because parang na-change up din yung style nila. Like, we haven't been seeing them play the traditional way that we've seen Zeta Division perform before. Like, the way that we know them by the book. So, I think we're trying to see, yung parang, I don't know, a more expressive Zeta Division here.
Yep. Oh, Haven is gone.
Oh, it's gone. Bye-bye.
That's a PRX ban.
PRX ban. So
it's Pearl.
Wala na din. Ayaw nilang kalabanin. Very understandable. Haven naman, it's always been like the prio ban coming to PRX. They've banned this already on the 5th time over at week number 7. So far it's riding at 66% ban percentage. So natural lang. But Ascent is gonna be here picked by, sino pumili?
It is Zeta Division.
Tama, kasi yun nga, gaya ng sinabi natin kanina, ito talaga yung comfort map nitong Zeta Division.
Yep.
Pero pagdating naman sa split na pinili ni Paper Rex, okay naman din yung mga recent performances ni Zeta.
Yep.
Exactly, and I think we've also seen so many daming highlight plays coming from Paper Rex here. I think there was a lot of moments, especially in the VCT weekly recap.
Yeah, there we go.
Ang daming clips that come from Paper Rex on split. We see those really smooth entries. Again, it's usually that Sky/Raze jet pick that we always see, and it's always so fun to watch Paper Rex play split.
Yeah, and I feel like it's gonna be sobrang challenging pagdating dito sa first map on our series on the side of Zeta Division. Pero mini good news, I guess, kasi meron silang recent experience when they went up against Team Secret and they won that in a very, very, I wouldn't say dominating fashion. It was a close match. So good news para sa kanila.
Yep, and this time though, Zeta Division playing it rather same when it comes to Ascent doing it. No, actually, iba yung duelist na gagamitin nila ngayon. They're mostly playing Jet, but this time they're running with a Dep Raze. So a bit of a surprise pick there coming from Zeta D.
That's right. Well, I think handa na tayo panoorin ang next match. So,
handa na.
Yep, that's it. Black and blue. Handa na ba kayo?
Sa totoo lang, hindi. Pero ito na naman tayo. Balik na tayo.
May choice pa tayo.
Oo nga eh. Pag biglang nagka-ilaw yung camera, sabi na, kayo na.
Oo nga.
Ito na.
It's time.
It's time indeed. At syempre, bukas makikita natin ang favorite natin the most kasi Team Secret.
Oo nga,
Pero
syempre.
ngayon, ang mga tropa natin from Paper Rex, makikipaglaban sa Zeta Division. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dito sa VCT Pacific, ako si Dax. Kasama ko dito naman si Black and Blue. And alam mo, ikaw ay isang historian pala.
Bakit?
Kasi nagkwento ko sa akin bago tayo mag-start.
Habang kumakain ng
Habang
lunch?
kumakain ng dinner. Ayusin mo naman. Thanks, Gravel Limit.
Dinner 2. Dinner 1.
Pero, kailan sila last nagkita? Itong dalawang days na to.
Masters. Reykjavik. At, huwag natin kakalimutan, na si Zeta Division ang nag-eliminate ng Paper Rex ng time na yun. Para mabot sa lower bracket final.
Kaya nga, diba? At si Wendell, hawak niya malamig tubig. Amin na yung tubig.
Pwede ba? Sigurado ko.
Ay, bawal. Oo nga, worried ako sa kanya. Masyadong malamig sa hands. At bad yun, kasi kailangan mainit ang kamay para sa action na papunta na dito.
Tama.
At ito na naman tayo, guys. We will begin our map of split. And as mentioned dito ni Black and Blue, last time nga, na-eliminate ng Zeta Paper Rex dun sa Masters pa way back when. At last time na naglaban sila sa split, ang nanalo ang Zeta Division. But Paper Rex has had recent success so far. Zeta Division, I think, nanalo lang sa Team Secret dito sa Pacific League. And we're gonna get what we usually expect here from Paper Rex. Pansinin natin though, as per usual, si something na nga ang dinalagay na ngayon ni Paper Rex over our boy Benkai. So it's really a lot of firepower. Nadala ng PRX, something on the jet, Jing on the raise.
Sige, Zeta, naitalo nyo ang aming kababayan na ang Team Secret. Pero huwag nakakalimutan na ang Pinoy Rex, mga tropa din natin yan. Let's not forget na nung hindi nakakwalify, hindi umabot rather, dahil sa na-visa issues, ang Team Secret dala ng Paper Rex ang bandida ng Pilipinas doon sa Masters 3 ng year number 1 ng VCT. Pero Zeta Division ngayon, nasa defending side. Tingnan natin kung mababawian na ngayon finally ng Paper Rex.
Tunay na tropa talaga ang Paper Rex. At ito naman Zeta Division, tingnan nila kung kaya nila palagan ang biglang pag-charge na dito ng Paper Rex. Divine Wind blows and ito na, si Crow, quick little flashbang into play. High ground muna para sa side nila Dep. Pero si Dep pinasabog si something. Beyond that though, Paper Rex, ano ba? W Gaming already on site at bigla na lang nabura ang Zeta Division.
Lahat ng pitas pa ng Paper Rex doon galing sa Classic. Tingnan mo yung mga baril nila.
Walang
bumili ng Frenzy, walang bumili na masyado ng Ghost. Talagang alam nila, bugbugin natin ng utility. Classic, kaya na yan.
Yung nga, tas light armor pa para makunat. Basically, Lazdo onto the high ground. May trailblazer siyang pwede gamitin pero mag-isa na lang ang ating star ng Zeta Division na jump pick pa ni Pareng Jing. Nainis si Jing, alam mo ba? Nakita mo yung bans na wala si Pearl, si Mama. Oo, binan ng Zeta. Ayun tuloy. Goodbye sa'yo.
Ayan.
That's for Mommy.
Ikaw tuloy na ban.
Oo.
Gusto ko tuloy ng ban me.
Ban me? Tara.
Tara.
May lapit dito.
Oh, sa bagay.
I know where it is.
Wag mo nang i-dox. Paper Rex. Ayan, may nag-iisa palang frenzy ng kay something. Galing naman.
So, siya lang yung may something.
Siya yung may something. Nice shutdown dito galing sa Paper Rex though. I mean, the timing was good. Coming in from Zeta. They had that nade doon para sa held position and then talagang kung kailan sila nag-retake is when they heard that spike be tapped on the site itself. But Zeta just not able to win that fight out, especially kahit na may high ground sila.
At ang aggressive talaga ng pwede dalhin dito ng Paper Rex, you add in that sky sa double duelist na meron na kayo. Alam mo na, isang flash lang, yun yung signal, yung gong mismo ang pag-dinner bell ng Paper Rex. So, as it stands, ito na may mga bulldog na dala dito Paper Rex, may isang rifle sa kamay ni something. Yung totoong rifle hindi yung budget lang.
Oo nga. Hindi mismo eco buy. But something here on that jet, makakuha nila ang most of side control, ibibigay dito ng Zeta. It's very interesting na talagang si something duelist ang dinagdag nila dito sa team na may 3 duelista.
Oo nga, diba? Extra firepower. Pwede 3, pwede pa nga 4 kung makikisama si Davay dyan.
Oo nga.
Back to that old school jet if ever. Pero Trailblazer muna para makakuha ng scouting information si Forsaken. Mind Freak though, na-spot na kagad dun sa tower, na-dink ng konti. Delikado yan. But Mind Freak already with a takedown. Sugar Zero though, nice push dun sa smoke mismo. Forsaken gonna get on the board at Sugar Zero. Pinulat yung baril. Pero here comes Forsaken in position. Na-shorty siya na malapitan. Pero 2v1. Paring depth. Kita mo buhok parang samurai na. Lumusob na lang dun. Pero tambay lang. Divide in something. Pick muna. Oy! Something.
Medyo alanganin yun.
Uy, alam ko bago ka, para wag mo bait team mo, Wala. Naku!
Tapos, I mean, sige, nakuha nila yung round. Nakuha yung plant at the very least, pero medyo magastos pa din. Magastos pa din, pare. At least na-save na yung Vandal.
Ba't ka biglang nagka-accent, bro?
Ayaw mo yun.
Grabe, pare.
Na-miss ko na kasi ang ating kapwang konyo.
Sino?
Na ngayon lumipad sa ibang bansa muna.
Ganun ba? Pero ito na nga, di ba? Paper Rex, magastos nga. Minsan na maging ang kanilang style. And really, Zeta Division, alam nila yun. Familiar sila sa mga outings sila before against Paper Rex na kumakuha lang sila timing. Kita mo yun, Sugar Zero. Nakapasok lang siya, nakapitas na pa siya, and nakahanap pa ng bulldog na pwede pulutin
Pero wag natin kakalimutan na ang Paper Rex, mascot nila, T-Rex, ang alpha predator ng prehistoric times. At ang alpha, lamang sa Beta Division.
Wow! Trash talk yun
tama lang.
Hindi siya pang happy cut, boss. Di ko
pumasok tuloy sa ulo ko na naman yung
happy. Technical pause. Siyempre. What's new?
Sobrang pink ng keyboard ni Mind Freak.
Sine-check nyo yung DPI, Ayan. Baka kulang ako ng 2 inches of mouse space.
Oo nga. Kulang ng 0.1 DPI.
Kaya tuloy nilalapitan. Pero, kita naman natin dito sa side ng Paper Rex, it's really par for the course. Sanay na sila. Ang usual nilang aggression.
W.
Kung hindi mapigilan to ng Zeta Division, sila ay tutuloy lang dyan.
I mean, you look at the comp ng Zeta and this is mostly what they've been playing sa past kanila. They love to run. Yung double controller nga na yan. They love to have the tawag ito sa Paper Rex rather, yung double controller typically nalalabas na the Astra, the Viper. May Astra nga naman dito sa side ng Zeta, but how do they use that? Paano nila gagamitin yung gravity well to really stop, I guess, the pushes dito? Especially since parang wala naman silang Sage ito na nilabas dito ang Zeta. So that can be the simplicity sometimes na para lang mapigilan dito ang team na Paper Rex. A slow orb, a simple wall, but they don't have that in terms of utility.
Good analysis. Na-distract ako. Ang ganda ng poster. Parang yung sa mga sa department store sa Japan, yung nakasulat, big deal, 2 for 1, 198 yen. Ganun yun. Grabe talaga. Maganda yung mga hindi ako mag-assume, feel ko Korean yan.
I think so.
I think so,
I
diba?
think it looks like Korean.
Hello raw. Ganun talaga. So, kwento sa atin, nakita ko sa Twitter, diba? Yung kanina, parang K-pop pro or something.
Oo nga.
Apparently,
yung binati ni Dax, yung medyo may crowd shot side kanina na, hello, tas kumakaway din sila, yung medyo may kulay sa buhok. Apparently, K-pop star pala siya.
You have a Hulk, we have a something.
Thai.
She's Thai.
She's Thai.
So parang si Lisa.
Parang si Lisa.
Alam ko yung Blackpink. Blackpink. Alam ko yun. Nabasa ko yung mga let's Paper Rex go.
Oh, ano?
Asan yung P? May
R
heart.
lang.
Tapos yung
Let's RX go.
Hindi, yun yung P.
Gamot.
Ang ganda naman!
Stickers.
Ang ganda nung pag-print. Ang ganda nung kay 10.
Ang ganda nung kay 10.
Ang ganda nung
3D pa.
May yung fan po, ganun no, isang ganun.
May bevel.
Zeta win.
May emboss.
Grabe, ma-effort talaga.
Oo.
Pag mahal mo ang Japan,
Ang
alam
mga
mo na.
fans.
Buti ka pa. Kuha nga tayong ganyan.
Ano?
Pwede ba tayo makakuha ng printout ng ganyan, tapos mag-drawing tayo habang tech pause?
Alam mo, tingin ko yun yung parang binibili ata sa venue, yung mga ganyan na
Hindi yan
tipong
binibili.
papel. Binibigay?
Pinamamigay lang yan mismo.
Tapos drawing ka ng sign mo.
Oh,
nice.
Kaya nga may frame Naka-frame. Tapos
Ah.
picture ka, tapos lagay mo doon. Nandito ako sa VCT Pacific.
Grabe.
Yeah, ganun talaga.
I love supporting.
Ito na tayo, back to the game. Ano ka bang support? Ikaw yung hard carry.
Anong sabi mo?
Gusto maging bida.
Supporting the teams.
IGL.
Seekers.
Ay, nako. Ito na naman tayo. Seekers nga ang handa na para kay Forsaken. Pero ang bonus round dito ng Paper Rex, hindi gaanong ka-bonus Sila ay nag-rebuy ng mga ibang barrel and if they lose this, mukhang magiging alanganin pa pera nila.
Sino?
Paper Rex.
Seekers?
Si Seekers? Sino Seekers?
Seekers?
Sino Seekers?
Steve Curse.
Si Steve Curse. Uy, Golden State.
Oo,
Fan ka
1-1, di ba?
Fan nga pala. Wala Ito na, ang ating 3-pointer. Galing kay Jing. Pero unlike Steph Curry, walang natamaan.
Kapos.
Ito na kagad yung Seekers though. Ang si Coach nagsabi sa atin, something nandiyan siya, pero natalo pa rin siya ni Lance. Buti na lang si Pareng Jing. Bulot ng barel, pero walang katakas-takas kay Pareng 10.
Naispawan pa din ni 10 doon sa pag-atras dito. Depth on the frag as well. Ang health positioning for Forsaken, he has to win despite that he does. May flash pa nga para kunin yung screens.
V2 na to, Forsaken, malapitan na naman. Siyempre si Swing ngayon, siyempre si Forsaken. Pero nako, lumingon ng mali. Si Crow, nakahuli sa kanya instead. At crew na lang dabay. Tahimik muna dun sa site. Narinig na niya yung satchel. Nag-iingay, konting destruction. Pero dabay! Handa sana! Pero hindi kaya. Kinulang dun sa pangalawa.
Bonus lang yon though ng PRX. At tignan mo kung saan nila na-push pa yung round na to. Muntikan pa may panalo. Muntikan pa din si Forsaken doon. Makakuha ng isa pa kay Crow. Second guessing himself. Medyo late yung swing and it worked out in the end here for Zeta. But muntikan pa sila doon. The retake, even though it was working pretty well, yung talagang rat positions here, aggressive positioning by Paper Rex. Medyo na-catch off guard yung Zeta.
Catch off guard nga, and ito na naman tayo. Here we go with Zeta Division. May showstopper na. Handa ngayon si Def. And what really impresses me here for the side of Zeta is alam na rin nila kung ano gusto gawin ng Paper Rex. Yung familiarity mismo ng dalawang teams na to, yung mga habits pa rin kahit may konting adjustments to rosters, it's still Zeta Division na na-anticipate kung saan gumagalaw ang PRX.
I mean, if nakita mo yung parang yung video kanina ng Paper Rex at saka Team Secret, yung nag-uusap sila, sabi nila, anong mga things na alam yung ginagawa ng kalaban? Tapos pinag-usapan na dito sa split, yung blast box ni Jing mismo, paakyat doon ng rampa. That's something that Zeta tried and stop with the early knife.
Yeah, Zeta Division daw, nasa taas lang 10 judge pa ang hawak-hawak. Pero mahirap gamitin yan kung hindi ka makakalapit, boss. Spike plant, kagad dito sa PRX. Ang quick ng take dito ng Paper Rex, actually.
Tingnan mo yung pwesto nila. Umatras sila. They want to fight for that heaven. They planted for heaven in the first place.
Ayun nga, diba? May opening sana Forsaken though. Destruction lang yan! Forsaken nakakuha pa ng pangalawa. Damage done. Martyr muna. Si paring Forsaken. But this is something. Nandito lang sa sulok at ang bilis niyang makapasok dyan para makapitas. Out the open though. Mukhang may smoke. Pinaspam at something knows exactly where to shoot. PRX na 3-1 pa.
Alam niya may something dun sa loob ng
May
smoke
someone.
May somewhere.
Over the rainbow.
Somehow. Paper Rex. Nice round dito. At that's what really sets Paper Rex apart. Hindi lang sa magaling sa barila, but they're also really smart in how they rotate the map out and how they play as a team. Talagang nakita nila, may control tayo sa site mismo. We can plant for heaven. And then after planting for heaven, they fight for that ramps. They fight for that heaven control. Now, I mean, if you look at it, it could have been disastrous. May judge si 10, which means pag sinugod na yung heaven, baka matimingan pa nga ni Tendo, but it just never came. And Paper Rex talagang inikutan dito ang kalaban.
Napul na yung depensa eh. Sabi nila, uy, baba kayo dito. May papakita kami. Tapos biglang umakit na lang eh.
Talagang play off-site. Vertical control.
Yung ganun pala eh.
Ibang laro pala to eh.
Inikutan eh. Lumilipad sila. Anong laro to?
Yung tipong sa magpa-plant ka sa baba, pero yung post-plant mo sa taas.
Okay yun na. And we see it from Paper Rex rin, no? Na just because na ina-anticipate ng Zeta Division yung mga kanilang direct pushes, the fact na pwede sila maghanap ng iba pang angle na pwede sana gamitin, it's enough. Uy! Yung pusa! Yung pusa oh! Si Pusa Jing!
Uy!
Happy! Happy! Sakto talaga.
Oo nga.
Nakikinig talaga sa atin yung audience eh.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Yun nga kasi Tagalog broadcast ang ipinapakita dyan.
Doon? Kahit nasa Korea?
Oo.
Tama.
Bida tayo.
Koreatown, Philippines.
Oo naman.
Ang ganda ng venue ng VCT Pacific. Pero mas maganda syempre, ang momentum ngayon ng Paper Rex. Ingat lang sila tong Zeta Division. Medyo makulit pag hawak yung frenzy.
Tapos may showstopper pa nun si Dep. Pag nagkumpulan sila dito, malay natin, matimingan pa nga. The flank here coming from Zeta Division, parang inatrasan nga nila. Alam nila, teka, medyo nandito na agad yung hit sa B site. Not the timing that we wanted.
Uy!
And 10, what a shot!
10 gets 1 and ito na tayo. Showstopper inlabas. Walang natamado pero si 10 pumultang baril. Nakuha pa ng dalawa. Lusob lang kay Dep pero wala pa rin. Forsaken na something. Nag-aalaga sa isa't isa. At ayun na, ang fantastic trio. Naku, nagawang duo. Dahil kay 10, lusob dito si something. Sugar Zero with the punish. Forsaken, hinahabol talaga yung Seekers. Hinahabol talaga si Sugar Zero. At naging 1v1 pa to.
Grabe. Nabawian pa nga ng Zeta Division. Si Ten nagsimula, siya din pwede magtapos. He gets that opening kill doon sa flank watch and suddenly, parang nagsiwalaan na lang dito ang hawak ng Paper Rex.
Halos lahat ginawa na lang ni Ten dito. Pero yun nga, na-plant na nga ni Forsaken ang spike dito sa may A site. Ikot through the sewers dito ang Zeta Division at makikita pa kagad to ni Forsaken. Ayun na, nagpumwesto dito si Ten. Pwede niya buksan yung Toxic Strain if ever gusto niya gamitin. At mukhang mag-iingay na nga ng konti. At least to try and cut off the approach. Nakita si Forsaken! And Ten, naka-4 pa. Ten.
Grabe naman si Ten.
Thrifty po.
Grabe, thrifty. Iko, sulit na sulit dito. Tipong nilagay mo lang, ibinaba mo, 2 piso, bumalik sa'yo, 10, 10. Grabe naman ang ROI. But an even better round here coming from Zeta. Parang, the way that they play this is very Paper Rex-esque even, na talagang irarat play nila. And it worked against a team that loves to do that.
Makikisama sila eh.
Oo nga.
Maganda silang kabanding yung Zeta Division. And naging criticism natin sa mga Japanese teams, medyo masyadong vibe the book minsan ang kanilang mga play. Pero pag ito ang kalaban nila, may pagkaintindi nila na iba talaga ang Lebron kailangan basahin. Berta na, mid-control.
Lebron?
Oo.
Lebron James?
Lebron, uy! Lakers.
Grabe.
Parang gusto mo talaga na ng basket, mamaya.
Siyempre, alam naman natin mga kaibigan na ang buhay ay bola-bola lang.
Ball is life in Tagalog. Masyadong literal talaga ang usapan. Pero something, literal nga, isa na pitas. Yung Seekers, nahuli si Davai actually. Pero baka pa, mapull pa tong si Laz ng masyadong malayo as Paper Rex. May mid-control sila dito. Davai, pwesto na lang dyan. Nakita pa, na-wallbang pa! Nag-fade away. Parang Kobe nga.
Grabe. Talaga, men. I mean, both Vipers dito sa huling rounds na to, nakahanap ng isang flank watch. Nako, timing pa, hindi pa gumana at nawalan pa sila ng smoke.
Diba kung may the lake show, ito na ang Paper Rex show. Pasok lang kung pasok, and yan na for 3 something! Nakapasok rin siya mismo. Yung bola, lumipad, pintas, pumatay.
Anong kala mo, porkit may molly dyan, hindi ako makakatakas, hindi ako makakasugod ka mo? Anong kala mo sa akin, zone defense ang?
Wala yan. 2-3 boss, 2-3.
Hindi pwede, kailangan man-to-man.
Tama lang yan. At ito na si Dep. Nako, Davai! Wala.
Ay, binaril.
Sayang. Kala ko kung hindi lang kung tondo sa atin, Kuala Lumpur. Hindi ko maganda naman din, pero wala akong alam sa Malaysia.
Ano pa bang mga Singapore kasi? Literal isang city.
Pag nag-Indonesia, parang Jakarta.
Madami pa eh.
Kay Forsaken, kay something.
Hindi na lang.
Huwag na lang, boss.
May watch party sila.
Buti pa sila.
Buti pa nga.
Sama tayo?
Pwede.
Punta tayo doon?
Tara, bukas.
Andun na si Fluffy, nauna na.
Ayaw nga pala. Grabe yung ibon. kalipad ni Jing.
Oo nga, si Jing yung ibon mismo.
Oo nga.
Take the form of the bird.
Siya yung sasabi blinded.
Ganun yung comms. Linabas mo ba ang ibon mong si Jing? Ayun
Oy,
talaga.
Pangang beses na yan.
Handa na naman. Ba ang Paper Rex dito? Dep, nako, mag-ingat ka.
Oh.
Si Mindfreak nagdi-decide. Huwag ka mag-astral for pressure na siya. Yun tuloy. Masyado tumingin doon sa stars.
Nako, nagmumuni-muni.
No, sabi
Hindi pa siya handa.
Nag-stargazing, walang telescope, boss.
Oo nga.
Hindi ganun yun.
Masyadong maaraw pa.
Oh, so while all that happened, kinuha ng Paper Rex yung A
nakaplan
side.
sila. By the way, parang medyo thrifty round to ng Zeta. If ever it does work out. But with the amount of utility and ultimates na meron ng Paper Rex, hindi ako masyadong pabor sa Zeta sa round na to.
Ayun na nga.
Patay.
Yung pa nga si Forsaken, nakipag-saw-saw sa sana gamit ng guiding light pero wala. Sugar Zero actually with the refrag and here we go now. It's all up to the Vi and something na lang natitira dito. Zeta, kala mo out na sila sa round na to pero nakapwesto pa rin mismo sa side. Something, nako! Slam dunk talaga from above!
Grabe naman yon. Fly high, soar high. At talagang ibinigay. Kay Sugar Zero. Ito, koksakto.
Namin, nagkabago pa tayo ng flag ha. Pero ayun no, kanina pa si something na alam niya paano lang lumusok, paano lang Paper Rex. Alam mo na.
Kaya nga, ang ganda ng fit niya dito sa team na to no? Talagang ini-embody niya yun. Kung baka ibang player ka, di ba, ibang team, sasabihin nila, hindi, play ka lang sa high ground mo, may advantage ka dyan. Hindi si something.
Kita mo, smile nga si Jing eh.
Oo nga,
Alam niya,
tama.
uy, tropa ko yan, teammate ko yan. At ito si Jing, naipit nga nung Gravity Well habang nasa loob ng Viper Spitfire. Tutok na lang sa pagmumukha ni Ten. Nako, delikado yan, boss. Ito na rin to, Dep, nanganganib na ang buhay niya. Forsaken on the board, there's something hindi pa tapos. Shorty na naman! Sulit na sulit ang pick-up ng Paper Rex.
Grabe naman mag-pick up ng Shadi dito si Something. Talagang hindi mo pwedeng laruin yung mga close corners sa ganyan pag si Something ang sumusugod sa iyo. And to have a player like him na, to be fair, we'd see Forsaken on that jet before, pero it gives Paper Rex a very different look. Even though it's a similar style, aggressive pa din, oo. Pero syempre, ibang tendencies kasi ibang player yan, who's just as good.
At yun na, di ba, marami nag-aral na ng Forsaken Jet. Eto, paano kung si Something ang kalaban mo lumulusob, tapos nakikisama pa si Jing at si Forsaken. Ito yung pinaka nagiging problema ngayon ng Zeta Division, yung hindi nila gaanong ka-familiar. Black and Blue, matagal na magkakilala ang course ng Zeta at Paper Rex. Ilang taon na sila naglalaro against each other and with each other's mga teams mismo. Pero Something is that new piece, the vital finding last, and effectively, this round is over. Paper Rex with another one's attack.
Ang hirap kasi talagang kalaban ng Paper Rex. I mean, aside from...
Na-try mo na? Nakalaban mo na Paper Rex?
Hindi ako mismo.
Last mo ng rank mo, boss.
Hindi naman ako mismo. Pero, siyempre, na-experience ko ng mag-coach kalaban sila. At talaga mahirap. You look at every single player on this team, and aside from DRX, you'd argue they're the best at their position dito sa tournament na to, sa buong circuit na to. And every single player talagang masasabi mong all-star. You put them on any team and they'd be starting.
Alam mo naman talaga, Paper Rex, kaya sila isang powerhouse, ang Pacific powerhouse ng SCA especially. Pero laban na naman! Ayun, is and Def and Crow! Beat Paper Rex on their own game! Sige, lusob kayo! Handa na ang mga samurai ng Zeta sa showdown!
Ganda ng wide swing ni Dep doon. Pulled all the aggro, got the pick. At dahil doon, parang nagka-line up na lang tuloy ang Paper Rex. Easy for Zeta. Easy for Zeta.
Si Davay na ang the last samurai.
The last? Talaga ba? Samurai yung kalaban nila
Oo nga eh. Kung sayang, walang pangalan Jack dun sa Zeta. Samurai Jack.
Ay, nako.
I love that show.
Sino ba naman? Ito ba ang talagang shinobi strat?
Ito ang isang...
Ibang klaseng ninjutsu yan.
Ano yun? Parang Power Rangers. Hindi Voltes 5 yung isa pa.
Yung nakagayon sila.
Oh! Basta!
Good luck na lang.
Let's vault in! Boom! Tatlo kalaban mo dyan, Davay! Umasa ka pa! Paper Rex, talo dyan ngayon!
Kung pwede nang sanang tumapak sa kakampi mo, edi sana nagpatungan na lang din sila, di ba?
Iniisip ko tuloy ano yung isa. Yung Power Rangers, kasi American. Yung Voltes 5, sige, hindi nga Japanese, pero naging uso sa atin. May isa yung sobrang uso sa kanila eh.
May Voltes 5 nga pala ng pelikula, di ba?
Oo nga, okay yun. Proudly Pinoy.
Kamen Rider?
Kinda, parang ganun. Pwede na. Okay na yun.
Madami kasing sa totoo sing
yung mga
gumaya.
Super Sentai.
Super Sentai. Madami kasing parang sumunod sa trend na yun eh.
No, pumusing pa sila ng ganun eh. Naging Megazord, boss.
Hindi lang kulang lang, 3 membro lang.
Tatlo pa nga lang yun. Hindi kaya ganun kaliit kasi wala pang legs.
Pag binigyan ng legs yun, hindi exogen na.
Tatangkat sila. The Forbidden One. Pero you've activated my top card! Si Mind Freak!
Mind Freak!
Direct hit! Ano na? Bawas ang life points dito ng Zeta.
Na-crit! Grabe naman si Mind Freak. Nakakabaliw.
Nako, pinadala sa Shadow Realm ang 4 pero 10. Sige, pang-deny ng highlight pero hindi mo ma-deny yung round.
Mind Freak eh. Grabe naman si Mind Freak. Si ating parang Aaron.
Parang Aaron.
Aaron.
Shoutouts kay Ray. Best friend niya si Aaron.
Oo nga.
Nag-interview sila.
Grabe.
The moment.
One-on-one.
Talaga. Alam mo yun, kala ko iba yung tanong eh. Yung mga usual sa interview. Yung tungkol sa ilaw. Yung tungkol sa tsokolate.
Iba pala yung ilaw.
Oo. Yung maayos na nag-interview. Pero mas maayos yung paper Rex ngayon. Professional. 14 kills si Forsaken.
Oo nga. Kahit hindi siya duelist. Alam mo, we've been seeing this a lot. Kahit hindi siya duelist, siya pa rin top frag eh.
Ito yun yung tipong, sige, ikaw mag-cheat. Pero ako pa rin yung mas magaling.
Sige, ikaw mamatay, ako papatay.
Ako bahala dyan. And truth be told, mas okay nga yung second fragger roll niya eh.
Oo nga eh. Kasi, I mean, even though dati, di ba, dalawang duelist sila ni Jing, we can kind of see that where, you know, Forsaken, siya yung magiging Jet, yung Reyna sa likod niya, si Jing, we'd see that swap every now and then, Jing being on the forefront with the Raze, and having him be alive na mas matagal sa round, mas mag-benefit talagang Paper Rex doon.
Yeah, laking bagay na hindi lang siya pain, hindi lang siya patay kaagad. And it's not, Paper Rex isn't that kind of team na need na may sakripisyo para lang doon sa space mismo. So, ito na naman tayo, Paper Rex now. Mulusob na naman ng A-site operator pa. Pero Laz, naku, 2 na huli niya nun. Isa pa para kay Laz. Binabalikan lang ng Zeta Division ang Paper Rex. Highlights muna sana. Seekers into play. 4 na. Naka-4 na dito si Laz. At yung Seekers pa ang naghahabol sa kanilang natitirang kalaban. Mind Freak, ito na tayo. Nahuli ka na. Behind the Cosmic Divide. Papalagad ba niya si Laz mismo muna? Hindi siya handa. Nanandan niya. Si Laz, ace pa nga dito sa dulong to.
Grabe naman si Laz. Inilaz-laz ang push dito ng Paper Rex. Zeta Division coming into this round. Showstopper available. But you see how napagana talaga ni Impul. Nag-line up pa nga yung dalawa doon habang paatras si Something. Tapos may Gravity Well para hindi siya makasugod. Maka-atras doon sa site, may yung usual smoke nga na yun para doon sa may default para makakilos siya. It just allowed Laz all alone para i-anchor yung site.
Yeah, parang laser lang siya eh. Tungkol tuloy-tuloy lang. Precision. At Zeta Division, lugi nga sa rounds pero may laban pa rin. Overall though, nakita natin dito sa first half na ang mga fast takes dito ng Paper Rex, very effective naman. And given that ito pa yung split, alam mo naman, Paper Rex, happy na sa scoreline nito. Tingnan natin kung mas happy pa sila. Kumakuha pa sila ng isa. Guiding light po na dyan kay Laz. Flash sana lumapat. Something to! Masyado nag-shake no mouse. Hindi tumama. Pagkatapos ng right click, ito na. Zeta Division, binabalikan ang Paper Rex. Lumampas sa Cosmic Divide. Pinadala ang special delivery kay Mind Freak. At si Davay na lang ang nakikipaglaban kasama ni Forsaken. Rotate muna dito, PRX.
Sayang yun. Hindi ko alam kung kabado o pasmado. Something. May blades nga siya, pero may judge sana para dun sa malapitan. They have an attempt to plant here, pero medyo magiging mahirap. They know Sugar Zero's coming out of alley. He gets the one anyways!
Napigil niya yung spike plant, pero yung problema pa rin si The Viper ang buhay. Yung Viper Spit online dyan, paubos na kagad yung smoke mismo at paubos na ang Paper Rex rin. Ang Zeta naman, nakahabol ng konti dun sa dulo ng half na to.
At least bumawi sila, pero you know, pag tinignan mo talaga, Daps, as you said a while ago, okay naman yung half na to eh. 7 rounds on the first half on the defensive side sa mapa na alam natin talaga mas pabor doon sa depensa. Napaganda. Pero ang panel, mas maganda sila.
Maraming salamat, Black and Blue and Dax, on behalf of the panel. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Pero katulad ng sinabi nyo, these two teams, they did have history and PRX has always been on the bottom. But again, PRX has that beautiful entry here with that double duelist. And even though, you know, Split is more of a defender-sided map, it just shows na PaperX, that doesn't matter to them. The statistics do not matter because they have the firepower.
Yun nga, kaya sila malakas yung kanilang simula dahil dun sa double duelist combo, they are able to divide the space pagdating dito sa mga site takes. Pero, my gosh, si Laz, napakaganda ng kanyang performance. So, mukhang makakahabol pa. Makaka-recover ka ba dun sa Brucey?
Yun ba yung tinatawag natin cosmic davai? Pero, pero Viper siya, so not counted. Pero,
okay
pero
yan.
2 words para sa PRX. Sure thing. Shorty ni something. Same as last week. Ito pa rin yung ginawa nila against Talon. Yun yung parang signature move so far ni something, you know, debuting in VPL. Ibang klase. If he gets the operator or kahit anong gun pa man yan, dashes in forward the shorty. Kung nakita nga natin nung nag-defend siya ng post plant, tumalon lang si Idol. Tapos patay ang race. So,
exactly. Parang ang proactive ng mga, and you know, ang proactive and really good reads coming from both sides of the teams. We've seen that, especially that lineup also that happened pre-round or at the start of the round on B side na I think Zeta just took out 3 people immediately, and it's just like, grabe talaga on these two teams are just trying to be one step ahead in this game of chess. But we'll just have to see what happens in the second half with our casters.
Chess pala to. Paper Rex to E4.
Grabe.
Oo.
Alam mo, Dax, na last time na naalala ko, nag-cast ako ng Japanese team dito din sa Pacific. Split din yung mapa eh.
Tapos?
Nung kalaban ng Team Secret.
Tapos?
Tapos, actually, nagpa-anal ako noon. Tapos, medyo lugi kasi, di ba nasa Japan tong split?
Home court.
Oo nga.
Kita mo may ramen, alam mo na, Japan to.
Isipin mo kung may mapatayang Tondo, edi 13-0 lagi.
Totoo.
Di ba?
Baka naman. VALORANT.
Baka naman, di ba?
Baka naman.
Quiz.
Di ba? Nasa riot ka na.
Ilagay mo naman yan.
Ilagay mo na. Alam ko.
Nag-iisang Pinoy doon.
Alam ko, sa papel, Singaporean ka. Pero alam ko, sa puso,
sa
ikaw
puso,
ay Pinoy pa rin.
sa dugo.
Ayan nga. At ito, syempre, yung ating MYSG reps na Paper Rex ang naunguna sa larong to. Pero Zeta Division na ang nasa attacking side at tong pistol na to, ang pambawi sana nila sa scoreline. Pero depth naman, palampasin mo yung Trailblazer eh. Binabody block yung tuloy. Ikaw pa nauna. Ikaw pa namatay.
Naka-atras pa nga doon si Forsaken. Nakatakas, di ba, doon sa committed position niya. And that is such a bad misblunder dito. Parang si Zeta Division. Paper Rex, alam nila yung rotate.
Baka doon na siyang Guardians, kaya siya isang dog lover. Ano siyang careful doon sa Trailblazer. Okay lang yan.
I am legend.
Papaalagaan kita. Pero
Si Will Smith.
Namatay yung aso doon eh.
Oo nga eh. Kaya ayun, namatay.
Namatay rin. Pero dito namatay rin si Will Smith.
Siya din.
Ay, nako.
Depende sa anong version ng movie na panood mo.
So hindi siya yung legend.
Iba kasi yung ending ng director's cut.
Ako binasa ko lang yung book.
Yung book. The better version.
Grabe, gawa-gawa lang tayo ng kwento ngayon. At ito na nga si Forsaken na kuha pa nga ang unang pitas na naman sa re-hit. Sugar Zero though, pasok lang, kumakapasok, Forsaken, ingat ka, nandyan na naman siya. At si Jing mag-back on the way, President makahuli sa kanya. Spike though planted, pupusta dito ng Zeta Division. Ang ganda ng hacker dito ng Defy, nakastall, mukhang mapipilitan na si Sugar Zero mag-swing para lang may chance. Pero no chance, nag-intay dyan si Something. Hindi niya aabutin yung Spike anyway para sa pistol na to.
Wala na rin no chance, wala na rin no time doon. Ang Zeta Division, nice attempt to. Tsaka maganda yung flank na naigawa nila doon with that frenzy in hand. Dismantling that elbow hold. They get the 2 on the screens, pero Jing here, perfect backup, perfect tulong para sa tropa niyang si Forsaken na nilampasan lang ng unang blast back doon ni Dep.
Pinaghandaan lang talaga. Ito na naman tayo, Paper Rex. Narinig mo yun? Tinanong nila, what are they doing?
What are they doing?
Oo nga, kahit sila napatanong. Pero tinatry talaga ng Zeta Division. I-psych yung kalaban, i-find yung mga proper angles to play from. Pero wala eh, handa lang ang Paper Rex anyway. Something though, umpisa pa lang main attack at tita natin dito. Sino ang may judge? Nakahula, nasa sulok lang. Nakatago na tamaan daw nung suppress. So kailangan mag-ingat dito ng Paper Rex. Hintay lang kung mag-iintay. Wala pa nag-check until si 10 ang mga katrade. Paper Rex holding things down. Pitas lang, nakakapitas from the fence, from the tower. And from this point on, it's all Paper Rex.
Good luck ka na lang doon sa sitwasyon na yon. May binigyan mo pa naman si Something ng judge. Nakapulat pa nga. And Paper Rex dito, walang kaproblema sa pagpigil ng sugod ng Zeta.
Oo, di ba?
Mabe.
Alam talaga.
Oo nga. Alam na alam. Ba't kinatatawa?
May mga naiisip ko na bawal natin kwento dito.
Lagi naman eh.
Lagi naman.
Teka lang, may tic-tac-toe sa A-site, oh. May mga wall. X marks the spot.
Tinitingnan ko kung paano. Saan mo lalagay yung circle? Yung star.
Oh.
Matalino ka talaga, boss. Pero mas matalino na pinalampas muna ng Paper Rex yung Trailblazer para lang maka-scout. Yet again though, ito na ang bonus round dito ng Paper Rex. Dahil meron ng mga Spectre at Judge, tama lang naman. Hold close kung kaya.
At least they flush out yung aiming control na yon. So, they can send the defense dito para mas tumulong sa mid, mas tumulong sa B site. And that's what you're seeing here. And the fact that naka-push out sila dito sa B main, that's big information as well.
No, pero nakapasok na kagad dito si Dep.
Alam ba nito?
Contest dun sa may bench. Sugar Zero though, intay na naman. Ang ganda ng mga timing ni Sugar Zero. Palagi na lang na-anticipate kung saan pupunta ang Paper Rex eh.
So ba't mag-isa? Ba't wala dun si something sana na pwede pang tumulong, get that trade? He's holding the long angle galing sa CT kaso hindi lang nagka-timing.
Kasi si something, siya ay somebody.
Somebody.
That my freak used to know.
Once.
that song!
Hindi ba?
Hindi yun! Yung kay Gautier, hindi yung kay Shrek.
Si Gautier, yung dati nating kakilala.
Oo, Gautier, Game of the Year edition.
Grabe. Bam!
Ito na!
Walang tumama!
Uy!
Si Dep short, may judge din.
Yun nga, diba tinalo? Out-judge! Mas lakas ang sekyo niya. At ito na rin si Ten nakikisama. 5v2 na kagad. Si Ching na lang nakapwesto dito sa side. Spectre muna ang hawak-hawak dyan. Last makaka-plant pero hindi siya nakita ni Crow. Timing sana. Ito na rin Paper Rex. Merong isang hindi kasama sa kapwa ng Zeta Division. Si Jing, sayaw na lang na sayaw. Ipit na ipit. Kailangan makalabas. Pero pumulit ang bago baril. At mahuli na siya ni Sugar Zero. Gandang fragment galing kay Crow. Something lang natitira dito.
Pero ang daming oras na isinayang ni Jing dun, ha? At saka ang tagal niyang nabuhay. I think something's gonna go for the save dito. Alam naman nila na it is their bonus, so it's not one that they're expected to win. Pero syempre, malaking tulong pa din yung may hawak mo, may dala mo, yung rifle from this round into the next. In Zeta Division, at least damage mitigated after the plant.
Anong Japanese ng hello?
Konnichiwa.
Napaisip ka pa eh.
Kanina kasi Korean yung pinag-usapan natin, di ba?
Oo nga.
So,
sayang. Kala ko mahuli na kita dun eh.
Kanina, munti ka na rin.
Oo nga, ganun yun. Nag-check yung Zeta Division.
Eh, anong hello sa Singapore?
Hello? Hello? Ano pa ba? Sige nga.
Hindi ko alam.
Gusto mo may Singlish?
May oh.
Wala.
Hello.
Hello lang.
Hello lang.
Gusto mo hello la? Pwede naman. May la sa dulo. Pero ganun yun ginawa nila kay Jing. Di ba nasa sulok lang siya? Una sabi nila, konnichiwa. Di sumagot. Yun tuloy, nagtapon ng fragment nung nag-hello.
Eh sa Indonesia. Anong hello?
I don't know.
May dalawang Indonesian eh.
Hindi ko alam.
Ay nako. I don't know kung ba sila mag-hello. I don't know.
Alam ko sa Thailand, di ba parang sawadi?
Sawadi.
Sawadi ka.
And then cap if lalaki ata.
Nag-iingat ako, baka bawal sabihin sa broadcast pala eh. Pero ito na, Forsaken. Kita natin dyan. Huli kagad si Dep. And ito naman, parang pwede gamihan ng Paper Rex eh. Hindi na kailangan ituloy yung pag-push. Sausaw lang, konting hanap ng pitas. Ito si Something daw, medyo makulit. Pero back away naman siya after niya magbigay ng konting warning shot kay Crow.
Jet naman siya. Pero si Ten, okay, nakagapang dito. Timing! Still works out for Forsaken. Kala ni Ten, akit pa ng ropes, pero nandun na.
Ito na nga ang Seekers. Ang nangyari sa Seekers? Asa na? Dumating na rin dito sa may mid-crow. Tago lang sa con mismo at mukhang naiipit na dito ang Zeta Division. Smoke lang ng smoke para may harang. Nahihirapan ng Zeta Division. Pupush ba nila to o hindi? Naghahanap silang contact pero wala pa rin eh.
Daming ecoms dito sa mid. Hindi tuloy makatawid. Zeta Division pop flash doon para sa cross. Laz gets a kill here dito kay Jing. 4v3. May dalawang anchor pa sa site. Pero saan ba talaga tutuloy ang Zeta? B. It has to be the B site.
Wala na silang oras. Kailangan talaga B. Drop down ang kailangan nila mag-gawin dito. Fragment muna para ipitin sana kung may nakatago dyan sa sulok. Pero blind muna. Galing kay Forsaken. Tatlo na. Napipitas niya. Sugar Zero na lang. At wala rin. 0 din for Paper Rex. 10-6 na to.
4K na naman para kay Forsaken. At ang daming ecoms doon sa mid. Ang daming nakaabang din. Utility, the paint shells coming in with a Nova Pulse para lang hindi makaabante. And they wasted so much time trying to fight for that mid. They just, pagdating tuloy sa dulo, Zeta Division napilitan na lang isugod yung B site na wala masyadong control.
Ang tagal nung stall eh. Ang tagal nung tambay din ng Zeta Division. At nakusulat din sa mid eh. Bawal tumambay dito.
Bawal tambay dito. Kailangan no loitering.
Oo, kailangan kasi magkukuha ka ng ganyang klaseng angle. Dapat alam mo na may choices ka. Pero kailangan mo na rin piliin kung saan ka pupunta.
May start sila dito para sa pagtawid. Umakyat ng rampa sana, pero in the meantime, Zeta Division kumakalma muna. Not the best buy on them. Sakura ng kay Laz. But that's about it.
Sakura. Yung skin.
Yung skin.
Akala ko ano to? Naruto.
Naruto?
Uy.
Bakit hindi?
Sasuke?
Sasuke.
Alam, narinig mo na ba yung parang may team song ng Europe, yung Naruto? Pero ito na, ang team song ng Paper Rex. Narinig mo lang, ratatatak. Baril lang na baril. Everywhere. Anywhere. Burst lang nga eh. Hindi nga full auto eh.
Oo nga eh.
Papapam, ganun lang eh.
Simple lang, syempre. Para hindi maubusan ng bala agad.
Sulit.
Mas accurate. Sulit, tama. Kahit hindi ka chamber, hindi ka tamber, hindi naman magastos.
May ganun pala. May chamber pa pala sa game na to.
Oo nga eh.
Wala na yun.
Depende.
Erased from
Kung
existence.
ikaw si Ja.
Wala na. Hindi na nga lalaro ni Ja. Hindi na nga lalaro ni Ye. Pero lumalaro pa rin dito si Laz. Lumalaban pa rin sa sulok ng garahe. Delikado lang daw kasi kung saan ka man pupunta, nandyan na ang Paper Rex pa.
Oo nga. 11-6. Paper Rex. Pina-timeout pa nga ang Zeta Division. Crow not having himself the best game dito sa map number 1 on split. Doon sa KO. At yung KO nga na to, alam ko si Raph sumasangayon din dito na a lot of times when you see these teams slotting the KO, katulad na nakita natin doon kanina, yung nilalaro yung Gen.G, it's kind of like a crutch pick. Hindi mo alam, ano bang pwedeng ilagay dito sa composition na medyo mas intricate, and sometimes they go for the simpler option of that KO, pero you lose a lot. You might gain something with the KO, but you have to play it right, and kung hindi, madaming nawawalan sa'yo.
At na-outpace dito ng sobra yung Zeta Division. Minsan nakaka-value yung fragment at yung flash ng Zeta kung may time sila mismo makipaglaban sa Paper Rex kung ma-stall nila. Pero hindi eh. Usually, ang Paper Rex ang nag-stall sa kanila. Usually, yung Paper Rex ang nag-pressure sa kanila. At no matter what, sa attacking at sa defending side, palagi pa rin yung Paper Rex yung nagdidictate kung ano gagawin sa larong to.
Paper Rex. Sa ngayon, talagang katulad ng sabi mo, Daxter, dictating the pace. At walang magawa yung Zeta. If gusto ng Paper Rex mabagal yung round, hindi nakakasagot ng Zeta, hindi na naiiba para bilisan. Kung gusto ng Paper Rex na mabilis yung round, hindi na ipapabagal dito ng Zeta. And on the attacking side, for you to not be able to handle the pace or dictate the pace of the game, hindi dapat ganon, hindi pwede.
Di ba? Bawal maging under dito, boss. Kailangan talaga na kung mag-attacking side ka dito, kailangan mo ikaw honestly, force some kind of action eh. At ito na naman, Paper Rex, simula pa lang sila na kagad ang nagkasabi dito sa Zeta Division, bawal pumasok dito. A-main, control na naman ng Paper Rex. Seekers ang ilalabas rin ngayon, courtesy of Laz. At sige, laban para sa mid, makaka-back off naman dito si Something. And yet again, Paper Rex keeping Zeta Division at bay eh.
Well, Zeta as of the moment, nakabang dito sa may mid na naman. Kailangan nilang iwasan yung tipong nangyari sa kanila nung dati na naubusan lang sila ng oras. Jing, will you expect Dep to be in this angle? Timing! But Jing, what a flick! Harap-harapan, makakapangalawa pa nga on Crow. Will he get the third? Shut down by Laz.
Baka si Jing yan. Sanay ka na ba? Hindi pa. Ang galing talaga dito ng firepower ng Paper Rex and Zeta Division. Bigla na lang nagulat na lumusap na lang si Jing doon. So as it stands, sige, may naka-anchor pa naman, nakapwesto dito si Forsaken. Pwedeng tumulong si Devi if ever. But really, Zeta Division ngayon, sila pa ang sobrang alanganin sa mga pwestuhan nila.
Si Devi. Pwedeng i-divide dito ang mapa. With that Viper wall of his, pag inangat niya, posibleng makatawid dito ang Paper Rex na hindi alam, hindi aware ang Zeta sa kilos nila. They're trying to be careful about it. May star nga sila dito, pang gravity well. Pero baka makaikot pa nga ang Zeta Division dito. And tingnan natin saan sila pupunta. They make contact on that heaven. Alam nila, dito lang sila manggagaling.
Paper Rex, ito na naman. Nakapwesto lang dito sa Forsaken. Paubos na ang oras ng Zeta Division. Kailangan na pilitin yung pagplant ng spike. At kita mo, ang ganda ng angle of Something. At gulat na lang si Ten. Nandyan pa pala si Forsaken. Naipit lang talaga siya sa oras na naman. And kanina pa natin nakikita, ang Zeta, kalaban nila yung Paper Rex at kalaban nila yung timer mismo.
Grabe naman talaga yung stalling dito ng Paper Rex. And I even said it here dito mismo sa push ni Jing na kailangan maiwasan ng Zeta na maging masyadong passive. Naubusan naubusan sila ng oras because of the stall here coming from Paper Rex, but they're not doing an adequate job para talagang i-push yung pace kung kailan gusto nila. Masyadong nilang nire-respeto sa tutusin lang.
Diba? Dapat pinipilit nila. At kanina pa sila naghahanap ng chancing. We saw it from Sugar Zero. We see it from time to time galing kay Laz. Pero kulang pa rin yan. Hindi lang pwede na yung may opportunity na nakita kayo, kailangan mismo ang Zeta Division gumagawa nun.
Tignan naman natin paano gagawin yun, actually not knowing that may operator, but when they do find out, how do they work around it? They have to play a faster pace para ma-shut down to. Hindi tumamang unang shot ni Something. He backs off after the second.
Maganda yung swing eh.
Oo nga.
Diretso lang, walang tigil, no breaks.
Dapat lang.
Pero biglang, nag-break muna sila from that mid, rotate na lang papunta sa may A site. Nag-iintay sila ng chance sana dito, but Forsaken, ingat muna. Timing yun. Pero dahil sa guiding light, nag-peek lang siya konti, walang naka-check. Seekers muna to.
Ayun, at least na malalaman nila dito. Since yun nga, wala silang information, pwedeng sanang agapang doon ang Zeta. Shot. Hindi tumama naman kay Something. That's his last bullet in the op. Binigay nga niya dito ang Heaven.
Give chance with the clip. Eto na. Ayun na, diba? Nag-reload lang. May problema yung clip. May defect yung mga bullets dyan. Pero ito si Jing. Ready na naman. Pasok lang sa smoke. Sige, laban ka dyan. At Something na naman, makakapangalawa. Sabi sa'yo, warning shots lang kanina. At no chance na ngayon ang Zeta Division. They just get finished off by Paper Rex. 13-6 ang ating ending.
Partida, mapagbigay pa naman si Something doon. 5 warning shot yun. Diba? Sabi niya, teka guys, huwag kayo dito. Guys, sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Guys, ayaw talagang lumaban. Guys, ito na ang huli kong sabi. At ayun na nga, sumagot ng si Something.
Huwag ka pumunta dito, pre. Oo, diba? Wala, hindi naman sinaman sa'yo. Paano ba?
So okay, salita, diba?
One word per finger, per bullet. Ito na naman, Paper Rex's word is just law. We saw it from them. Second half, halos walang nakuha doon ang Zeta Division, diba? We saw it from them na palagi na lang silang handa. Palagi na lang sila yung nagdidiktik ng pace. Pinag-usapan na natin. And so many times, kung hindi si Jing ang nagsasabi ano gagawin in terms of the pace mismo, it's Something, it's Forsaken, and yet again, yung stalling tactics na dadala ni Mindfreak at ni Vi na gamit ng todo ng Paper Rex.
I mean, the writing was on the wall, right? Nung first half pa lang na nakita natin, ang ganda ng first half ng Paper Rex being on the attacking side. And on the defense dito, I think isang round lang talaga ay panalo ng Zeta Division. And that one round pa nga na medyo napaganapan nila is one na sobrang nag-pop off pa doon sa may B main. And you cannot rely on those type of rounds to consistently happen, as we talked about the pace handling dito ng Paper Rex always being the big stomp, the big hump for Zeta to get over.
Sila yung giants talaga na kailangan kalabanin. And yes, may mga moments naman Zeta Division. We saw it from 10, we saw it from Sugar Zero, we saw it from Laz. Pero kulang ka rin kasi yung Paper Rex palagi na lang nasa mukha nila, nasa pwesto na kailangan nila para lang manalo. And that they did. What a very convincing performance here from the side of Paper Rex. Palagi lang sa handa. Arami talaga fangirl ni Jing, no?
Oo nga. Siyempre ba naman, hindi ka ba fan ni Jing? Sa babyface na yan.
Babyface.
Grabe.
Kasi kasama pa si Mama.
Diba? Sa talagang tunay na baby ng SC.
Diba? Alagang-alaga. At kita natin dito, alagang-alaga ng isa't isa ang Paper Rex. That's why they took that map win. What a way to actually start off this series. Matutuloy pa to ng Paper Rex o makakambackan ba sila ng Zeta Division? Alamin natin pagbalik ng VCT Pacific.
チームとしてリーグ戦長い期間戦っていくことになるんですけど、その中でいろんな戦い方をできるチームだと思ってて、チームとしての戦い方のバリエーションがすごいあるチームなのかなと思ってます。僕の名前は牛田浩二です。ゲーム名はラズで日本のゼータディビジョンに所属しています。いろいろチームで試しつつなんで、役割も変わるし、使うエージェントも変わってきてて、なかなか出てこないのはあるんですけど、結構ワンタップ系の武器が得意だなと思ってます。スナイパーも組まれてますね。ガーディアンとかシェリフとか。
ラズはチームのエースでもあり、他のプレイヤーの模範となるような存在、日々のルーティンだったりとか、試合への意気込みだったりとか、自分のプレイに関して本当にめちゃくちゃ正確で、理論とかデータに基づいて、100% 完璧主義者であろうとするプレイングだと思います。
完璧主義というか、ちゃんと自分がしたいようにしてるなっていうのをすごい感じるので、そこはすごい好 尊敬できて、かつなんか結構自分と似てるなと思うところも結構多くて、いいチームメイトだと思います。
Swap over onto the shorty. He needs the kill. He finds it. The Hunt is Fury opened up. He eats the shot. One more to try to finish him. Got it. The tap back in and Laz with more.
There's concern that you have such a talented player and potentially he lost the one agent that he was able to be a superstar on. Now I think Laz has the potential to be a superstar on anything he does.
まあ未だにナーフされた状態でもチェンバーが一番好きではあります。ただまあ今年を通して何のエージェントを使うっていうのが、ちょっと変わりそうだなっていう状態で、1年間やってどうしてもなんなかった部分っていうのはたくさん見えてきたので、それを調整する形でチーム内でもいろいろ役割を変えて新しいものをお見せできるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So Laz is one of the most passionate players that we have in VCT globally. People still think about that moment of him sitting on stage, staring at his PC screen after the map had ended, just kind of wondering, how did we lose this? How did we let this map get away from us? This is a guy that has so much heart in the game, and you can see it in his performances. He was one of the biggest reasons why we saw Zeta make such a strong run in international competition in the past, and he needs to also be the reason why Zeta can climb in the Pacific League.
チャンピオンズの時のブームインスポーツとやった時のファールの最後のエース、ワンタップル全員殺してたんですごいなと思います。
Around. Everyone is being flanked upon here with 5 seconds. Laz holds them back. Laz with the ace.
マスターズ東京っていうのはやっぱり競技人生をやっていく中で日本で世界大会が開かれること、特に自分がやってるゲームでっていうのはほとんどなかったことで、今回バロラントの世界大会が開かれるということでめちゃくちゃ楽しみですし、そこも含めて絶対に勝ちに行きたいなと思ってます。
welcome back to VPL 2023 Filipino Broadcast. I'm Rebecca, and together with me is Riku and Juicy Brucey. So now we've just concluded Game 1 in favor of Talon Esports. I think a pretty dominant 6-3 Talon. Paper Rex! I'm still in our first series. Pero ayun, it is 13-6 in favor of Paper Rex, and I think that their performance dito sa split was phenomenal. Like, we had the buddy-buddy system going, and they were Paper Rex was as good on defenders as they were on attacking.
Yun nga sinabi natin kanina na, Zeta, they fought Team Secret. They reigned victorious, and most likely, baka prepared na sila dito sa explosiveness that is PRX. Pero hindi pa rin talaga. Paper Rex was just so fast when it comes to their pacing dito sa split na nahirapan si Zeta na mag-keep up dito sa, again, explosiveness ni PRX, especially with their double duelist setup, and they even made it work dito sa defense.
Yeah, just to add to that point, it's more like you're not playing against you on your terms for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Kasi, nakwento natin off-stream kanina na, these Japanese teams, they extend the game so much kasi mas mabagal yung laro nila. This time, mas hinahabol nila yung pacing ng PRX, which is, as we describe them, is a press W kind of team. So parang yung Zeta Division, parang what's going on over here? Yeah, parang like if you are looking at whenever may mga atake over at A side, dun pa lang sa ramps, everybody's jumping around. Tapos parang you would see like their POVs rotating already. Kasi ganun lang talaga yung laro ng PRX and Zeta Division. It's just so hard for them to keep up.
Yeah, yun nga. I think yun yung nakakatakot sa pagdating when you're up against PRX and your playstyle just really want to extend these rounds. Kasi pag nalaman ni PRX kung nasan ka, i-encircle ka nila. Ililimit yung space na pwede mong galawan.
Parang exam pala to. Encircle the correct
Encircle
answer.
the right answer.
Kakaiba.
Sa true.
Tama.
Sa
Pero
true.
speaking of encircle, we had Forsaken. I think there was a round on B where he did encircle yung tower dyan sa B, the big tower in the middle, and he got a triple kill from that. And it also just, it is not a question that he is our match MVP because, again, we did talk about how they did switch up things na see something dapat yung initiator nila.
Yep.
But we did see that Forsaken is taking up so much space for them, as the initiator, as the Sky, and I just feel like he was that yung critical role that they needed to kind of open up that pathway. I think yung tawag na Honeylace is that runway for their two duelists, and I think na Forsaken did that so well.
Yun nga the fact that he was able to get a couple of frags to propel yung paggamit ng ult niya. Ibig sabihin, more seekers, more time, more information for Paper Rex to move around.
Yeah, and when it comes to consistency from all the players involved in this match, same pa rin running the double duelist composition ni Something tsaka ni Jing with their Jet and Raze. Parang, it's always up to Forsaken to initiate everything as his role, initiator. Tapos parang, with Jing and Forsaken to follow up. And something in a sense na parang hindi na siya nagpa-follow up. He opens up everything, and it's such a greedy composition from this guy kasi we rarely see him on a rifle instead. So it's either a shorty judge operator, and yung kanina pa nga in the final round, meron siya mga warning shots, pero when he gets the going, the tough gets going. Kung tama man yun. Kung ano ba yung phrase
When
na
the
yun.
going gets tough, the tough gets going.
Study hard, play harder. Kaiba. So, ayun na nga, something parang, it fits him well na siya yung nasa duelist na role talaga.
I mean, gusto ko yung term na yun, yung warning shots.
On the top. Thank you, Dax. Black and Blue. Kasi when the going gets tough, study hard, play hard. Babalik pa rin tayo dyan.
Well, jumping in dito sa map matchup natin, again, Split was PRX's pick, and it shows why this was their pick. I think this has been their strongest performance that we've seen recently. But we're moving into Ascent, which is Zeta. Again, this is a map na very conventional, a lot of very small entryways na Zeta can definitely use this to their advantage. They'll definitely have a lot of delay plays here to kind of slow down that press W playstyle of PRX. Pero we are seeing like parang na rewrite yung hold W playstyle nila, because I think there was even terms of VCT Pacific na hold W 2.0, because with the addition of Something, it really just changes that up, because before Forsaken has talked about his struggles na he has to focus on making space but also taking those duels, and now with the presence of Something, he kind of feels now that weight has been taken off him, and we can see that now Forsaken just feels, and the rest of Paper X just feels so carefree to do their jobs.
Yeah, and I think that carefree, dynamic really strengthens PRX even more. before, nakita nga natin na parang lipad here, lipad there, lipad everywhere. So it's very difficult for, Zeta to keep track on where the rest of PRX is. And moving on to Ascent, yung mapa natin na pick naman ni Zeta, it's a more classic and grounded map. So perhaps this is the time, Zeta, na medyo mas komportable since this is a very familiar map, it's a very classic map, and everybody knows about Ascent.
Yeah, and it's there. In the previous weeks, we did say na parang yung Ascent is like the gun power. It's where lahat talaga nagbabarilan talaga. That's the goal of Ascent. So parang every wall is, sabi ko nga niya, sorry ba nga po, pero as he said, pero this is how we are parang eto yung approach ng both teams in here, like more firepower approaching for etong dalawang teams na to. So morely sa lakas lang, it's gonna be over at PRX with something in the addition, pero like with Zeta Division playing in their most played successful map, so parang medyo meron pa silang 50-50 chance to win this. Pero with the momentum that PRX is, dinadala nila, parang 2-0.
Wow!
So lipat agad, PRX na.
Lipat agad kanina, Zeta.
Nagkamali si Direk!
Ay,
Direk.
Chos. Chos.
Bawal na mag-change ng answer. Walang erasures.
In circle na pala.
Naka-pen kasi, so you can't erase the pen. Pero to counter what you said about, to combat yung opinion mo about Paper X here kasi, I did vote in favor of Zeta Division, and I do see na yung momentum na Paper X is riding here definitely can carry them into the second game. Kaso we did see na, let's not disregard. Let's not disregard now. We still have those firepowers. We had Dep, we had Laz. Laz got that 5K just now.
Oh, yeah.
And that still shows na alive, what?
Buhay
pa ang Zeta Division dito.
May
But again,
apoy.
Yeah.
May spark.
Umaati ka ba?
Action. Saan mo natutunan yan?
Sa'yo. Bruce is the best Tagalog teacher, everybody.
Diyo. Si Rico yun.
Hindi.
Japanese si Rico.
Ano yung umati ka bong sa Japanese?
Mue, age...
What's fire?
Something like that. I don't know. Could be wrong. Thank you very much, chat, for double checking for me in advance.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of double checking, I think we should take a look at our agent composition here. It looks like Paper X is going for that fade, which is, I think, a good pick here in close corners like Ascent. But again, we do have that KO, which may deny that, and again the Sova here. So looks like Zeta is definitely going for that info game here.
Yeah, interesting nga na mayroon Sentinel naman itong si Zeta. Meanwhile, wala sa kabila.
Oo nga. May Sage!
I'm blind!
Is that a Sage? That is a Sage! Hindi na ako nakita!
Joke lang!
Akala ko si Chikorita eh. Anong Pokemon yung may...
Yeah. Well, I guess Game 2 is now underway, so Dax and Black and Blue, take it away.
Saan natin dadalhin?
Saan natin dadalhin? Ito, kunin ko yung lights.
Dito ba?
Wala talaga, palagi natin sinasagot si Revy, no? Pero ito na naman tayo, guys. Sasagutin na ba ng Zeta Division ang Paper Rex? So magbabalik natin sa I Choose You map number 2. Ascent is gonna be where we go. Ako si Dax, kasama ko dito sa Black and Blue. Hindi kami Pokemon, kami mga casters apparently. At alam mo, funny nga kasi bago kami pumasok dito, guys, sa ating broadcast room, may pintuan. So bago kami umabot ng pintuan, may tanong sa akin si Black and Blue. Tinanong mo sa akin kung ano yung mapa eh.
Oo nga.
Tapos, ano sagot mo?
Ascent.
Ano sabi ko? Ascent, diba? Ano sagot mo dun?
Kasi tinanggal nila yung Pearl.
Oo.
Diba?
Tinanggal nila si Ma'am.
Tinanggal si Ma'am.
Oo.
Isipin mo, pag nag-aasahan sila, nanay mo, mapa, diba? Kaya tinanggal muna nila.
Ano yung counter mo sa ganun pag sinabi sa'yo, nanay mo, mapa? Ano ang sagot mo dun? Mapapawag ka yung like, okay.
Isa lang pipiliin ko.
Diba? And speaking of si Jing mismo, sakto lang. Kasi tayo papasok na sa mapan to. Nag-stage. Kakaiba.
Very new actually. And we see this same nung split na they're running the same exact composition Zeta that we've become accustomed to dito sa Ascent. Paper X ang nagbago naman. They run this fade composition now. They have the Vi on the KO, which is also pretty new. But the important thing is Jing on the Sage. I don't remember seeing a Sage in the tier 1 space of Valorant sa Ascent since like year 1.
Nung dati, nung kalaban nila yung mga full sense, di ba? Parang ganun pa yung mga setup doon ng Paper X. Pero isipin mo sakto lang, Nico. Pag kinulayan mo yung buhok ni Sage, gawin mo blonde. Di ba parang kamukha niya yung mom ni Jing?
Malamang. Magkapamilya sila kung hindi na magkamukha eh.
Kaya pala, Pearl cosplay.
Where is this going?
Wala lang, naisip ko lang. Parang, diba? Parang syempre, si Sage. Eto na naman tayo daw. Mamaya na ang ating usapan dito. Andito naman tayo sa may A-site. May nanoswarm na nakaharang. Mukhang merong barrier orb muna para protektado. At yung pala, puti, may heal. Okay, si Something. Ready na naman makipaglaban dito sa side. Fragment muna dyan. Defeated si Sugar Zero. Pero si Mindpick mamamatay pa rin. Something daw with the overrun. Dalawa na kuha niya. Pero si Crow nasa taas lang. Ganda talaga. Center stage para kay Crow. Natitira na lang dito. Si Forsaken on the fate. Una muna dito si Dep. Pangalawa pa sana si Lance. Pero hindi pa rin. Sapat yun sa Paper Rex. Zeta will take the pistol.
What around dito para sa Zeta? Especially dun para kay Crow na ang daming i-shut down dito galing sa Heaven. Sa pagsugod ng Paper Rex. Hindi gumana sa opening pistol pero muntikan na. But what's interesting here is that they have Forsaken on the fade instead of being on that KO. Now, typically, sige, si Devay yung nagki-KO dito para sa team na to. But you have Forsaken on the main initiator, not the secondary initiator in this case.
Yeah, interesting, diba? May adjustments talaga dito ang Paper Rex na naman. And then, the thing about playing the fade, it's not like yung Sky na pwede ka really go for that contact with your utility. Ikaw talaga medyo mapapaintay, taga-scan, taga-intel, and si Something ang bahala ngayon mag-entry. Kasi, for one of the few times na makikita natin dito na single duelist ang Paper Rex.
And in that case, ibig sabihin nun na ang second entry ng Paper Rex would be Devay, being that KO, not Jing, not Forsaken. And that really shakes up, I think, yung positioning dito ng Paper Rex. Now, Jing can still be in that fight, pero a lot of times, he'll be a bit more focused sa paglapag ng mga swords, paglapag ng wall, and pag-secure ng plant.
Yeah, alam mo naman, syempre, pwede gamitin ng Paper Rex yan para maging creative, gagawa sa extra angle with it, and yun yung parang mahilig gawin ni Jing. But at the same time, yung standard execute dito ng Paper Rex, maiiba nga yung pace, as you said, pero nang gugulo lang dito ang Paper Rex. Parehong side, parehong main, gusto nila magbigay ng presence. Kinuha muna yung orb, na-scan niya kagad ang dalawa, so at the very least, pag pumasok dito ang Paper Rex, alam na ng Zeta Division, 3 lang to. Spam muna, galing kay 10, dito sa may kahon, at ang Paper Rex may ipit na naman dun sa kabila.
Ang hirap ng pagpasok dito ng Paper Rex. I mean, bunch of pistols. They have the solo Marshall dito kay Something. At mukhang split pa ng A-site ang kanilang ibinabalak. To be difficult though, Nano Swarm dito para i-deny yung door, yung switch pagpasok nila. Ito nga.
At mga Paper Rex, makapwesto na rin. At ito na, isang Zeta Division, nakatago lang sa may Jenny na naman si Ten. Ayan ang tayo, handa na ang Zeta Division. High ground na naman para throw in yung nest niya. At si Dep, namama pa rin kay Jing. Lusob na lang si Forsaken, siya na lang natitira. Last though, just so far away. Ayan na, panalo pa rin ang Zeta by default.
No time by default, pero still, ang gastos ng round na yun Oh no, Laz gets him at the end. Muntikin pa nga ma-save doon yung Bulldog, but at least he's able to buy up now coming into this round. Zeta Division, yung initial na nagawa nila sa round na yun, medyo nagka-dismantle lang nung mismong pagsugod ng Paper Rex dun sa A-site.
Na-trip up sila no, sa timing dun ng Paper Rex. Iniisip nila, saan ba magagaling dito ang PRX? Nakugawa na natin nakuha na natin yung intel, pero nung lumusod na rin yung Paper Rex, nung paubos ng oras, yun yung hindi gaanong kahanda ang Zeta Division. At dahil lang dun, costly round yun sa Zeta. Magandang eco para sa side ng Paper Rex. At may Nightfall ng handa si Forsaken. Prowler muna dyan, in-anticipate na may aggressive dito ang Zeta Division. Pero syempre, Paper Rex, handa lumaban kahit maaga. 3v2 na kagad to. Make that 3v1. Gandang hit pa kay Devay. Last with the trade. Pulado-pulado na. Wala kang takas kay Something dyan, boss.
Pag may baril na talaga yung Paper Rex, ang hirap talagang pigilan sa mga ganung sitwasyon, boss. Paper Rex, dire-diretso all the way. W Gaming, quick round here for a quick game and a quick series are hoping for. But Zeta, ito na nga ang kanilang, actually not even a buy, ang gastos ng round pala niyon. Nag-invest doon ang Zeta Division and they come out of a round with an eco having to be forced here sa round number 4. Matic, yung Odin, nakakuha lang ng isa but that's all it found.
Diba? Yung parang bonus pa dapat pero hindi naman. Magastos yon sa side ng Zeta Division. Magastos rin yung second round and it's really taking its toll dun sa ekonomiya dito ng Zeta. So Dep muna backing on away. Kita rin natin na pinick up na kanina ni Something yung Odin na binili ng Zeta Division. So si Forsaken may hawak dyan. Makuha lang siya ng intel. Konting scan. Madali lang mag-wall bang if ever.
I mean, alam naman natin sa In the words of our famous tropa, every wall is bangable.
Indeed. At pag linabas mo na yung Odin mo, alam mo, kailangan mag-ingat ka. Linip to! Alam ni Sugar Zero ang gagawin dyan ni Jing. Pero syempre, Paper Rex, handa pa rin. Pulado na dito si Jing. Nakapwesto na kagad Paper Rex mismo sa site. Slow orb at mga smoke para lang harangan yung Rafters contest. And from that point on, PRX na ang nakapwesto.
Kala natin Abangers, yung pala hindi Avengers. Odin dito, napakadaming damage. Forsaken, niraratatak na Macho Gun. Mind Freak divide, they all go for one. It leaves it down to 10, 1v4. Wala siya magagawa dito. Eco na lang. Maybe exits, but this round is done. Paper Rex overrunning Zeta dito sa kanilang Eco.
Kinasad yung maraming bala eh. Hindi nauubusan. Hagang nauubusan nga si Forsaken. But something will get that final kill. And Paper Rex yet again, mabilis lang ang nakuha nilang pace dito.
I mean, what else do we expect from Paper Rex, no? You raise me up. Sabi ni Jing.
Pag peek niya sa smoke, uy, may tao dito. Pero ang bilis ng reaction, no?
Oo nga eh.
Ganun lang.
Nakapag-adjust agad.
Uy, shoutout. Guys, may tropa tayo dyan. Si Fluffy02.
Madami tayong tropa dyan.
Nandyan sa watch party mismo ng Paper Rex.
Si Fluffy02.
Oo, binigyan ng jersey.
TikTok.
Binigyan siya ng jersey, alam mo?
Grabe naman yan.
Grabe talaga.
Boss Nick.
Baka naman, Boss Vic. Kami rin, pahingi.
Oo nga. Baka lang naman. Paper Rex dito. Baka lang din naman daw makuha ang A-site ng basta-basta. At yun na nga nakuha nila. Hirap ang Zeta kumontra dito sa pag-push ng Paper Rex. Especially with his Odin na talagang suppressing fire.
Diba? Parang yung sa ano yun yung sa mga arcade.
Oo nga.
Rinig na rinig. Ako pala yung voice actor nun.
Yun pala sunod kong trabaho.
Alam mo na. Matagal ka nang pwede maging voice actor, boss. Pero ito na. Matagal na naman ang intay dito ng Zeta Division. Kaya nakapasok Paper Rex. Prowler muna dyan. Nag-iingay na naman si Forsaken. At dahil doon sa Odin maraming attention nakatikin doon. Yun nga, diba? Yung lurk dito na Paper Rex. Hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa at save.
Save agad! Hindi man lamang dumating yung lurk, hindi alam ng Zeta na kulang lang yung mga miyembro. Tatlo lang yung nasa site, hindi na alam.
Wala. Sigurado raw.
Oo.
Alam mo yung 100% sigurado, wag na lang.
Oo nga eh.
Oo, diba?
Medyo natakot sila. Alanganin daw, may Odin. alam mo, medyo joke, pero hindi eh. Legit eh. Dahil sa Odin na talagang hina-hold down yung lane.
Nakasakal.
Nakakatakot ka mo. Lumabante kasi no man's land ang ginagawa dito ng Paper Rex.
Bawal dumaan dito. Nagkaka-sign talaga. May nakasulat, stop.
There.
Stop.
Uy.
Right there.
Oh, grabe. May accent ka pa. Parang talaga, ikaw isang...
Handa na ako sa EMEA.
EMEA. Sige, see you there. Kita-kits na lang sa Germany, Cavite. O kung ano
ang pideya ng EMEA.
Oh. Di ba may mga ganong street? Parang bansa, tapos village mo. Pero no man's land nga. Bawal dumaan talaga. At bawal maglaro si Laz. Through the wall.
Nandito pa nga yung spike pupuntang B, pero sa totoo sin, bukas na bukas yung A tuloy dahil doon timing at pinaglalaroan lang dito ng conditioning ang Paper Rex. Ng Paper Rex ang Zeta Camo.
Yun yun, diba? Tapos rifle run pa to ng Zeta Division. Laban naman si Dep. At least mapipitas niya si Davai dyan. But what happens now? Paper Rex nasa A site.
Hindi nga alam.
Nakahanda ang dalawa dito sa B. Nag-dash pa siya. Pero wala rin magagawa dyan. And yun nga, diba? Mapapasave na lang sila eh.
I mean, they can still kind of have a mixed buy for the next round. Maybe Crow could force up a Bulldog. Tapos may Blades pa si Dep. So pwede lang i-drop yung mga rifle nila. And then Sugar Zero should have enough for a buy since they lost, what's this, 3 rounds in a row now? So, not too bad for Zeta just yet, pero their economy talagang nagsasuffer on the defensive side, especially in Ascent.
Mahal bilihin sa Japan.
Oo nga. Actually, hindi.
Depende.
Mura. Hindi. Napansin ko pre sa Japan, either sobrang mahal o sobrang mura.
Diba may mga resto na mura lang sulit pa yung rice bowl mo. Kasi mga resto yung mga sushi places especially. Walang price tag. Menu lang.
Boom.
Tapos bahala ka na. Yun pa. Ito talaga. Yung restaurant na walang price tag kasi naging mas maganda pa para sa Paper Rex to ngayon.
Yung tipong pagsusubo ka, hindi mo alam kung 10,000 pesos yung sinusubo mo or 10 pesos lang eh.
Kaya nga, yun tuloy, inubos na lang Paper Rex. Yung wallet ng Zeta Division, yung barrel pa. And it's just ridiculous right now kasi Paper Rex, tinatakot nila ang Zeta Division ngayon in the first place.
What an angle dito na dalawa pa na yun na wallbang nakuha ni Forsaken. Sabi niya, Paper Rex, Paper Walls. ang iginawa nga. Medyo may force pa dito ang Zeta, but not the most ideal one that they would have wanted coming dun sa huling round na yun.
At yung Odin na yun ha, napulot nila galing sa side ng Zeta. Mukhang sasugatan na ni Lance si Forsaken. Eto na ba? Battle of the Odins. Kanino ang mas malaki at mas malakas?
Alam mo, Dax, inaasahan kong sanang hindi gumana yung Odin na to sa attack. Kasi ayokong puro Odin yung makikita ko sa rank game ko dito.
Alam mo naman, sa asin talaga. Yung paper thin, paper walls. At ito na nga tayo. Si Jing, alam niya may tao dyan sa may kahon. Hindi lang niya mahanap mismo kung saan si Crow. Pero back off muna dito, Paper Rex. Iniwan nila yung spike sa may aim-in. So may chance na pwede sila mag-rotate if ever. Kung makapitas si Mind Freak ng isa, yun rin yung opening para pick upin yan.
May timing din sana si Jing doon, pero nakatawid pa si Crow. Puntang Jenny. Tama kung ganong ka-spread out dito ng Paper Rex yung simula, pero medyo nag-converge na sila dito. Papuntang sa split site ng A. Contact to be made here kay Zep. Kay Dep rather at kay something. Parang Jet.
Sino yun? Si Zep, kapatid ni Dep? Oh, iba yung kulay ng buhok.
Si Johnny Zep.
Si Johnny Zep. Uy, funny ka. Pero ito na, Pirates of the Ascent map and something will find Dep in the first place. Umpisa na dito, something na naman ang lumulusob. Jing actually gonna shut down muna dito si Cruz. Sasahig na ang ating KO. At hindi pinipigilan, no? Pinatay talaga. Nasa sahig na. Kinuha pa yung kill tuloy.
Tapos ni-wallbangan pa ni Forsaken. Talagang hindi ka pwede maglaro sa mga pwesto na yun. So, especially with the Odin.
So save ulit.
Oo nga, wala. 3 round na yan, dire-diretso na save ang Zeta. At kahit anong ipon mo pa, mauubusan din yan, kaya gastusin mo na lang din.
Baka nagsara yung malapit na lang Daiso, yung Japan Home Center.
Yung mas mura.
Ano pa ba yung mga ganon? Yung 88 pesos. Di ba Daiso lang yun?
88. Pero pag tingnan mo, hindi pa na 88.
Nakasulat 188.
188. 288. 3.
Gulat ka na lang eh.
Gulat ka na lang.
Kala ko makakabili ako. Kala mo makabili ako sapatos 88. Yun pala.
Ako din. Kala ko electric fan 88.
Oo nga, yun eh. Umasa ka pa.
Oo nga.
Yun.
Masakit umasa sa maling akala.
Tana naman, sa wing, black and blue.
Sayang. Wala.
Hindi sila nang gaganon sa ano. Kung saan galing si something.
Oo nga eh. Kung si Vash yun, o si Borkum, di ba?
Alam mo na, kung Team Secret yun.
Kung Team Secret yun, 13-2 na to.
Alam mo, gulat nga ako walang knife round yung Team Secret versus Paper Rex eh.
Oo nga eh.
Di ba? Parang sa lahat ng willing gumawa nun, feel ko sila eh.
Silang dalawa mismo, magtropa pa naman. Kaya, pwede. Baka, meron ba tayong nakikitang nakaputi dyan?
Hinahanap ko nga siya eh.
Madami pero
Wala
hindi yung mismo.
Wala si Boss Vic.
Wala si Boss Vic.
Wala on camera.
Si VVV.
Ano kasi, pag hindi raw siya bayad, hindi siya pagpapakita. Kailangan talaga isa siyang talent.
Kahit cameo, hindi pwede.
May ano yun, may cameo fee.
Kaya sa sunod na story mo, Dax, siguraduhin mo, hindi siya kita sa story mo. Kung hindi, mapapabayad ka ng...
Oo nga eh, grabe talaga mga talent fee, mga tropa natin dito.
Oo nga.
Kano kaya, sino kaya mahal na talent fee?
Ayan.
Yan, yung mga nahihiya.
Yung mga nandyan. What does that say?
Hindi ko alam. May heart, may Paper Rex win, may smiley face, at may arrow. Eto, halata ang Paper Rex to. Uy, may bear!
Wow!
Artist.
Susu. Kala ko ay yung huli eh.
Hindi, exclamation point yan. Kaya ko parang parang pang cute. I don't know.
Is it Korean?
I don't know. Basta I've heard it on
cute things.
So something blank susu. Basically.
Anything kawaii.
Kawaii, desune.
Sige na lang.
Domo arigato.
Ba't ka pa may kawaii kung may dabay?
Totoo.
Di ba?
Tama ka talaga.
May version naman din sila. Tingnan natin, Zeta. Not an ego, but kind of like a force buy what they got left remaining dito. Ang bilis na nila makuha ng mid-control.
Oo nga, tapos naglayo pa na nga ng wall para lang nakaboost yung angle dito ni Jing. Pwede siya mag-sec ng CT, pero hindi. Pinaghandaan yun ni Dep. Nakita na niya. Okay, may wall. For sure, may Jing yan. At dahil lang doon, ang rotate na kagad ng Paper Rex papunta doon sa may A-site.
Narinig niya na umangat doon yung barrier. So, talagang inaanggilan niya. Dep, muntikan pa maka-angle din dito. Para kay Forsaken. Something has those blades, but it's really the lockdown dito na kailangan naman secure. Pero hindi na magagawa yon habang buhay pa si Forsaken.
Kanina pa siya may Odin at na naman tayo tinatatad ng bala. At si Mind Freak talaga, ginagawang distraction ang kanyang kasama. Dalawa na dito sa Mind Freak sa Diviron, chancing rin doon. Pero dahil lang dyan, nakapwesto na kagad si Crossy. Something nasa ibaba lang. Dito sa head, tumatago doon sa Odin, pero wala pa rin. The Vi now, in a 1v2. Kaya na ba to? Palusok na yung Odin, at yung Odin talaga ang the best gun.
Pinatikim sa kanila. Ito pala ang lasa ng malaking Odin, pre.
Binalikan.
Yan. Kasi ang hilig-hilig mo mag-Odin.
Ay wala, binigay nila eh. Ang gagawin mo.
Dinampot din eh.
Libre lang.
Surprise kumana pa yun considering the fact na, ilan yun, 2, 3 ang inubos ng Paper Rex doon sa 3 position, and yet, in the end, still, because of the fact na nahuli nga nila dito si Jing, nawalan sila ng stability na kinailangan nila para doon sa post-plant.
Parang masyadong ambisyoso na nakatungtong siya doon, knowing the fact na pag kinuha kagad ng Paper Rex yung mid-control mismo, isang magandang position para sa depensa to play back on spawn and try to see kung may mag-push nga, kung may aangat doon sa mid. So, sa good heads up sa side ng Zeta Division, ito na tayo daw. Mind Freak naka-teleport pa nga dito sa sulok, pero baka maipit siya ngayon ni Sugar Zero. Timing muna dyan. Flash na rig na rin natin galing doon sa Cubby side. At mukhang Paper Rex na naman naghahanap ng mga maliliit na bakbakan around the map.
Aware ba sila kung nasan dito mismo ang position ni Mind Freak? Forsaken on the catch. Dalawa pa nga ang makukuha niya dito na itag, pero meron siyang Prowler panlaban onte. Give him a bit more brawling capacity dito. Paranoia. Tamahan lang din yung kakampi niya si Crow. Ayan, patay tuloy.
Tropa yan. Pero baka kaya
ay, nagka Mind Freak pala.
Grabe ka naman. Sinisisi mo kagad yung Sugar Zero.
Sorry na. Nakita ko may isang omen. Pero medyo mahirap ang position niya dito. Wide swing from Forsaken. And a wide round dito para sa Paper Rex.
Sinisi mo yun tuloy.
Yun tuloy, namatay.
Dinamdam niya. Sabi niya, uy, hindi naman ako yun, no?
Ba't ako?
Ba't ako yun nasisi? Wala akong ginawa.
Ibig sabihin talaga noon, Tagalog broadcast ang pinakikinggan.
Oo, kahit yung players nakikinig sa atin.
Sa Comsat natin.
Comsat?
Grabe
Comsat Pero Paper Rex na naman, you mentioned it, ang bilis Ang bilis ng take, ang bilis ng frags, and especially the fact na na-cover nila maraming iba't ibang angle na hindi mo ini-expect sa ganitong klaseng mapa.
I'm surprised na in that time mismo, binato ni Mind Freak doon yung Paranoia. They must have had information on the push galing kay Crow para gawin niya yun.
Yung nga, feel ko nga na-spot nila mismo yung Cubby presence. Kanina pa nila, pinapanood yun kanina doon sa mid. But Paper Rex now, 6-3 ang ating scoreline. Sila na naman ang in control ng ating matchup na ito. And so far, yun yung naging pinaka-keys, diba? In control, setting the pace, and it's just Paper Rex getting the Paper Rex way the way they want to.
Yung pinaka-kiss.
Uy, diba? Kiss-kas?
Oh.
Kiss to the kingdom?
Kiss-miss.
Kiss-miss. Marites ka na pala.
Hindi ako yun. Si parang Ray, pero Zeta Division, paano nahawakan to? You know what I would have liked to see composition-wise? Na mag-iba sana dito ang Zeta. Go with the Astra. Try and run something different. Have that holding power utility. Para Mind Freak, basic lang para sa kanya.
Baka naman, lumakas si Mind Freak pagkatapos ng interview.
Oo naman.
Alam mo na.
Pakitang gilas.
Si paring Aaron ng i-impress. At ito na rin si Davai. Siyempre, pareho pa rin ang nagagawa niya. Up in hand, nakapitas pa ng isa 4v2. And here we go again. Pang-apat na round na nag-save ang Zeta.
Oo nga. Hindi makakit sila. 3 beses niyang sinubukan.
Kaya mo yan. Talon lang. Parkour.
Talon? Tapos yun ah.
Oo nga no. Tapos panalo.
Grabe, wordplay.
Sadya yun, 100%.
Talino mo.
Dito mo si Jing tumuntong pa.
Boosted ka pala, Jing eh.
Uy, kaya pala kaduwa pa lagi si Forsaken.
Nga, 1 and 2.
Kaya tama.
Sino 1? Hindi nata.
Oo,
kasi syempre busy na sila talagang mandurog dito sa Pacific League.
Ito na naman tayo yung delikado eh. Zeta, baka mahanap pa!
Uy,
pero buti na lang, may nanalo dyan si Laz. Crossfire pa sana yung nakaset. But Paper Rex na naman ang panalo dito. So 10 rounds na nga ang lumagpas dito Black and Blue. 4 na round na pa-eco or na pa-save kagad ang Zeta Division. So what gives? Bakit hindi sila makapaglaban at all pagdating ng post-plant?
Kasi ang hirap din labanan ng post on the Paper Rex. Isipin mo, the fact that you have a Sage on the post plant already makes the retake so difficult. How do you chop up those walls? And how do you press the pace pag biglang may Sage, may slower bigla sa mukha mo? And then they have that fade to continuously continue the pressure dun sa pag-brawl. And Zeta Division, they know that even with their KO, hindi nila matimingan dito para ma-shutdown.
At parang yun nga naging problema dito ng Zeta Division. Ang Paper Rex, nakakapunta lang kagad sa side. Kung dapat, inuunahan ng Zeta Division talaga ang PRX. Mukhang si Sugar Zero, nakuha na rin ang memo. Ayan na yung wall, nakasetup sana para sa boost, pero hindi pa rin magamit ng Paper Rex. And really, PRX, may res nga sila, pero mapangit yung posisyon para dun mismo. Si Davai, pwede kaya nila kunin. Medyo alanganin, pero may smoke naman if ever. Piniping pa nila, oh. Kitang-kita kung...
Sa pwesto.
Sa pwesto mismo.
May res, pero ang hirap eh. Siguro kung na-control pa nila yung site, pero that's gonna have to be... The timing of it has to work out. Talagang ibabait na si Divide dito.
Oo nga, Divide, buhay ka pa ba? Mukhang okay pa naman siya habang si Something ang naghahanap ng extra angle dito mismo. Now then, nasira na rin yung wall. Back to the ground, back to earth. Dito si Boss Something. And really, Paper Rex. Konting opening sana dun sa flank. Mukhang mag-alert muna si Forsaken. At ito na naman tayo. Warning shot galing kay Something. Divido with the fine auto sugar 0. So PRX at least nakakuha ng pitas muna ngayon.
Iko-commit ba nila to? All players here in the server, all 8 players nandito sa may A-site na ngayon. Dep and Crow shutting down, hindi makapasok. Walang smoke ngayon, tuloy ang Paper Rex at walang maisasagot din. Zeta Division, finally a good stop here of the Paper Rex push.
Natakita natin to last time, last map. Na nung patapos na ang first half, dun na-figure out na rin ng Zeta Division paano pigilan ang Paper Rex. Sabi nga natin, bago sa simula ng round na ito, baka nga kailangan lang nila unahan ang Paper Rex. Hindi sila payagan lumampas ng mga main angle sa A at sa B side. At basta, hindi ma-plant kagad ng Paper Rex yan, may chance pa ang Zeta mag-anchor.
Wala, hindi rin kasi naigamit ni Something in dash niya pagkuha ng control sa site eh. Ayun na dapat yung mismong pagpasok nila. Maybe that could have meant Mind Freak would have stayed alive in that case. So walang sila tuloy ng smoke. But instead, nagamit niya yung dash doon sa pag-clear ng wine ng maaga and it made it a lot more difficult here for Paper Rex para makapasok.
Lusog na dito, Paper Rex na naman sa gitna. Might as well keep up the pace, pick up the pace with more. So, mas mabilis pa sa fast. At ito na, mas short pa ang blade si Something. Lance though, yung unin na naman. Yung shorty, hindi sapat. Pero si Jig pa rin ang talo doon. Nakapwesto na naman si Dep. Divido, ang tagabantay. 3v2 na to. Pwesto muna ang Paper Rex sa may site at mukhang mapapatigil ang Zeta Division ngayon.
May flash naman siya. The time flash Gen Lods para lang sa kanto. Sugar 0. I think they have to know where he is. Bulag na bulag. Divide, free, and quick kill. Here kay Sugar 0. Uy! Titipian pa nga sa likod. And Divide, huge round from him to keep Paper Rex stable and alive.
Yeah, Paper Rex, natpusin nila itong half na to. 8-4. Nakita na naman natin here sa side ng Paper Rex. Nagagawa nila ang mga Paper Rex things. It's always been the criticism of Paper Rex. Kung hindi nila makuha yung way nila, dun sila naging alanganin. Pero most of the time, sobrang heavy-handed ang kanilang approach na alam nila mga win condition, and especially here in this matchup against Zeta Division, palagi na lang, makapunta lang sila ng site, alam mo na sa kanila na yung round.
Eh grabe naman din kasi ang performance dito ng Paper Rex pa sa ganoon. Pero mas may masasabi pa natin sa atin ang ating panel. Guys, kumusta?
Okay lang naman kami dito. Pero it looks like Gen.G is struggling a little bit here kasi grabe talaga yung pinakita ng Paper Rex dito. Because out of Paper Rex, we're seeing not just a change of tempo, pero nakikita natin na we're also seeing small counters to these delays that Gen.G is having. We see the defensive smokes and yung usage ni Jing sa wall niya. Ang dami nilang picks dun, and Gen.G is doing their best to counter this. Pero ang daming chaotic factors. We have Forsaken on that Odin, and Zeta just has to find a way to stop it.
I think ang issue na nangyayari kung bakit nahihirapan itong si Zeta on the defense round is because nawawalan sila agad ng mid control. Every single time na umaatake itong yung first wave of attack, lalo na galing kay PRX, especially mid, pag may namatay, that's it. It's over. They have access to so many points, either sa B o kaya sa A, and I feel like, you know, I think that's the biggest weakness na nakita ko kanina.
But aside from everything else, yung play na pinakamaganda ng PRX is wherein they know kung paano i-separate and isolate yung fights. For example, in the last round na nangyari, it was Forsaken together with Mind Freak yung pumasok sa site while Davai was making space all throughout over at mid. So parang yung control nila doon parang ayos na everybody was inside, pasok na lahat, he gets 2 frags along the way, and then the rest of PRX, nakuha nilang yung objectives, which is technically plant the spike. So parang, ayun lang, so sobrang simple lang. PRX, although press W sila na team, they had a set mindset and goal kung paano gagawin dito.
Exactly. Well, that's it from the panel. So we're going to be passing it back to our casters, Dax and Black and Blue.
Thank you talaga, Reby.
Nasalo mo ba?
Hindi, yun nga, nasalo ko. Kita mo, may snap pa nga, di ba? Nag-snap siya, nag-snap rin ako. Wow, mas malakas pa yun sa'yo.
Grabe naman.
At kita natin daw, sabi nga ni Bruce, di ba, yun naging win condition dito ng Paper Rex.
Si Bruce ba yun?
Ano yung sabi natin kanina?
Si Bryce?
Hindi, may isa pa tayong name sa kanya ngayon eh.
Sprucey.
Nakalimutan ka na. Pero yun nga, di ba? Alam ng Paper Rex kung ano kailangan nila gawin, pero may limits rin sila mismo kung saan sila titigil at saan sila mag-hold. So, now on the defense, sila pa ang mag-aakbay at mag-iintay dito sa may A-side. Tatlo nakastack na yung paranoia na ilampasan daw ni Dep. Si Something makakapatay ng isa, pero si Dep pa rin lumusob na. Huli dyan si Jing. Sa paranoia, binalik na lang. Something dito sa may sulok. Mind freak na ko. Ito na rin, magiging bait and switch. Hindi nila expect. Nandito lang si Something, pero nag-dash. Siya pa namatay. Divide with the taps. Classic lang yan, boss. Kailangan mo pa ba ng iba? Hindi na. Divide, libreng-libre para sa panalo.
Debye at the end. At na-updraft pa nga daw ni Dep yung opening paranoia na ibinato dito ni Mindfreak, pero he had to win that fight versus Mindfreak dun sa may hell. At saka medyo naiwan niya kamo ang kanyang team dahil dun sa nanong swarms din. Hindi sila nakahabol agad. They needed to be there for the trade. It just never came.
Hindi to debye.
Ano?
No need to buy.
Goodbye.
No, goodbye pa, di ba? Wala na, hindi kailangan bumili. Simple lang yan. At tumingin ako sandali, kala ko, hindi, ganun pa katao ang Paper Rex, hindi sila bibili. Zeta Division pala yan. Instead, may Specters, may Judge, at may Jing na makulit masyado dyan. Delikadong-delikado. Papagalitan yan ni Coach mamaya. Versus si Davai. Siya naman ba ang pwede mangratatat lang dyan. Run and gun. Huli sila sa naipit ng Seas. At ang Paper Rex, backing muna dyan.
Sabihin naman ni Coach Alex, what you doing? What are you doing?
Hindi, sasabihin ni Coach Alex, sumbong kita sa mama mo.
Nako! Yan yung mahirap.
Papagalitan.
Palo nga mamaya.
Overheat ka pa.
Oo nga eh. Yan, wala ka tuloy Happy Meal.
Wait.
Paper Rex.
Nasabit ako dahil doon.
At least may Judge na naman si Something, ang kanyang paboritong kapwang ginagamit dito sa mga itong sitwasyon against an ego like this. They have one flash and that's the only chance to dismantle this.
Oh, nag-pick ka pa. Ba't ka gaganon, boss? Something. Humihinga lang ng same air talaga ng kalaban niya. Sobrang close. And Paper Rex yet again. Kung saan ka man pupunta Zeta Division, andyan ang PRX para mag-say ng hello sa'yo. Nako.
Hello?
Hello. Is it me?
Hello?
Is it me
Is it
you're
me?
looking for?
I can see it in your eyes.
Wow, sintonado pa. Grabe.
Si Crow.
May kang reverb.
Grabe.
Ano tayo may contrast? Ako yung alto.
Grabe.
Ikaw yung bass.
Baso.
Bass. At yung basong to medyo full na full para sa Paper Rex.
Sana naman para sa Zeta gumalaw.
Ang baso?
Ang baso. Medyo, at least ngayon, may pambid eh.
Oo, diba?
For now.
Binayaran na rin ng isang tranche.
May round pa sila makakuha. Galing dito. Sana naman. They have the weapons advantage.
Kailangan nila sulitin yung oportunidad.
Oo nga. Habang meron pa.
Kailangan, pag binigyan ka ng opportunity, take mo na.
Totoo.
Kasi baka masayang pa sa iba. Wise words yun.
Oo nga. Pag may chance, ba't mo isasampa?
Tama lang yan. Yung dart to, nakita mo. Nag-stick mismo dun sa bell. Or doon sa light, or sa lamppost, ano naman yun.
Oo. Mo kalimutan, tayo na sa Italy.
Italy, sa Venice.
Sa Venice, Venice ba talaga?
Ganun pala. Kitang-kita mo yung kanal, kaya nga may boathouse na walang tubig.
Yung tubig.
Lumulutang na, kaya nga siya tawag asin,
Gets.
Boss?
Okay. Wala palang tubig.
Anong meaning ng asin?
Well, dami kayong tubig sa langit. Di mo ba alam?
Asan?
Yung clouds.
Yung clouds mismo? Naniniwala ka pa sa water cycle. Grabe, condensation,
kailangan ba?
So pag umulan sa ascent, alam mo na, mapupuno na rin yung mga kanal. Pero yun na nga, sabi mo, paranoia muna dyan. Depto mahuli si Forsaken, but something with a train. Judge lang yan, Judge lang yan! Nakakuha pa ng dalawa! But Crow, pumapwesto na naman sa kanyang posisyon sa may staircase. Ingat siya daw. Dalawa mong gagaling sa market pero hindi na-check yan ni Davai. Si Crow, dinikitan na lang si Jing. Try na swing pero Crow handa pa rin. Gandang movement doon, kali kay Crow. At natitira lang dito si Mindfreak.
Si Crow talaga nag-shutdown doon sa defensive side ng Paper Rex. Mindfreak. As soon as he makes contact here, magsiswing out si Sugar Zero at ayan na nga ang sinasabi natin. Perfect on time. And the fact na na-shutdown nga ni Crow doon, si Something nang galing siya sa market, na-dismantle tuloy ang potential hold ng Paper Rex.
Grabe, na-call mo kagad Nostra ka na naman.
Matik, syempre.
Alam mo na yun, Future Seeker.
Nakita ko na to.
Nakita na niya. So ano magiging final score natin?
2-0 Paper Rex.
Ano yung score nito? Mapan to?
13. Yung mananalo.
Paano yung talo?
So we had 13-6.
13-6. Sabi niyo na, sabi ni Black and Blue, 13-6. Nakasulat na sa kanyang script.
Tutusin nga, parang 13-10, 13-5 nga eh.
13-5 pwede pa. Pero paano kung maging 13-10? Pag bumawi ang Zeta Division.
Paano kung -1? 13-4.
Ang galing! -1 sinabi mo. -1 nga sila.
Uy, dun pa nag-TP. Will they expect this?
I don't think so. Dep's not looking that way. Ayun, bababa muna siya! Ngayon, expect na niya na swing! Sorry, hindi ako nakakaintindi ng Japanese, pero nakita na nila kung saan sila pumesto.
Daming ipis sa Vandal ah. Yung mga Araxi skin. Di ba?
Yak!
Daming...
Kadiri, boss! Inisip ko yung antena mismo gumagalaw. Huwag tayo dyan! At baka nga, ang Zeta, wag dito. Mag-ingat sila kasi si Jing ang mag-aasim na ngayon. Nag-peak, nag-say ng, isang hello sa kanya. Pero walang tumama at balik muna sila.
Wala siyang utility. No slow orbs, no barriers. Pupwesto din siya dito.
Nakita siya daw.
Nako, good luck sa'yo, boy.
Walang atakas, boy! Jing! Ipit ka na. Tinapunan ka pa ng utility dyan. Pero dyan si Kuya Dabay! Kuya Dabay! Inaalagaan ang kanyang tropang Jing. At yun tuloy, alagang-alaga ang baby boy ng Paper Rex para sa round na yun.
Siyempre, hindi nila papabayaan na mag-isa si Jing doon. At nagawan pa ng paraan para makatakas, para mabuhay. At para maging makulay.
Diba? Yan na. I-invite na si Davay sa Jing family dinner ni Mama Pearl. Thank you for taking care of my child.
Sa Thanksgiving.
Diba?
Kasama ka na rin.
Ikaw ang kuya talaga.
Pick your piece. Ano gusto mo? Hita?
Gusto mo yung
likod?
Yung malaman?
Oo.
Grabe. Masarap yan. At ito na, mukhang masarap na nga ang posisyon dito ng Paper Rex. Kung matuloy nila to, Zeta Division, ang huling pag-asa. Ito na, si Dep na naka-Blade Storm. Never mind, pugot ang ulo. Something na kaysa, pero 10 at least. Gandang trade yan.
At least na-shutdown niya. Pro, pwede niya makuha yung off dito, but gonna opt to go for the Stinger sa malapitan sa pagsugod. Mind Freak medyo naipit. Sa hell pa siya pumunta. At naping pa nga, hindi nakakuha ng isa.
Tama ba yung teleport niya? Feel ko parang gusto niya pataas
Parang heaven ata balak nila eh.
Parang, pero wala. Langit, nasa lupa lang.
Kinailangan niyang tumanon para umabot eh.
Baka na siya. Sabi sa kanya, bawal ka dito sa heaven, boss. Nako, ang pinaggagawa mo sa buhay mo, Mind Freak. Pero syempre, eto na tayo. Zeta Division, nakaplat na rin. Mismo sa site. Jing, slow orb muna. Sana para mas madali yung peak, pero wala nakapwesto dyan. Instead, yung Gen.G kailangan labantayan. Andun si Ten, nakapwesto na lang para lang i-welcome si Forsaken if ever. Flash muna to the drop. Ten is ready. Jing at Davay on board. Sugar Zero though. Nice trade dyan. At si Davay na ang naipit sa gitna ng dalawa. Paupos ng oras. But at yan na rin si Sugar Zero na naman. Kinuha lang yung pwesto galing kay Mind Freak at sapat na para sa Zeta.
Ang hirap talaga i-dismantle doon. Naipit siya eh. Sa may generator. Crossfire pa nga. Pero okay lang, boss. All according to plan. Huwag natin kakalimutan. 6-13 ang aking itinawag. At dahil nga inilabas ng ang Odin dito ni Forsaken na naman, ako'y mas lalong naniniwala.
Ito na ba yung ending?
Ito
Yung
na yun.
Odin. Sabi.
Siyempre.
Grabe talaga. May prediction ang ating caster dito. Pero kita natin, para sa side ng Zeta Division, may laban pa rin naman. Kung mahuli nila yung mga nakapwesto na mismo sa site, kung makakuha kasi na maagang pitas, okay na rin para doon sa take. Pero yung Odin na...
Nako! Nako!
Sa lahat ng pwede pa i-wallbang yun talaga. Gets naman, process of elimination. Walang natamaan dito. Ito na lang yung kulang na angle.
Nakabandal pa. Sumilip. Good damage lang by Jing. Muntikan pa matuluyan.
Naka-dash though. Dito si Dep nakapasok na rin dun sa may switch. At mukhang yung speedway ang kukunin ngayon ng Zeta Division. Pero Forsaken, walang katakot-takot. Dinala pa si Crow bago mamatay yun, diba? Sige na, trade lang. Pero 3v2, pulado na si Laz. Pulado na rin si Dep. Pero maganda yung shot dyan ni Laz. Spikes planted now in a 2v2 situation. Si Something daw nakakuha lang na flank. At ito na ang Blade Storm na nakahanda rin. Ni si Dep na lang ang natitira. Ang tunay at huhuling pag-asa ng Zeta Division. At ayan na nga, umasa kay Dep talaga. Tatlo pa sa clutch na to.
Grabe naman si Dep. Nagpakilala, sinabi yung pangalan. And Zeta Division, iangat pa nga ang score dito sa
11.
11.
Uy, marami ganun sa
Grabe,
Japan.
oo nga.
Convenient talaga sa Giant.
Sobrang convenient.
Kaya...
Grabe naman yung updraft angle niyo. Napakalayo, umabot pa sa spawn. Good hold dito initially. Dun sa may B side, but in the end, This is the reason why Zeta has been having the performances na nakuha nga nila because may players sila katulad ni Depp who has been statistically one of the best duelists dito sa buong circuit.
At dahil nagkamali ka sa iyong prediction, timeout tuloy.
Oo.
So bakit ka nagkamali?
Kasi engot ako eh.
Huwag ka naman ganyan. Pero sasabihin mo kasing galing ni Tep. Ang ganda nung nakaabot pa yung Zeta Division.
Mali nabasa ko.
Sorry.
Kaya ko 6-13.
Mali yung standing. Pero
9 pala. Binaliktad yung yung 6.
Tama. Mali yung tingin mo, ganun. Naka-reverse.
Ako lang pala.
Uy.
Sub to Sliggy. Ano sabihin nun?
Ano yung isa? Ang ganda ng drawing, Alex, when PRX loses an easy round. Masungit lang si Coach.
Tama. Ang ganda naman ng Zeta Division drawing.
Alam mo yung interesting sa logo ng Zeta Division? Tama ako. Parang nag-drawing ka ng 2 slash. Tapos parang naglagay ka ng period or something like that. Tapos sa kanto. Tapos yun na yun.
Pwede mo gawin sa chat di ba?
Oo nga eh.
Gamit yung mga
hindi nga siya ASCII art lang
hindi nga ASCII
like the keyboard mo lang mismo eh. Yan ang graphics design is
yan
passion.
ang magaling,
diba? Ang talino. Tunay. Kaya sa feel ko binayan
bakit yung Paper Rex magagawa mo din naman yung logo sa keyboard
maganda kaya yung symbol ng Paper Rex. May P, may R, at may X.
Pex.
Yung Team Secret mata lang eh.
Okay. Paano magagawin yun?
Maganda lang, mag-drawing ka ng mata.
I mean sa keyboard mo. 0.
0 tapos may eyebrows. Pero ito na eyebrows raise. A step is feeling it. Nag-iinit na nga si Boss Depp ngayon. 2 kaagad pakatapos ng dash on in. At burado na kaagad ang defenders ngayon ng Paper Rex. On-site and ready. Zeta Division looking to be on fire here.
Yeah, talaga ng Paper Rex minsan pag wala silang baril sa ganon, hindi na mapagana yung mga hold na gusto nila. Sa aggressive angles. Kaya nga Paper Rex, kailangan bayad. Kailangan may
Kasi
baril.
paper money. What is money? Paper
only.
Paper Rex.
Sana.
Grabe. Ano ko ba? Mahal na mahal ang Paper Rex. Alam mo na. May funding yan. At dahil dito, yung funding nila, medyo pagka-half buy. So, dapat naman magsugod sila. So, exits ang habol niyan PRX.
I mean, that's all you have to do in this case, right? Di mo na kailangan habulin kung saan man. Judge, hindi pa nakakuha ng isa
Tumalon kasi!
Kung lumabas na lang siya, baka napatay pa niya.
Ito na naman tayo, lipad-lipad pag si Something Cap, pero si Mindfreak na lang natitira. Wala na. Si Ten pa rin eh. Delikado pa yun
Paktay.
At yun tuloy. Si Ten ay makakatakas na sa may sulok. And Zeta Division takes a very clean round.
Ito na yan. Ito na yan. 8-12. 9-12.
13.
9-13.
Okay, sige. Sabi dito ni Black and Blue na yun yung mangyayari. Pero nakita natin, nangyari lang doon. Ang ganda ng entry ni Depp. And that's something you need here for Zeta Division. Kailangan makipag-firepower ka sa side ng Zeta, kalaban ng Paper Rex. And you see that often from Zeta. May nag-step up sa Zeta Division, may naging parang yung protagonist talaga ng kwento nila. And this time, it's Depp really leading that charge.
May kailangan sumagot, Dax. Pero hindi pwedeng hanggang sa barida lang ka talaga nagkukontra. You have to beat them in other ways. The same way that they did during Masters 2 na the outplay, the team play is really what came into fruition. Pero if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a very difficult win for Zeta to come back to.
Mag-ingat naman sila. Butin lang hindi sila exposed habang nag-Aldron. Lahat sila nandito sa may B-main. Si Forsaken daw tumuntong na dito sa wall na to. Hindi si Jing. So hahanda ba ang Zeta para sa kanya? Hindi. Forsaken with a big pick onto 10. Huli na kagad ang isa.
Ayun na nga. 4v5. Nawalan pa sila ng Sentinel. At malaking bagay yon para sa post-plant hold. A minute left remaining in Zeta. If we don't get control soon, malay natin mag-save na naman to.
Ano naman tayo, Zeta Division. Paubos na ang oras. Pero may time pa naman mag-rotate habang nandito sila. Pero double back actually. Punta sila sa may B-main instead. Nasira na yung wall pero nasmoke na kagad ng Paperex yun eh.
Okay, yung B-main. Inismokean pa nila. Bumuka ngayon dito. Ang A-short. I think Crow's gonna try and pull information. Try and pull the defense papunta dito sa B-side. At mukhang gumagana naman. Nahuli lang ni Divide.
Yeah, it works but it's not as much space as they would want. Instead, Forsaken siya ang nakatambay dito sa side. At dito, check yan ni Depp. Nasa likod. Nandito lang sa sulok. Forsaken na naman ang nanalo dyan. And Paper Rex put themselves on match point.
Napakatalino dito ng Paper Rex. And Forsaken, iniwan ba naman mag-anchor ng site? Sabi niya, sige guys, kaya ko na to. And that's what they did. Unfortunate there for Crow. Hindi siya nakakahanap ng isang pitas dun sa may 3. Tinamaan ng Panuorin ni Mind Freak, who was just at the ready for that pinch.
Palagi naman, pag si Forsaken maaasahan mo Alam mo na kung may angle na pwede siya gamitin. Ready na rin. And yun nga, ang ganda nung pag-teleport rin ni Mind Freak, nakapwesto na rin siya, nakatulong rin dun sa dulo. But this might be it. Paper Rex, Operator at the ready, 3 ultimate pa. May smoke nga, nakaharang. There's something ambisyoso. Nag-ready na ng dash. Yun tuloy, na-punish ni Dep.
Huli pa nga. At itunumba dito ang Operator. Wala tuloy silang magagamit doon for that early contact dito, Paper Rex. You're gonna have to potentially play the retake unless you want to anchor this. Pero, teka, parang umaatras ng Zeta.
Maganda yung pullback nila Nabait nila yung Storm at yung Seeds. Hindi walang tumama doon sa side ng Paper Rex. And mag-reinforce na dito ang PRX ng A-side todo-todo. At sila pa nga ang gustong lumusob ngayon. Mind Freak though, the slow peeking to die. Dep nandyan na. Mukhang may katulong pa. Si Dep ngayon, Crow on the board. Si Jing though, at least finds the KO. Nandito sa smoke shorty ang hawak-hawak. Lumusob na lang pero si Jing ay handa pa rin. May konting cover dito sa Forsaken. Mukhang ay mareressor kayo. Swing na galing dyan. Galing kay Jing. Nahuli siya ni Laz pero may Nightfall na ilabas. Ang bumalik na Forsaken. Pero kulang pa rin. Nakakuha pa ng point dito ang Zeta.
Ay na nga, 9-12. Katulad ng sinabi ko. Thank you, you're welcome. Paper Rex. Ang talinong ginawa ng Zeta doon actually. The fact that they got that kill. Alam nila, man countdown. Ibig sabihin, Paper Rex, in a 4v5 situation na lamang ang tao ng Zeta Division, sa tao ang Zeta Division, alam nila, Paper Rex has a tendency to go aggressive and maybe find the pick-off. And so ano ginawa nila? Inabangan nila. They waited. They cut the noise. At tuloy, parang na-curious yung Paper Rex. Asan ba talaga sila? And because they don't have a true sentinel, because Sage lang ang kanyang talagang meron, they don't have that passive information gathering para i-lockdown ng posisyon.
Nakita mo kagad, diba? Gustong-gusto ng Paper Rex makakuha ng trade at the very least. Pero ito, nakagad na rin natin dito ngayon. Null command para sa parehong team. Si Divine nag-stay lang dito sa mid. Ang execute instead. And Crow actually taking a few of those bullets. Crow! Makakuha pa ng dalawa. At mahulog na si Forsaken at si Jingjan. Ang gandang entry dito sa side ng Zeta Division. Slowly but surely, pinipitas nila ang Paper Rex. At si Divine pa sana ang pag-asa sa paghuli sa cross pero wala pa rin. Instead, Zeta keeping tabs on PRX
Medyo nag-whiff pa. Sayang nag-filter na sila doon galing sa may market pero mukhang nagsarado pa ang palengke. Paper Rex, long flank para makaikot dito sa may B main. Si Dep umangat na dito sa may short. Tuloy pa ba nito? I like this fake out smoke though. In-smoke na yung B main para isipin ng Zeta na hindi sila sa B main nang gagaling.
At yun na nga, nahuli pa nga sila. Si Dep at the very least. Konting economical damage lang sana. But Zeta Division has a lot of money to still to work with. Mind Freak na lang. Tambay dito. Kasama ni Something. Exit ang hanap ngayon ng Paper Rex. At ayun na nga, sa sulok ng si Something. Mag-dash on out para lang makatry reset and the flick again. Unreal! Ang bilis niya. Napatay silang tatlo. Pero hindi pa rin yun sapat para dun sa round mismo. Zeta Division get the double digits.
Ubos ang Zeta doon. And even though hindi naka-hat ang pitas si Mind Freak that just gave the split second for Something to take the fight again. Spray transfer. Crow nakadalawa dito. Sayang yung angulo. Maganda na sana yung tutok, yung angle nila, Jing at saka Forsaken. Pero the OG duo not able to make it happen. But smart by Paper Rex to go for the save.
Ang ganda nun dun sa ending. Ang bilis! Kaya mo ba yun?
Naman.
Sige nga. Paano yung flick nun?
Kung ako yun, patay ako.
At tayo mga dito ang Paper Rex. Hindi pa tapos ang ating series. Ladies and gentlemen, tutuloy pa rin ang Zeta Division. May laban pa rin. And nakita natin na nag-step up talaga ang Zeta Division as a whole. You mentioned it na na-anticipate nila kung ano gagawin ng Paper Rex. Alam nila pag nakakuhanap sila ng unang pitas, pwede sila mag-hang back and wait for Paper Rex to overexert and overextend. At dahil lang dun, yun yung mga nagiging chance dito ng Zeta Division.
Yun talaga yung tendency ng Paper Rex na at some point, you have to change that pacing up. Kung hindi, mas madaling maging mababasa ng kalaban ang iyong depensa. That's kind of what Zeta have been utilizing against them so far in this second half dito sa attacking side nila. Paper Rex, I thought this would be a cleaner second half but it's mostly been Zeta who've been coming away with these rounds. Ngayon may Hunter's Fury pa sila.
Oo nga, mas naunahan na ng Zeta Division ang Paper Rex in terms of rounds 5 to 4 ang ating second half. And here we have it yet again. Zeta Division, makakabawi ba sila? Or dahil sa timeout, sapat na ba yun para tapusin ng Paper Rex? Iniintay na lang daw yung suppress pumunta dito, tungo kay something.
Swerte.
Ganda daw nung dash out niya. Timing rin. Nakita na niya, mid-air yung projectile
Hindi nga siya nag-dash dun sa may pa-market no? Talagang all the way out. Playing the anti-flash dito si Forsaken para sa malapitang angle.
Ingat lang siya dyan, pero Dep, check pa niya mismo. Hindi! Marami nga nakapwesto dito sa Paper Rex. Si Ching, si Forsaken, ang dynamic duo na naman na inaasahan nila. At the very least, napitas na ang isa sa pinaka-sharpest tools dito ng Zeta Division.
Ganda ng bait ni something doon. Yung bumapalit siya para tumingin talaga doon si Dep. But I'm not sure why there wasn't a second guy with him to clear out that market. But walang knife, flash, anything. Piece of utility, Aldron perhaps.
Kanina pa natin nakita yun. Nag-iingay ang Paper Rex. Ginagawang turotot yung baril basically. Pero ito na. Pinig na natin. Hunter's Fury! Hinintay yung scan!
Wala.
Pero hindi pa rin tatama. Eventually, daw matag si Forsaken. Through the wall, even huli na niya. Si Jing-Jan with 10 getting that kill. Pero Forsaken still alive to fight. Crow gonna get the refrag on. Last nandyan na rin. At ang Zeta Division, makapunta na rin dito sa may B-site. 2v2 pa todo as Mindfreak finds Crow.
And yung no HP player, tumumba si Crow. They still have that from the shadows. Para mag-grip precision dito si Sugar Zero. They have to be both backside now. Wala lang paranoia si Mindfreak.
Uy! Double stuck dyan sa boathouse. Hindi in-expect ni Mindfreak na sabay pa silang nakapwesto dyan. Something na lang ang natitira dito. Ang bago ng Paper Rex at kaya pa niyang lumaban. Sugar Zero has been thinned out. It's all up to Laz on the other side to keep Zeta Division alive. Nawala na ang smoke. At ito na naman si Something! Well, he's that someone who brings the win to Paper Rex. No problems there at the very end. Mukhang hindi nila pinayagan bumawi ang Zeta.
There's a special something in the air. Pag si something ang natitira dito, then the heirs to the throne, Paper Rex, ipagpatuloy pa nila ang kanilang dominance dito ng Pacific League. What a map, what a game, what a retaliation dito at sagot ng Zeta. But in the end, it's Paper Rex sa manalo.
Kanina pa, maingay ang gameplay dito ng Paper Rex. Palagi nang trying to pull the attention, pull Zeta Division in para lang may pwedeng maglakbay, pwede mag-off angle at pwede makapwesto dun sa may dulo. And we saw it at the end, the absolute dual potential of Paper Rex can just find the isolated angles at sapat na yun para sila manalo.
Funnily enough, sa attacking side pa nga nila masyadong ginamit yung Odin as compared to the defense that we normally see. Pero syempre dahil din yun sa hindi sila maka-build up ng economy to pull that Odin out often enough dito sa defensive side nila. And I think the real story here is how Zeta were able to rectify dun sa pag-second half na, dun sa attacking side nila, able to play against the tendencies of Paper Rex and really get good reads.
Yeah, and I feel like para sa Zeta Division, yun nga, na-read nila Paper Rex, but those are the old tendencies. Those are parang the more familiar routes at yung mga ibang adjustments na nakita natin na yung pagdagdag ni something, just so the way that Paper Rex plays a little bit more differently right now, yun yung naging focus point ng Paper Rex ngayon. And yun yung nagiging problema ng mga Japanese teams natin. You saw that, right?
Bawal yan, boss.
Bawal yan, boss, ha? Yun naman, di ba? Na pag masyadong nag-assume dito ang Zeta Division, hindi siya sapat para doon sa panalo mismo. There are some good runs that they punish Paper Rex, pero hindi lahat ng opportunity na yun pinapabayaan ng PRX.
It will only come every now and then at Paper Rex. They're one of those teams that even though ang tatak talaga nila is W Gaming, madami silang ibang pwedeng pace at ibang pwedeng looks na pwedeng ibigay sa'yo. And to have a team like that na may firepower pa to back that all up, ang hirap talagang kalabanan. There'll be some rare moments na siguro hindi tatama. Nakita natin doon. Si Jing and Forsaken, doon sa may stair hold nila para i-shut down sana yung push nila Crow. Yung push sana nila Dep galing market. Hindi tumama. But those will come few and far between. At hindi ka pwedeng umasa doon sa mga mistake na yun.
Yeah, hanggang inom na lang yung Zeta Division dun sa likod habang nag-pictorial. But Paper Rex getting back into the form you expect. Uy! Mabawi yung ACA ngayon. Panalo Talon. Panalo Paper Rex. Yan. Yan ang mga tropa natin sa region.
EA Supremacy today.
Matagal na natin di sinasabi yun. So, at the very least, good sign niya para sa Team Secret bukas.
Especially knowing na baka pagpatuloy nila yung trend, di ba? Hindi, one game na pala bukas.
Hindi,
Ay,
dalawa. May
Sino pa? RRQ din, di ba?
I'm not sure mismo sa ating schedule. But in this schedule, we saw Talon and Paper Rex take those ups. Very convincing. Yun nga, di ba? Ito yung form na in-expect natin sa mga teams na to. Yung Talon, back to that old form. Yung Paper Rex, this newer form na may old roots, but they have that something special talaga.
Grabe naman talaga dito ang Paper Rex at si something doon sa dulo. Pero ang paano natin ay magtatapos ng ating broadcast because they have something to say. How are you guys doing?
Well, goods kami dito. And I think gusto ko yung sinabi ni Dax na this is the old, what we're seeing is the old roots of Paper Rex, pero with the addition of a little something special from something. And it just shows na, again, Zeta Division now, this has rewritten the history books because again, this is the first win for Paper Rex against Zeta.
Woo!
Yeah,
yes,
honestly,
from
like,
history.
Yeah, it's from history. It's like a very, very big build-up throughout the Valorant history and international tournaments.
Something special. Who could it be?
Sino kaya?
See something.
You don't know that? Hindi nyo alam?
No, I think I'm too young for that.
Higlitown Heroes?
No.
Wala talaga. Pero something was the special someone. Who could it be? So, itutuloy ko pa rin. But anyway, props to PRX kasi yung bait plays nila, nakita natin 2 beses, but the impact that it did for, carrying them over to victory was splendid. Kasi yung una was Jing. Sure ako hindi yun bait but it looked like a bait, pero it looked like a misplay as well. No, pumunta si Jing sa Wines, pero si Kuya mo Davai nandun din to, but it looked like a mistake, pero PRX was able to turn the tides around and made it into a bait na parang mas nanalo pa nila yung round in a one single choke point.
I think that's the best way to put it, diba? Parang kayang-kaya ng Paper Rex in any type of situation, kayang-kaya nila i-turn around in their favor. It just feels like a very, what do you call this? It's a branding or image ni Paper Rex na sobrang creative nila dito pagdating sa Valorant. They're very quick to their toes and quick din sa pag-iisip.
Kaya pala may papel kasi creative people, right?
Yeah! Yeah!
So ayan, PRX yung pinili ko kanina. Balimbing
Pwede pa replay yung predictions natin mamaya.
Oras!
Pero ayun, I think our MVP for this entire series, or I think for this game. No, it's this entire series because something was our MVP on Ascent, and now Forsaken is, I believe, our MVP of the entire series. And I think, he definitely did deserve it. He had that Odin dito sa Ascent, and grabe yung walking Odin. I think it was also just one of those chaotic elements that Zeta Division just could not handle.
Yeah, one particular thing na gusto ko dito kay Forsaken is yung kanyang timing, yung kanyang patience na wag muna i-reveal yung sarili niya to make sure that he assesses the situation first at saka na siya lalabas at saka na siya papatay.
Yes, which is in very big contrast to kanina sinasabi natin something was the key, diba? Pero let's not also forget that something is also one of the players na sobrang greedy when it comes to Paper Rex. Kasi may dala siyang operator over at mid, tinakbo niya inside the smoke, trying to look for a kill, nakita niya yung turret, he goes for the turret, tapos hinedshot lang siya ni someone else, I forgot the name of Zeta Division. Pero from that one player over there, nas parang, we could say na something is like one of the heavy firepower, but sometimes he overextends na masyadong sobra, na pag kung kailangan mo siya, nawawala na siya because he's already dead by the round. Pero by those times, he has a player named Jing or Forsaken to carry on with his duties.
Exactly. Pero there were also those rounds for Paper X. We did see them have a very strong Paper Rex have a very very strong first half. Pero during the second half, I do agree na they had a lot of offensive pushes. Again, I think nag-overheat talaga si something dito kasi that's not the only time that he was punished. I think there were 3 other rounds na he pushed up forward, got punished for it, and again, Zeta took those rounds. And those were the that's why this series got a little bit too close. And I think that this series wasn't supposed to be as close as it should have been. Pero again, on the side of Zeta, they did make a lot of adjustments to counteract the counter strats then of Paper X. Because again, we had Jing's Sage as the counteractive thing for the defensive smokes. And I think those smokes were the main delays here. But again, it was just the counter to the counter to the counter. And it just shows na here again in Valorant, the unpredictability and the ability to adapt just shows like it's a battle of who will really come out on top.
I think yun yung nakakatakot kanina, di ba? Parang it was about to go overtime. It really felt like it was going towards that direction. And PRX just held on. And you mentioned the Sage earlier. Si Jing na ngayon yung nasa Sentinel role kanina. or most of the matches that we see, lagi siyang on an explosive race or an explosive duelist. Tapos, the wall actually activates the creative side rather, of PRX. So, kung anong angle na kailangan mag-ready up itong si Zeta kasi di mo alam kung saan nila gagamitin yung wall.
Exactly. Parang masabihin talaga natin na it's just the by-the-books play lang yung mga creativity ng gano'n na parang viable naman talaga yung Sage boosts, especially in Ascent. Pero like there are a lot of things na kaya pang gawin ng PRX.
Look at the standings. We have a new top 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now Paper Rex in top 2 and Gen.G now in top 4. We do see Talon Esports is still in the top 9, but this is huge because we haven't seen the top of our standings move at all since the beginning of VCT Pacific. So this has been, I think, yung most movement that we've ever seen. The most shocking at least.
What a play.
Oo nga kasi diba today, before na nagsimula yung araw natin today, well, maraming ties between 4 teams. It was Paper Rex, T1, Gen.G, and Zeta Division. But since nakipaglaban itong dalawang team na ito, Paper Rex ang what do you call this? They came out on top and they were able to break the tie. It was supposed to be Gen.G rin ang makapag 5-3 today, pero hindi. Talon Esports landed that upset.
Eto talaga mga C players, ganyan tayo. Woo! Explosive tayo yung sumira ng yung parang leaderboard na maayos na nakaplansya sa script, nakasulat na ng maayos. Pero etong C players were like, wala improvised actors kami. So boom, destroys everything and look at that. Top 2, so parang Team Secret, a lot of pressure for them tomorrow. Kasi currently, they're number 6 with a 3-3 scoreline. Tas parang they need to win 1 para they need to be tied up sa lahat para nasa taas, before the Super Week comes in.
Exactly, and it's just kind of interesting kasi before, like you said, it was kind of just the East Asian teams that were at the top. We had DRX, Gen.G, T1, Zeta, 4 straight, right? And now we have Paper Rex finally infiltrating that and now pushing, Gen.G is not exactly in the most comfortable position now because they are tied for 4th with 2 other teams, and that still makes it, again, tomorrow will be even more interesting because we have RRQ versus Global Esports. Team Secret versus T1. Again, these are going to be matches now will really be... Again, this is not the deciding week, pero this is also like that safety, that little blanket that they have to secure their spot in the playoffs. And nakaka-excite lang kasi it's become more unpredictable. The fact na nakita natin na Gen.G, the giant, one of the giants dito sa VCT Pacific, has been able to be knocked down, and so far.
Thank you, Talon! Thank you, Talon!
Yes, yay! Pero hindi lang yun, di ba? It was a very dominating finish by Talon. Like, even though we looked at it na individually speaking sa mapa, close yung score, pero the bird's eye view, 2-0 pa rin yun.
Kakaiba yung bird's eye view.
Zoom out.
Zoom out talaga. Pero, going into the 2 series na nangyari ngayon, si Premacy nga according to Black and Blue and Dax. So parang, yun na nga, super excited din para malaman kung ano yung behind the scenes ng
Exactly.
PRX.
And speaking of behind the scenes, we will be going to an interview with something ng Paper Rex. Hello, something. Hello. Can you hear us? Hi. Congratulations on that game just now, or the series rather, and nice clutch at the end, by the way. That was well played. So for my first question, I'd like to ask na, how did you guys totally dominated Split, but what was your game plan against Zeta going into Ascent? And I'm guessing the Sage pick was definitely one of them, but what else did you have going into it?
Big change. I will say nothing. We just play in our game. We just know they play a lot around middle, and that's it. That's all.
Right, a lot of mid play. We did see that. All right, Riku.
Hey, something. Congratulations again on your win. Really impressive performance on the Jet. I just like to ask you and congratulate that currently you guys are at 2nd place in the current standings. How confident are you and the team in sort of maintaining that position up until the end of the regular season?
I can say just confident, not big, not low. We just play in our game, and that's all. But yeah, right now we number 2, number 1 Rex, right?
Yes.
I think we still win. Hopefully we will win all 2 games.
A balanced level of confidence. I like that, something.
All right. So, hi, something. Big fan. So, anyway, here's my, a simple question just for you out there. At what percentage is the power of Paper Rex right now? From 0 to 100%. What percentage are you in?
Maybe 90%.
Near perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Number 2.
That's right. Congratulations again, Something. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview, and we're very excited to see. Well, actually, before we end this interview, we actually have our HP Omen question because you were playing on the HP Omen desktop just now. So, what lessons do you think that Paper Rex learned from this match, and what will you be applying in the future?
To be honest, I can say on Ascent, we need to play more discipline after get some first blood or first die, and that's all, I think.
All right. Okay. At least my lesson then. All right. So thank you again, Something. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank you.
on top 2. And we're super excited to see you perform next week.
Thanks.
At ayan, there you had it. It's discipline. They learned discipline, and I think he learned that kasi we were just talking about it. Yung ilang
Narinig niya
beses
tayo.
na, yeah,
Sabi niya-
ilang beses siya na peak in mid, and he got punished for it.
Sabi niya, itong mga Pinoy talaga, may sinasabi sa akin. Sige na nga, discipline na nga yung sagot ko.
He took that personally.
Yeah. Pero 90% yung sabi niya. Kakaiba.
Grabe. Tapos the right amount of confidence.
Exactly. And speaking of the right...
Ano ba? Ba't ako tinawanan? They wanted to be grounded.
They're grounded.
They didn't want to say that
Ah.
we're so confident in being
Yes.
like second game.
Exactly. Actually, there's another question I wanted to ask, pero...
Sige, kami nasasagot.
Sige.
Mag-assume na lang kami.
Mag-assume na lang kami.
Maningin
Sige,
Paper
sige.
Rex.
Pero I was gonna ask, like, how did he feel about that configuration? Kasi I think, may about the percentage, like, what do they feel about? Yung follow-up ko sana dun is, how does he feel personally as a new person coming in dito sa Paper Rex? How does he feel about that new configuration with him and Forsaken and Jing and like, you know, diba they're still switching roles here?
Alam ko na.
Sige, ikaw.
Komportable. Nakita mo kung gaano lipad-lipad si Something dito sa match na to. Oh, yun. Komportable.
Okay.
Ikaw, Bruce.
Ang take ko naman, actually, it's super cool.
In character.
It was pretty good, I would say. So, you know, with having Jing Forsaken, pretty good.
Thank you. Anyway, speaking of things that are pretty good, if you guys have just finished VCT, again, it is now 9 p.m. So if you haven't had your dinner yet, don't worry because we still have the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge because we are locked and reloaded with another promo just for you, our loyal VCT Pacific fans. So if you're a Valorant spray enthusiast, baka ngayon na ang chance mo na manalo ng isang unique spray courtesy of Grab Unlimited. All you have to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited and complete 5 eligible deliveries within the promo period, and you can win this super cool Just Business spray. And there are only 250 of these in existence or available. Yeah. So be quick to scan that QR code and try the Grab Unli Buhat challenge now. And don't worry, Grab Unlimited is absolutely free for the first month, so you can focus on getting that skin. So what are you waiting for? Iscan mo na ang QR code na to and get in on that Valorant action because Grab Unlimited has got you covered.
Please.
Diba? May Grab Unlimited. Meron ka pang spray. Amazing. Pero, remember to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and as well as on Twitch to show your support, syempre, sa mga favorite yung teams and as well as VCT Pacific. We're currently on Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH para naman sa Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
Hey! And also, special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Xiaomi for making VCT Pacific League possible.
That means hey. Speaking of hey,
hey,
we have ticket sales that are going to be starting this Monday. And you I tried. But ayun, malapit na ang VCT Pacific League Finals and ticket sales to watch live at Jangchung Stadium, South Korea will be starting on Monday, May 8th. So tickets for the lower finals on the 27th of May will go on sale on May 8th, 12 o'clock GMT plus 8. And tickets for the grand finals on the 28th will go on sale on May 9, also at 12 o'clock GMT plus 8. You can get your tickets from our official ticket website, globalinterpark.com. So, kung may plano kayo to go to South Korea to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live, ayan, you can go and order your tickets on Monday. So, I think that's it from us here on the panel and the rest of the broadcast. But
Inano ako ni Rico, tumahimik ka, and na, tapos na.
Pero ayun, before we end,
Ayun
for
na.
today. We just concluded our 2 series, Gen.G versus Talon Esports and Paper Rex versus Zeta. Again, congratulations, Talon and Paper Rex. Tomorrow we'll be having a lot of exciting matches to decide our standings. RRQ versus Global Esports and Team Secret versus T1. So ayan, we're gonna be having a lot of exciting matches coming up tomorrow. But ayan, we're gonna be ending our broadcast for today. So we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for more Valorant VCT Pacific action.
Yo!
From yourself, open your inner eye. Show me who you really are. I won't be surprised. Let them weep for you. No longer dead inside. Tell them this is not the end, and you've just seen the light. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil. Dance to the devil. Dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Step out from yourself. Open your inner eye. Show me who you really are. I won't be surprised. Let them weep for you. No longer dead inside. Tell them this is not the end, and you've just seen the light. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil.